I am just trying to do a little something. Hang on. So, just trying to set up a stream for tomorrow. Could they do that? Done. There we go. I'll sort it out later after the stream. Or do some extra sorting, just in case. Alrighty. Whew. Time to finish up Polaris mode. It's gonna be a lot of reading off rip here. It's gonna be a lot of reading. Actually, what's the percentage right now? How far am I with this? 73%. Jesus Christ. So we got nodes 25 through 37, I believe. Only 2 battle stages left, while the rest of the nodes are going to be reading. Fun. Oh boy. Well, it's chock full of information, chock full of lore and world building and all that stuff. So I'm all for it. I said it before last night too when I streamed. As long as the story is really interesting to me and really enjoyable for me to read through, I don't mind if it's copious amounts of reading to do. Alright. Project Gestalt. Okay. So we're gonna get into the history of the project. Just gonna get a bit of snacks here, so I can munch as I read. A few chocolates. Alrighty. Project Gestalt. 2 things. Fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe, the more often and steadily we reflect upon them. The starry heavens above me, and the moral law within me. Immanuel Kant. When Igor Lvovich Landau grabs onto the handle of the airtight laboratory door, his thoughts suddenly drift to an afternoon 20 years ago. He left the lab and went on a stroll with Professor Tsiolkovsky on Vasily Island, seaside path. In the past, people would have described that day as sunny. He can recall how the heat from the small experimental reactor in the control room drifted to the Neva River by purified condensate and gradually disappeared beyond the bay. He can even remember the brown synthetic leather of the control room chair armrests, the yellow-green xenon light, the whispers of students and workers, the alarm buzz of the restraint rings, and the shadowy figures on the screen. Everything feels like a time lapse. It takes him to that afternoon and into the night. The city he is in now has canals snaking through it, just like his home city. The water brings sediments from upstream and deposits them into fertile plains. But this city is different. Here you can see a sky full of stars in the city's center even at night. Landau reaches out to the starry sky. The specks of starlight slip between his fingers and drifts into the liquor at the corner of his mouth, making it glimmer. They travel for hundreds or thousands of years in the universe to reach Earth. Do you see that star? That should be Arcturus, in that direction. It's about 40 light years away. 40 light years. Virgo's diamond. Lando lowers his hand that was holding onto the distant and ancient starlight. He finishes the bottle, lets out a long burp, gross, and grins at the researcher beside him. He laughs heartily. This is a great place for stargazing. It's far enough from any light pollution at a metropolis. No sound, can't hear you. Nice prank, idiot. I can see clearly that there's sound going through. Come on now. Reading simulator without the reading. Can you actually not hear me? There's just no way. Because it shows it's picking up my mic, so... Yeah, it's picking it up easily. Hang on. Is it really not working? There it is. Are you sure it was just me? Are you sure it wasn't just you? Because I'm looking at my OBS and it's been okay. It's picking up my voice easily. That might have been me. Yeah, I thought so. Because OBS is showing that it's picking up my voice, so... Plus my microphone has a light that tells me whether it's muted or not. Didn't have my headphones connected. Ignore me. Well, this is a satellite city built for research. Nobody lives here. This honestly isn't that different from actual wilderness. I heard that when the Chamber of Commerce decided to build an academy here, they gave the original residents a good sum of relocation and resettlement. My friend in Chilwen said the reserved funding in the budget was enough to build another LHC. With just the relocation fee, a family of 3 could live comfortably in any city. They could even buy land and build a house. But I don't think land here is very expensive. That's true. Everyone left and buildings were demolished. The land has little value. The research building over there is still intact, right? That's because we're the only ones left. Do you think there are people like us on planets tens of light years away, chatting about housing prices, drinking, and staring into the starry sky? Maybe. We're not astronomers, so we don't know enough. Burp. A researcher who is leaning on the railing lets out a long burp. The sound is unique to humans, and it is particularly loud in this desolate wilderness. Have you packed your stuff? Yeah, I packed everything a few days ago. I just have a few personal files left at the Institute. No more talks about the contract? You should know. It's not something I can do anything about. Landau raises the glass, trying to get more liquor from the empty bottle, but nothing comes out. It's empty. I heard they didn't renew our contracts because the Science Council is initiating a new project and needs talent. Is that true? Landau nods, but his gaze stays on the empty bottle in his hand. I don't really know what we're supposed to do. The Institute doesn't want to let you go. There's nothing we can do. Nothing at all. Landau sighs, tosses the bottle into the trash, and reaches his hand toward the night sky again. It's like a brain. What? The starry sky. I actually never wanted to be an algorithm engineer. Well, now you're a top expert in this field. When I was in university, I even joined the Astronomer Enthusiasts Association and got the chance to visit a space station. Can you imagine that over 100 years ago, it took humans over 10 years to map a star chart with a few billion stars? Now, we not only know the positions of hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way, but we have even mapped trillions of stars in the observable universe that we can't see with the naked eye. Maybe one day we'll be able to see them with our own eyes. Maybe. Landau lowers his hand, but his other hand is still moving in the direction of the bottle he tossed into the trash. We are so small, so fragile, and so insignificant compared to the universe. But we are also the only achievement of the 14 billion-year-old universe. We move the world forward one step at a time with our knowledge of science. Two sighs can be heard echoing through the wilderness. Landau holds onto the handle of the airtight door leading to the underground lab. Something seems to be pushing him into the abyss, reminding him of that afternoon when he bid farewell to his mentor. With it, he feels his heart gripped tightly by a damp hand. He seems to be looking at himself, clutching the door handle. The sweat and alcohol on the silver-white handle mix with the silence from 2 years ago when he couldn't make it back on time to mourn Professor Tsiolkovsky's passing. All of this is rising into the unfamiliar night sky. I feel like I might never get the chance to come back here after today. Don't be so emotional. You'll definitely have a chance to come back. Didn't the director say that this position will always be reserved for you? The gates of Kowloon will always be open for you. He smiles and opens the airtight door with the courage he got from the alcohol. The torch of the universe is illuminating the two men. Like two children disappearing in a castle made of wooden blocks, Landau and the researcher next to him blend into the night. What Landau didn't know was that he would not only never return to Kowloon, but he would also never see the afternoon sunlight of Vasily Island again. Science Council, main building. Sorry, I'm just munching on a chocolate. Landau has imagined himself standing under this magnificent structure countless times. The huge stone carving is like an internal candle flame. He imagines it crashing down and crushing him to pieces. If only that would happen, then he wouldn't have to suffer from the infinite problems in his mind or make a single sound before leaving this world. But it is merely a wish. He never dared to think that he could walk among these great men with a torch. On the majestic skyscraper of the Science Council, a huge relief wall hangs in front of the Pantheon-like dome. 7 ivory Tuscan columns support the pale yellow triangular arc, above which is the relief wall. Behind it is the iconic blue-gray dome of the Science Council. The relief wall looks like it's about to topple onto people's heads at any moment. It is the new Academy of Ethans of this era. In the lower left corner of the wall, a slightly chubby Becky sits on the steps in a tailcoat. A precise cylindrical machine made of gears and levers sits at his feet. It is the prototype of the difference engine. Becky clutches his stiff collar with one hand and is waving a stack of note paper with the other. He is arguing with Da Vinci, who is wearing a small hat and wary of something behind him. Next to him is Lavoisier. Lavoisier? He is sitting alone and is less well dressed than the stout gentleman on the far right. Lavoisier's chest and shoulders are stained with blood. He looks tense and is nervously touching his neck. He seems oblivious to everyone else. Behind Lavoisier is von Neumann, who is arguing with Feynman and Fermi. Turing is measuring a punched tape against a light source. This is only a corner of the wall. On the far side are Euler and Newton, Bohr, Dirac, Einstein and Planck, and Gauss and Bayer. In the middle of all these great scholars is a large stained glass wall. It is said to be etched with many great scientific achievements of human civilization. Landau is now standing alone under this hazardous wall, holding his briefcase. He gazes silently at the colorful window. Why didn't they carve members of the Science Council onto the wall? Landau hears a young, androgynous, and somewhat contemptuous voice next to him. The person is wearing a Kowloon-style robe. He looks East Asian and is by himself, carrying a briefcase like Landau. In the golden age and on the road of science, we are nothing but bricklayers. Bricklayers don't deserve to be carved onto the wall. I thought so. But there's another reason. No one thinks their achievements can be compared to these great thinkers. Landau smiles gently and extends his hand to the man standing next to him. Canon Villiers has a femboy voice. Yeah, pretty much. When they said androgynous, I was like, oh, okay. Landau. Villiers. The young man named Villiers hesitates and reluctantly shakes hands with Landau. Villiers immediately pulls back his hand. Are you from Kowloon? You seem quite familiar with the Kowloon language. Not exactly. So, this is the Science Council. It looks like a museum. This is just the main building. The entire complex behind this belongs to the Science Council. Then it must be as big as a city. So it's here. Are you here for a tour? No, I'm here for work. Villiers shakes his head, showing no respect for Landau. Villiers begins walking up to the long staircase in front of the Science Council, leaving Landau behind. Kizizes. Landau takes one last look at the stained glass window shining in the morning sun before heading up the stairs. The two men walk into the vast, silent embrace of the cold marble building, one after the other. Above this grand hall is a dome about 50 meters high. No light sources can be seen, yet the entire hall is bathed in a cold blue light. In this tiny airspace, small transporters and railcars move back and forth. They pass one another mid-air in an orderly fashion and follow their predetermined routes into holes in the wall. Below, people of all colors and looks crisscross applesauce through the hall in the same uniform. Some are debating in small groups, while others rush by, deep in thought. At the center of this gathering of thoughts is a sculpture of the beautiful blue planet. Below it is a circular inquiry island made up of a transparent glass ring. Hi. Landau walks right up to the inquiry island at the center of the hall and greets the nicely dressed girl behind the glass window. She responds with a warm smile. Hello, how may I assist you today? I'm Igor Landau. I'm here for my employment check-in. Mr. Landau, correct? Please give me a moment. The girl behind the glass window disappears with a ripple. A faint light flashes at Landau and the girl reappears behind the glass. Welcome back, Dr. Landau. Your employment procedures and relevant documents from the council headquarters have been processed. Your documents and unique identity badge will be delivered to you by your assistant shortly. You still prefer not to have an implanted identifier, correct? Yes. Alright, the council has kept your office intact during your absence. Should I relocate it to Section 3? Sure, thanks. You're all set. Your office module will be delivered to Section 3 in about 3 minutes. Thank you. As Landau finishes speaking, a floating dodecahedron drifts over to him. The small floating mechanoid has a screen that displays artificial expressions. Its bright orange paint stands out against the pale blue sky of the Science Council. Oh my god, yeah, it is Xavier. Happy face. Alright, 42. Alright. I know. He rubs the mechanoid's screen and grabs a terminal, some documents, and a small work badge from the mechanoid. Many departments within the council have been relocated during your absence. Would you like me to guide you through it? No, it's okay. Just ask it to lead the way. Of course. It was my pleasure to assist you, Dr. Landau. Have a wonderful day. The inquiry officer behind the curved glass screen gives Landau a bright smile before vanishing without a trace. How can you see the smile when she's wearing a mask? Landau casts a glance at the Kowloon youth standing at another inquiry station nearby. It looks like he's arguing with the inquiry officer, but Landau is standing too far to hear them. Question mark? Let's go over there. Landau nods at the floating robot. floating robot and walks up to the Kowloon youth. Hi, is everything okay? This gentleman's age is quite unusual. I'm trying to contact the Kowloon office for more information. How absurd. Oh? Generally, one must be at least 23 to obtain core research permission from the council, except in special cases. Is age a barrier to science here? No, that's not what I mean. What project are you here for? Project Gestalt. When Landau hears these words, a spark of delight flashes in his eyes. Mr. Landau? It's fine. You don't need to contact the Kowloon office. Just apply for a special exemption. I have some say in what happens in Section 3, right? Of course. Where are his documents? I'll sign them. A document shows up on the glass screen on the marble counter. Landau signs his name after a quick scan. Are we good? The registration is complete. Please head over to the security department to pick up your unique identity badge once it's been processed. 42. Go get it for him. Exclamation mark. The little floating robot flies upward and joins the stream of other robots traveling high above their heads. Landau's the teacher. Yep. I'm pretty sure they mentioned it like once or twice in the previous nodes. Thanks. The youth struggles to utter a simple thank you, as if these words are foreign to him. Saying the words is like opening a sealed ancient library. Don't worry about it. So, how old are you? 17. You must be a prodigy. They have only known each other for 3 minutes, but Landau feels comfortable enough to wrap his arm around Villier's frail shoulder like a father. It's alright. Biological age isn't always indicative of intellect, right? I thought scientists at this council would be more stern. Of course we are. Happy face. 42 quickly returns with a small card, just as it did earlier. Here, take this card. You can also get an implantable version at the security department if you prefer that. Science Council just likes to make things complicated, huh? The confused phase. Bewildered phase, I don't know. Well then, miss, can you finish all the paperwork? No problem, Mr. Landau. All right, everything's in order. Villiers, right? Quite an interesting name. Your looks. I thought you looked like most people from Kowloon. That's none of your business. Of course. Landau nods and waves at the floating 42. He signals for Villiers to follow the robot. Let's go. This little guy will lead the way. We're quite far from Section 3. Wait, I don't even know what Section 3 is. Aren't you here for the Project Gestalt? Section 3 is where it was conceived. And you? I don't even know who you are. Why should I trust you? Me? You can call me Igor or Landau, or whatever you prefer. It's up to you. But most of the time, people in Section 3 call me Director. He seems like a nice guy. When Villiers was invited to help plan Kowloon's underground excavation, he had forgotten about the encounter he had with Norman Mining Corp years ago. Villiers only remembered the incident when he saw their company logo on a document. See that building over there? See that building over there that looks like a donut with a bite missing? Through the clear elevator, Landau points to a peculiar-looking building 10 kilometers away. That's the Advanced Power Design Bureau office building of the Section 1 responsible for R&D. It was originally designed to be a large stellarator, but when the apparatus was removed, Section 2 moved into the office. But Section 1 isn't here anymore. Villiers hasn't heard a word of what Landau said. Shining in his eyes is the reflection of the colossal underground city. Any introduction is meaningless at the sight of such a magnificent subterranean metropolis. Crisscrossing branches grow downward from the cold steel sky. The branches form a shimmering neural network that transports signals one after another like pulses. Beneath this sky sits an enormous underground city, far larger than any campus on the surface. Futuristic elements blend with the classic Bauhaus and constructivism into this grand and orderly metropolis. Architectural ideas of the Science Council have manifested as buildings around the globe since the Great Depression. This city is not the only one. Villiers and Landau are now in a rail elevator that's taking them across the city mid-air. Passenger elevators travel between cars carrying construction materials and experimental equipment. These 2-meter square integrated transporters are none of the most common transportation and construction printing machines. They all bear the same logo: Norman Mining Corp. This multinational giant has been active in various fields since the last century. It almost monopolized the mining, steel, construction, and machinery industries, and has a dozen contractors and distributors under its wing. Norman Mining Corp is probably the only corporation able to buy a domed underground research city 500 meters deep and with a volume of 13 million cubic meters. No other company could handle such a project in terms of construction and resource management. This city is gigantic. And this is but a tiny fraction of the Science Council. Landau nods. He is operating the holographic panel of the elevator cab with ease. This is the research base for sections 1 and 3. Section 2 is relatively smaller and is in the southern mountains. It is located further out to hide cosmic radiation signals. Section 2 was definitely the most costly to construct, but it's worth it. Oh, I guess you don't know. The Science Council regularly maintains Sections 1 and 2. Section 1 covers almost all fields of natural science research and occasionally works on social science if requested by the world government. Section 2 mainly oversees interstellar travel, advanced propulsion, and astrophysics. It is more engineering oriented, so they get a bigger budget. Of course, Section 2 also handles some things that are far ahead of our time. If you get a chance, which I'm sure you will, you should attend a budget or final accounts meeting. It's quite amusing to watch Sections 1 and 2 fight over funding. I already know this is. I'm not a caveman who came with no knowledge about the Science Council. But I have never heard of Section 3 before. That's why I said the Science Council usually only maintains 2 R&D divisions. The Council only sets up additional divisions on special occasions for special missions. They will set up not just a 3rd, but 4th, 5th, 6th, and even more divisions if necessary. The most recent was probably Section 4 from a while ago. Professor Victor is probably still leading it. Landau hesitates as if he is reluctant to mention this name, but decides to tell Villiers in the end. You know, they work on things like war machines and weaponry. As for Section 3, our goal is simple. Once it's done, this division will be dissolved, as will Section 4. Which brings us to why you're here. Project Gestalt. Lu Wei, haha. The towering Landau wraps his arms around a thin Asian man standing by the lab door. With Landau's build, he can probably crush the small man easily. Damn. Years of sleep deprivation have left dark circles the color of concentrated coffee around the little man's eyes. Lu Wei looks more like a stereotypical scientist compared to Landau. Igor, my shoulder. Huh, they still hurt. I told you to get it checked at Building 13. They only treat terminal illnesses there. I'm just tired. Landau releases the man, but he is still smiling from their reunion. It's been 3 years already. How are you? Did you get transferred here too? I'm mostly working on neurodynamics, consciousness generation, and self-evolving logic trees. Oh, I've said too much. Lu Wei wipes his glasses nervously with his shirt. That's also a part of our work now. Is everyone here? Everyone's here. Then why are you here? Let's go inside. I don't like crowded places. Same. You know that? Anyway, let's go. Landau nods at Villiers. Landau stands before the tall glass door and a faint red light flashes before his eyes. The door opens and they enter the world beyond the glass door together. Welcome, Dr. Igor Lvovich Landau, distinguished fellow Mr. Louet, and Mr. Villiers. The offices of Section 3 are also spotless and feel slightly cold, just like other research divisions of the Science Council. Deep blue and pure white are still the theme colors here. Between what looks like sky and sea are rows of iron curtains, which are actually massive computing units. Researchers who are busy at various stations gather around Landau and Louet as they enter. Louet seamlessly blends into the crowd. Dr. Landau, you're finally back. Yes, I'm back. It's been over 5 years since you left on that trip. Do you want to say a few words about our section? Oh, no. I should. Landau is suddenly reminded of the significance of the badge on his chest. Director of Section 3 of the Science Council. Alright then, I'll say something. Everyone should have a copy of Section 3's briefing. Landau says while he pulls out a folder from his briefcase and lifts it at the crowd. Section 3 will handle all the research needed for the Project Gestalt. Of course, all of this is top secret. That's why the council printed this briefing on actual paper. Laughter erupts from the crowd. Landau waves his hand with a smile before sliding the folder back into his briefcase. The goal of Project Gestalt is to develop an adaptive, self-iterating, and self-learning general AI. This AI will manage, plan, learn to deal with global public affairs, and promote fundamental sciences in the foreseeable future. I'm sure everyone here knows what that means. We will be the creators of a god, a researcher murmurs. That's right. I also believe you all understand how challenging this work will be. What this multivac can achieve eventually may benefit future generations more than us, and I will share the burden of making it a multivac with all of you. Alright, I'll stop here. I have sent out the document detailing each of your work assignments, positions, and tasks. Landau waves the document in his hand again. If you have any questions, feel free to come and see me. Our team is all here and the resources are in place. Work will begin tomorrow. Landau nods to the hundreds of silent scientists in front of him. Waves of discussion follow as the gathered crowd begins to disperse. Landau spots the young man with dark green hair from Kowloon in the crowd. Villiers looks confused and keeps looking through his file. Landau gives his briefcase to a small mech beside him. It brings the item to his desk. Young man, do you have any questions? No, I'm fine. Villiers realizes that he's been a little rude to this man named Landau. Villiers feels a rare sense of embarrassment now that he has to work under Landau. I've read your file. You graduated with a PhD in physical technology from Kowloon Central University at 16 and joined the Science Council at 18. You're our youngest scholar here. Didn't you say you were 17 though? Is that a problem? Of course not. We will treat you just like everyone else. We don't judge a professional by their age. But you look like you have some questions for me, am I right? Villiers hesitates for a moment before opening his document to ask his question. Gestalt Multicore Architecture Supervisor and Cognitive Model Architecture Supervisor. Never mind. Forget that I said anything. Your resume shows that you have expertise in general AI, mathematical logic, and mechanical engineering. Maybe what Villiers is doing right now at this current age of him is like a sort of like he's not like fully part of the Science Council yet. Maybe once he's 18, he's fully integrated. I guess. Because I know Landau was like, we don't judge based on age and all that shit, but like it is like a place for like young adults, or I guess the youngest would be young adult to work in, and 18 is typically that age of being an adult, I guess. If what I'm trying to say makes any sense. Like he has like an early, it's like early access. He has early access. 1 year early. Yeah, I guess that is what it is, maybe. As I said, I will bear the burden with you all. You should know it's going to be a long and difficult road to get from theory to justification to success. The universe and truth are still out of our reach, but you are still young. Landau pats Villiers on the shoulder. Villiers does look like a child standing next to Landau. You and I, along with Dr. Louet and Dr. Leibowitz, will be supervising the core architecture design. Leibowitz. I've heard of him. Of course you have. He's an authority in quantum computing. You've probably even read his textbooks. He got pre-ordered. Let's go. We'll head down together. The core architecture meeting is about to start. It's our first meeting, so Dominic, our chief technician, will also be there. Villiers looks up at the massive steel dome of Section 3, and a chill travels up his spine. In the presence of these scientific giants, even Villiers, who was once regarded as a genius, feels as insignificant as a speck of light in the vast cosmos. Under this steel curtain, countless stars and people move in a grand symphony, each faithfully playing their part. Under this steel sky, human wisdom marches toward the cold, silent universe and toward truth. Basically, Villiers signed up for the beta. That's basically what it is. But yeah, that's how I'm interpreting it. He said he was 17, but then Lando was like, you'll be accepted into the thing at 18. Or you've been accepted. So I'm just interpreting as him just having early, I don't know, just being in there early. Like at 17, it's 50%, and then at 18, it's 100% part of it. I don't know. Hell, wow. How do we go from Project Gestalt to just hell? Just straight hell. Okay. This will be Schul's Rosium's last night in this trench. Oh. Okay. Now we're going to be focusing on Schul's. His mission is to travel 130 kilometers to deliver an assault plan to Fort Budleigh for the frontline garrison. He will set off at dawn in 3 hours. The horse is ready. Oh, maybe this is where his revenge mission originates. Sounds like he was a soldier. Yep. Got a cigarette or booze? Schulz nudges the night watch soldier next to him and shakes the white metal flask in his hand. The metal is shining brightly beside the small campfire, even in the dead of night. Huh? The night watch soldier takes the flask from Schulz, quickly checks it, and stuffs it into his tattered backpack. He kept on saying, "I will have my revenge." So, he has something against Kowloon, maybe? Only have a bottle left. I don't know what's in it. See for yourself. The soldier turns around and hands Schulz a different glass bottle, half filled with a brownish yellow liquid. It has no label. The strong smell of cheap caramel, mixed with strong alcohol, stings Schulz's nose. The smell also tells him that it is good for warming the body in the depths of winter. Schulz pops the cork without another thought and gulps it down. Very long pause. He exhales deeply, leans against the cold trench, and squats down next to the night watch soldier. Damn. This stuff is awful. It tastes like gasoline, but at least it warms me up. You still want a cigarette? No, thanks. I don't want to set myself on fire. He actually just drinks literal gasoline. But I'll have one. The night watch soldier fishes out a crumpled cigarette from a paper pack in his pocket. He takes out a shiny silver lighter that clearly isn't his. What a thief. He carefully shields the flame with his coat and lights the cigarette. Soon a dim red glow begins to flicker by the campfire. Say. This brandy sure tastes awful. Yeah. Give me one. You You want one? The night watch soldier gives Schultz the paper pack. This one's on me. Just don't set yourself on fire. Don't worry. Won't light it. Schultz takes a similarly crumpled cigarette from the pack and keeps it between his teeth. Hey, Henry. William. Huh? I mean, I'm William, not Henry. Isn't it Henry's turn tonight? He died in the morning attack. Or I wouldn't have these cigarettes. Oh. Schultz clicks his tongue and spits out a few bits of tobacco from his mouth. What about Joshua? He's all over the place. William continues to stare at the campfire. The dim red glow at his lips flickers silently. Schultz has witnessed many ways to go. Henry might have been shot during the morning attack and dropped to dead outside some trench. Joshua probably took a direct hit from a 152mm howitzer and was blown into pieces. Damn. If Schultz's shovel hadn't hit something brittle and soft while digging the trench a few days ago before the battle began, you might never have found little John buried naked in the snow. Jesus. If you didn't get quinine from a medic in time during the summer rainy season, you might end up like Ben, who collapsed in the thick mud while shivering and got chewed up bit by rats hiding in the trenches. Ew. One good thing about winter is that you don't have to worry about rats. Even rats struggle to survive in the freezing trenches. Jesus. Swear word, it's really cold. Yeah, it took a lot of work just to get Joshua off the machine gun barrel. It'll be better at dawn. Yeah. Another silence. Alcohol burned and washed through Schultz's stomach. He starts thinking about the hot coffee, mouth-watering food, steaming bathwater, and soft beds in Fort Budleigh. They must be living the life, that's for sure. Even in wartime, life in the city must be much better than at the front lines. What war is this? No one wants to be on the freezing front. Sometimes there's not enough ammo. Sometimes there aren't enough men. But waves after waves of telegram come non-stop. The big shots in Fort Budleigh only ordered troops around, while Schultz's group had already split into 3 airborne regiments and 2 armored divisions toward the south. What chills Schultz more than the freezing weather is the fact that their group's radio station was blown to bits in an artillery strike 4 days ago. That's why Schultz's ground forces have been holding this 20-kilometer deep defense line all alone for over 70 hours. He must deliver the assault plan to the command center in Fort Budleigh because continuing to defend this spot is pointless. Schultz clicks his tongue again, spits out a few more bits of tobacco, and gives William back the almost empty brandy bottle. Alright, I'm off. The cold air rushes into his lungs, scarred by pneumonia. The air mixes with the heavy scent of alcohol and turns hot again before dissipating in the trenches. Hey. What? Shouldn't we break through? Yeah. I'm going to deliver a message to the officers in Budleigh. Schultz takes out a letter sealed with scarlet wax from his chest pocket. The commander did mention a breakout when assigning him the task, but the commander secretly emphasized the need to keep this message confidential. Oh. The scarlet wax looks even redder under the flickering campfire. Wait. What is that? Schultz pinches the bridge of his nose, trying to make out the blurry spot in the distance, and the bright red speck slowly rising in the sky. A flare. It's a flare! Enemy attack! His roar shattered the silent winter night. Shrieks of shells being fired and the crack of bullets immediately followed. That escalated. Schultz knows exactly what those shrieks mean. Bullets whiz past Schultz, hitting the frozen ground and creating scattered, uneven pits. William! William can't seem to hear Schultz. He grabs his rifle and starts fending off the enemy advancing under the cover of darkness, along with his comrades pouring out of the trench. Schultz struggles to suppress his urge to pick up his gun. In 2 days, his unit would launch a breakthrough. The command center will send support from the other side, or they would be wiped out. But now, they're under a night ambush. Schultz doesn't know if the attack will last 2.5 hours, but he must set off immediately. He must deliver the breakout message to the command center in Fort Budleigh, no matter what. Go now! You can't die here! William! Schultz tries to call out to William again, but William is nowhere to be seen. Shouting is meaningless. Time. Schultz quickly checks his ammo and supplies. He clutches the assault plan signed by the commander in his chest pocket. Run! He hasn't seen any enemy, but the continuous artillery and gunfire echo in his mind, telling him to stay away. More comrades continue to leave the trenches. They are heading in the same direction. Schultz passes by them. His shoulder and gunstock crash into something, hurting him, but he doesn't care. Luckily, no one notices him going in the opposite direction. Nobody is calling the enforcement squad to take him out. Sorry. I'm sorry. The narrow trench is now filled with soldiers as if they're in a queue heading to the grave of war. Move! Get out of the way! Time seems to be moving in slow motion. The world spins in his eyes at a bizarre speed before slamming him onto the ground. Under his face is a boot, above it a knee, and then nothing. He searches for support, but touches something warm, wet, and wrinkled. It's not a good leverage point. He flails his arm and finally finds something else to grab onto. It's probably another boot, but it doesn't seem to match the one with the knee. He struggles to stand. The cold soil sent flying by the shells melts into muddy snow on his face, which is soon covered in other people's blood. He's confused because he should be in the trench, not on flat ground. Air raid! Air raid! Shoot them down! Shoot those bastards down! Get down! That was Schultz Rosium's last memory before waking up at the smell of salt in the POW camp hospital. Another shell exploded just 10 meters away. The blast wave flipped him around again. He isn't as lucky as the protagonist in those light novels. He'll never get to lie on the battlefield and gaze at the stars. He was buried face down in the cold soil. There were no stars that night anyway. Surgery. Need more. But we sent. The explosion echoing in his mind turns into a sharp buzzing. He can barely figure out that he's in a tent surrounded by people in white. What enemy? As send. Those people. He. Enemy. Comrade. Good. It's all up to you. 2 years. It's up to you. Of course. And the war. No. Start. A figure in white pries his eyes open and waves a flashlight back and forth. After making sure he is fine, the person signals to someone outside the tent. Since then, Schultz never saw this place that he couldn't even remember again, or hear the voice of the doctor who pointed a flashlight in his eyes. He was bagged, dragged out of the room, tied up, and chucked into an open truck. He nearly froze to death before he saw light again. The warmth of the POW camp soon found him. Schultz worried he'd be transferred to the front lines as tools to clear landmines at first, but he soon realized the camp was more humane than he thought. Apart from roll calls 3 times a day and some mandatory gatherings, the camp is surprisingly peaceful. Schultz has never read the Convention of the Treatment of POW, but needless to say, it is nice. Fortunately, the sealed assault plan signed by his commander was not confiscated by the guards. The only downside is that in the 2 months he received no news of any of his comrades. Got a cigarette? Or booze? Leibowitz. It's a sunny day. The prisoners are in the square at the designated time. A pockmarked man across from him claims to be Deputy General Leibowitz. He does look like a general. Schultz judged his status by the quality of his cigarette. It has a delicate filter and good flavor. No. Hey, I don't know why, but I haven't seen any of my comrades here. Huh? You see, this camp is pretty big, right? Even people with status like you are here with grunts like me. But why haven't I seen any of my comrades? Which unit are you from? Schultz glances warily at Leibowitz, but chooses to trust his fine cigarette. 57th Infantry Division, 2nd Motorized Brigade, Eastern Defense Line of Fort Bud Lake. Oh. Huh? I was wrong. 3rd Army, 57th Infantry Division. Yes. That can't be right. That unit was disbanded 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Impossible. I've only been in this camp for 2 months. Our brigade was planning a breakout with the division HQ 2 months ago. Are you the Deputy General, or am I? You're from the 57th Infantry Division? What do you think? You over there. A camp guard with a rifle shouts while looking at Leibowitz and Schulz. No whispering. Leibowitz stops talking, gives Schulz a look, and leaves his seat reluctantly. Schulz also says no more. He stands up, brushes the dust off his pants, and walks to the other side of the sunlight. What's going on? Disbanded 3 years ago? But I got a mission for the commander just 2 months ago. What is going on? He went back in time. He went forward in time. I'm just kidding. Schulz squints at the barbed wire on the high walls blurred by the sunlight, feeling powerless for the first time in his life. It soon feels like some power is manipulating the clock and tearing away the calendar pages one by one. Two years fly by just like that. Schulz never saw Leibowitz again after that day, and he soon forgot about the old man's ridiculous claims. Here he learned to play bridge, football, and boxing with his fellow inmates. He even organized a modest sports meet. Some prisoners followed the military manuals and tried to escape again and again. Some were shot dead, while others were transferred to different POW camps. Schulz never tried to escape. He didn't see the point of a soldier like himself trying to escape when he was surrounded by a bunch of officers. He also started to accept the fact that he had failed his mission. Maybe his comrades have made it out just fine. He keeps telling himself. But a voice deep down continues to prick at his heart, the same way the crimson wax seal on the letter that should have been delivered back then burns at him. Schulz? John. Schulz quickly and quietly slips the letter back into his inner pocket before John gets to the desk. Come on, it's roll call time. Can't believe you're slower than me. It was just some personal... Air raid! 300 kilograms worth of highly explosive bombs whistled down, drowning out the camp's faint hand-cranked air raid alarm. The whistle ends in a deafening explosion. The barracks windows with wooden frames shatter instantly. Sharp glass shards cut into Schulz's arms as he shields his head. Nothing is left of the bouquet of snowball flowers he arranged just yesterday. But this is not the time to think about that. Live. Run! Schulz grabs the collar of the stunned lad beside him and they scramble out of the barrack. The bombs seem to have landed less than 100 meters from their barrack, but they don't have time to figure out where the bombs landed exactly. More bombs soon follow, whistling down from the overcast sky. 3 bombers swoop overhead seconds after they leave the barracks. That's when Schulz sees the true killers, the small bottles falling from the bombers' bays. Incendiary bombs! Within mere seconds, the room they were just in is engulfed in flames. The internal explosives ignite the magnesium aluminum particles, which in turn ignite a mix of gasoline and white phosphorus that splatter in all directions. On the wooden barracks, the ground, the iron fences, the machine gun nests, the exposed flesh and fat, the scorched blood and skin, 1200-degree flames flow over like a boiling river. And this is just the first wave of attack. I'd be ready to go crazy for it. Yeah, he just got out of one fight. He's immediately put into another one. This. Get outside now! If these explosives and incendiary bombs are targeting the camp itself, running away from the river of blood and fire is the only way to survive. What? Where to? Another highly explosive bomb blows up by the camp near the mountain, turning the tall stone wall into rubbles. The second wave of bombing is here. Outside, you idiot! Amidst the human, bomb and plane shrieks and the roar of makeshift anti-aircraft guns, Schulz has to shout at the top of his lungs for John to hear him. He doesn't know why he cares about the life of this guy he has known for just 2.5 days. His instincts tell him they have to survive together. Probably not gonna hurt to save one more person. A wrinkled, pale hand grabs Schul's boot. The guard's uniform is glued to his body in fat and blood, turning into an eerie color. He is lying on the ground. Where his left leg should have been is now a burning, white bone that's still sizzling. Leave him! Run! Schulz grits his teeth and kicks the hand away before turning around to kick the guard over with his foot. Schulz picks up the gun still attached to a detached hand. What is now on Schul's boot is no longer blood but melted fat. Go! The two men, one tall and one short, dash across the boiling river of fire. The guard lies motionless and silent. A bullet buries deep and buries into the ground after, piercing through his skull. Gruesome. You're awake. Schulz tries to move but fails. The ropes bind firmly him onto the chair despite the messy knots. The ropes bind him firmly. An orange spotlight is shining directly on his face. He can only see a shadow moving past him before it disappears into the light. Swear word. What's going on? His body is trembling slightly from either fear, anger, or cold, or maybe all three. He fails to break himself free, so he bears the pain and curses at the other side of the light. Name. Where am I? Name. Who are you people? Name. The numbers. What do they mean? Tell me, Mason. The voice behind the light is extremely calm, as if nothing can stir up any emotion in it. No, they can't possibly be his ally. He was just a grunt with a rifle. He never picked a fight with anyone. He didn't even argue with the recruitment officer who ignored his pneumonia record. Name. Schulz Rosium. Unit number? Screw F you. Swear word you. Unit number. Schulz stays silent. The apathetic interrogation and surroundings are warning Schulz of his situation. He is now in enemy hands, but he can't remember anything else. His last memory was him struggling through a dark, damp forest with a rookie named John. He was leading the way with a machete he had found. John was following him. Everything after that is a blur. A letter. Since the headquarters has lost contact with the command unit for over 80 hours and received no breakout or hold orders, we will break out from the south at 3 a.m. on January 18th to preserve our forces. That's not right. The breakout was at least 2 years ago. No one would care about such outdated intel now. Unit number. Unless. Did John betray me? These are the only two possibilities. The voice in the bright light in front of him remains cold. Soon a slightly older voice joins in from the same direction. You probably know that we're gonna find out anyway, even if you don't talk. It's just a matter of time. I have nothing to say to you, bastards. Why are you so loyal when you're just an ordinary soldier? I just want to know your unit number and the details of this letter. A tall figure walks up to Schulz and carefully lays a barely recognizable piece of paper on the table in front of him. Schulz immediately recognizes the item before him. Don't know what this is. The letter is still tightly sealed. The crimson wax is still glistening in the light. We've found this on you. I don't know what this is. We'll find out. Why don't you just open it then? Don't you want to know what's inside? You might not die. Soldier. Someone else seems to have entered the room. It's likely another soldier, judging by the smell of ammo and gun oil. They untie the ropes on Schulz, unlock his handcuffs, free his hands, and then file out of the room. The man who placed the envelope in front of Schulz walks up again and puts a hand on Schulz's shoulder. You have the power to choose. The man gestures for another person in the room to leave. When the creak of the door hinges sounds once more, Schulz is alone in the iron room. What the hell? Schulz calms down and tries to piece together the situation, but makes no progress. Neither the hellish POW camp nor his desperate scramble eastward during the past few days with John can explain why he is here. John wouldn't betray me. Would he? No. He was also captured and taken to that camp, so the enemy must have caught him too. What if? Schulz stares intently at the letter sealed with scarlet wax on the table. But it's been over 2 years. 3rd Army? 57th Infantry Division? They must have broken out by now. That unit was disbanded 3 years ago. That is simply impossible. The words of the bearded old man who called himself Lebowitz echo in his mind. It feels like something eerie is watching him through the letter. Damn it. Schulz spits to the side and rips off the scarlet wax. The surgery is done. We need more time for confirmation, but we can't afford it. We're going to send him off as soon as he's ready. As for what he will do, the enemy will have plans for him. He'll be sent in as our spy, and they'll take care of him. Old enemies turn into allies, and former allies turn into enemies. Perfect. All thanks to your surgery. We cut out the last 2 years of his memory. Damn! He'll think everything happened yesterday, but it'll be down to your orders in the end. Of course, no problem. Will he end this war? No, the war has just started. A figure in white pries his eyes open and waves a flashlight back and forth. Got any more booze? Or cigarette? Oh, shit. What? All of a sudden we're in Black Ops. That's like some Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops plot. The weather is clear with good visibility. Radio readings are normal. No enemies in sight from Dagar. Thanks, Dagar. You can return to the base now. No problem. I'm P. hunting, boys. We can see the plains right the foothills. 20 kilometers to go. This is a Black Mirror episode. Pull down! Pull down! Follow the order. Diode, you're up next. You're up first. Send those treacherous bastards to hell. Two years have passed. Has the war ended? If I'm the enemy, then are my comrades my enemies? Or are my enemies my real enemies? So who am I? Hold on. The envelope hasn't been fully opened. Jeez, why is the audio so loud all of a sudden? It's doing it again. Ah! I gotta turn that down on my end too. Jesus. It's doing it again. Where the music just randomly gets super loud. Jeez. The envelope hasn't been fully opened. The scarlet wax melts in his hand. It begins to twist and like blood flow into him and into the letter. Oh shoot, max out his blood. Or not blood volume. Jesus. I'm mixing up too many things now. My brain's scrambled. It's as scrambled as Schulz's brain right now. Jesus. Pain sears his hands like they are being burned by fire, but he continues to fish out the letter from the gushing crimson blood as if he is possessed by a demon. You do it. War. Famine. Plague. Death. Who can hold on when Galilean arrives? Go on, my child. Do as I say. What is happening? This will be Schulz Rosium's last night in this trench. His mission is to travel 130 kilometers to deliver an assault plan to Fort Budleigh for the frontline garrison. He will set off at dawn in 3 hours. Horse is ready. Got a cigarette? Or some booze? Oh, there we go. Turn that volume back up. Magic and Magician. Are we back to Project Gestalt now? Okay, we are. Landau tries to calm himself by calculating the geometric fractals on the wooden wallpaper in the sun and the glow of sunset. Yet every time he lies on the bed counting those patterns, he is reminded of that night in rural Siberia, when his grandmother was knitting sweaters with sticks as thick as a finger while telling him religious stories. Her sweaters had the most intricate patterns, but Grandma was just an ordinary woman who had survived several wars. Was it natural talent? Or perhaps it was a deep human instinct, he wondered. Most people can't understand the mathematical principles behind these complex patterns, but that doesn't stop them from creating intricate designs on their doodles. That's not exactly true. He smirked. How can the entropy of the completed series of Shakespeare compare to Shakespeare himself? He glances at his watch. It's 5:50 p.m. He sits up abruptly and picks up the communication terminal beside him. Hello? Louis, are you there? Igor, you need me? It's so late already. Why are you still here? They're giving you a welcome party, not me. It's been so long. Where's Villiers? Is he still in the lab? Villiers didn't leave with Dr. Leibowitz when Leibowitz got off work, so Villiers should still be here. It should still be there. Go and get him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Tell him I said so. He listens to me. Alright, I'll try. Okay, see you at 6:30. Landau hangs up, stands up, opens the window, and lights a cigarette. He sees from the corner of his eye that the light in Braun's room on the first floor is also on. No wonder Braun hasn't shown up at work lately. Maybe he really doesn't get along with Korolev. Landau's room faces the council's most famous garden wall. Every summer, the 300-meter-long, 3-meter-high wall is covered in ivy and various flowers. It is the spot where many young couples in the academy confess their love. Aww. Each couple would leave a small pot of roses there as a symbol of their love, even if they don't end up staying together. This means extra work for the council's public workers, who have to collect these withered plants every winter. In his early days at the council, Landau would occasionally take a break, pour himself a drink, and secretly bless these young lovers. He believed that nothing was more precious than youth in a time like this. The sunset is at its peak, and under the flower wall, young lovers stroll in pairs. They're in their prime, in their 20s. Landau instinctively reaches for the glass by the window, only to realize that it's been empty for 3 years. Hanky face. The little yellow robot by his side looks unhappy. It nudges Landau's arm. Do you remember the bottle was filled with wine when we first came here 8 years ago, 42? Make it how it was before, 42. 42 seems reluctant to give his owner alcohol, but it simply nods and flies out to message the residence bureau for a wine delivery. Youth is indeed wonderful. Landau stretches, puts out his cigarette in the glass ashtray, and leaves his bedroom. The room dims right away as Landau steps out, and the sunset glow that was illuminating the wooden fractal wallpaper finally pierces through the facade. The golden light is now shining on the cold and monotonous projection screen. I didn't expect Section 2 to be so open-minded. Korolev. Of course we are. It's a fact. The middle-aged man, who is going a little bold, tilts his head back and downs his drink. Do you think the masses can read and understand our deep spaceship blueprints? Sometimes knowing too much can be a heavy burden for ordinary people, but the Science Council has always been open about it. Anyone interested in learning can apply to study at the Council at any time. Knowledge and truth are universally accessible. Actually, whether they are accessible doesn't depend on knowledge and truth itself. The refined woman with glasses, sitting next to Korolev, says, Anyone who wishes can apply to the Council for spacecraft blueprints and even build an aerospace plane or space station in their backyard. Knowledge and truth that aren't accessible are as meaningless as flowers in a vacuum jar. Whether it can be built is one thing, but we have no say in whether someone can get the permits. Yes, as Miss Schwartz said, there are no qualifications to obtaining knowledge and truth. Landau notices Villiers' frown and gently pats his shoulder. Villiers takes the hint and leaves their table. Your new student seems to have a strong personality, which is great. Yeah, but he can be a little strange. He always says he doesn't like crowded places. What do you think? Is he talented? Yeah. A few days ago, he proposed a multi-dimensional quantum anti-key scheme based on discrete finite groups. He looks quite promising. Why don't you take them? Why don't you just take them? Oh, you really don't take students anymore, right? I believe Mr. Leibowitz hasn't accepted any new students for a long time. Yeah, I mean, Leibowitz's last student is right here with us. You never thought your student would go to Section 2 for astrophysics, right? Uh-huh, and we have you to thank for coaxing her into it, of course. Nope, I definitely didn't do that. I think Leibowitz knew all along. Means the stars. I thought you'd say he would write an algorithm to predict which star his student would end up planting potatoes on. Mr. Korolev. Schwartz closes her mouth in embarrassment. By the way, Igor, we need to submit the budget for the second half of the year next week. What about it? Huh. Korolev slaps his thigh, and sits up straight. He looks a bit drunk. You don't want that Kalon kid to get another 20% of the budget now, do you? I think the mechanical prosthetic replacement technology they propose is quite interesting. Did you eat too many Ladolga mushrooms? Has it gotten into your brain? Don't drink so much, Korolev. Donla and the orbital array will cost money to build. Isn't Section 3 also starting to hire? I heard from John that you hired quite a few novelists and playwrights recently. What's that for? For Gestalt. We can't start everything without having the entire team. You haven't officially started yet? Korolev looks shocked. I thought you started when you came back. That's impossible. Building Gestalt requires experts and scholars from every field. It integrates basic science and engineering. Dominic said I don't need to worry about the budget, but the numbers in the report are... Landau clicks his tongue with a smile. Why do you need novelists and playwrights? You can't expect us lab rats to write creative stories, can you? I know that Mr. Landau is definitely good at telling jokes. You... One day I'll have Leibowitz send you to me for a taste of hell. Landau laughs brightly. I mean, designing something like this requires knowledge from every human disciple and field. I do plan to borrow some talents from sections 1 and 2, and also some funds. See, he's going to poach our people. I should complain to Dominic about you. I think the council will approve the funds for your new array in Dominic. Well, that also depends on whether the United Foundation can squeeze out more money, especially for Section 3. The council and the Foundation want results. They'll evaluate us in the first, third, and fifth years. Damn, I don't like that Trillard guy at all. A smooth talker. He sounds like he's chanting every time he speaks. That's politics for you. Ah, politics. Always politics. I hate it. What's about this? Landau pushes a glass of vodka to Korolev. Want to take this to the space station? Ah, it wasn't me who said it. Korolev quickly gulps down the vodka in a shot glass and takes the bottle from Landau. I think that might be hard. It's yours. You better keep an eye on him, Schwartz. This guy might just drink the whole bottle and actually take it to the space station. Ah, okay. I will. Nonsense. I'm sober 99% of the time when I'm drawing blueprints. You better not be in the office during that 1%. For a moment, the round table erupts in laughter that echoes through the restaurant. The Science Council's dining hall is a 3-story building with an eclectic style. Its architectural style is centuries old. It can only be seen at a few historical sites and some newly built exhibition halls. Villiers is standing on the balcony outside the full-length glass, gazing at the majestic white tower standing alone in the night. It used to be a Tycho-class radio telescope, but is no longer operational. The voice of a blonde girl interrupts Villiers' thoughts. Oh. Hello, I'm Valentina from Section 2. Villiers ignores the woman's greeting and continues to gaze at the telescope. When the telescope was built, this park hadn't been planned by the council yet. The telescope was shut down after the council moved here to prevent electromagnetic interference. She doesn't seem to realize Villiers isn't listening to her. She keeps talking while she leans on the railing. course, now it's Section 2's headquarters. Sometimes children visit it. The Real Observation Radio Telescope Mirror Arrays and Interference Network are in remote mountains and deserts. But many dense arrays and interferometers are no longer as effective with all sorts of overdevelopment in the past decade. We really need to put them into orbit. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Valentina's enthusiasm, Villiers thinks about going back into the restaurant, but his embarrassment is quickly dispersed by her endless chatter. Although the Tycho-class telescope is the largest one left in the old era, it's still quite big from this angle. By the way, your clothes tell me that you're from Kowloon? Mr. Kolov took me to see your observatory before he graduated. I heard that Kowloon's 8,000 square kilometer mirror array is still the largest astronomical observation array in the world. So you can talk. I was starting to wonder if you have some hearing or speech difficulties. I just don't want to talk. Is that hard to see? Science Council Section 3, Villiers? The girl examines Villiers' ID badge. So you're Dr. Landau's student. No wonder you also refuse to use implants like he does. I'm not his student, and do you know you chatter like a sparrow? I do? The girl gives him a bright smile, unfazed by Villiers' sarcasm. Are you Korolev's student? Yes. Oh, there you are. Checking out this old relic? The small balcony becomes even more cramped as Korolev tries to squeeze in with his slightly chubby body. I heard from Landau that you're from Kowloon. What about it? 3 Ptolemy-class telescopes will be delivered to the orbital platform tomorrow. Would you like to visit the International Space Station with us? Villiers doesn't respond. He waves his hand and leaves the crowded balcony without looking back. Weird one that is. Doesn't seem like he likes to talk at all. Only knows when the 3 telescopes would have been completed without the strong support of Kowloon's new leader. I was hoping to thank him. Thank him? You don't know? He's the younger brother of Kowloon's new leader. The Quantum Neural Synapse and Advanced AI Matrix is a supercomputer and AI project led by the Science Council. The project is a collaboration with universities and research institutes around the world. It is also the predecessor of the Project Gestalt. That's all they came up with? The balding man is clearly the one with the highest status among the 4 people in the elevator. The 2 young secretaries behind him immediately chime in. Hello, Gordon. What? Ramuslechi. Director of Finance of the Transatlantic Economic Community. Your new suit makes you look even more younger. A temperature difference between the R&D department and the outdoor area may cause discomfort. Please understand. We've also prepared breakfast for you. May you have a pleasant autumn morning. Is this a pre-recorded message? We didn't notify them in advance. No, Director. I am the 3rd visual simulation program of Project Gestalt and one of the creations of Section 3. So, after more than a year, they only managed to create a program that can talk? Patience, Gordon. Trillard adjusts his tie. He looks unbothered by the electronic voice from above. Do you know what Kowloon's Chilwen crew said when they created Section 3? What? I have no idea. The elevator shakes a little and the door slowly opens. Because they said nothing, Gordon. Absolutely nothing. Welcome to the entrance of Section 3's mainframe lab. Have a pleasant day. Researchers in white lab coats are busy at their workstations on either side of them. In the middle is a glass door several meters high, glowing in dim blue lights that look like stars. Behind this door runs the greatest electrical current in human history. Hello, Dr. Trillard. The tall man calmly shakes Trillard's hand by the elevator. Mr. Landau, is this Director Ramuslechi? Pleasure. Aye. You must be tired from the flight. Please, have a seat. Landau talks as he guides Trillard and his group to an office on the right side of the elevator. slowly starting to get tired of the reading, I'm not gonna lie. The office is only about 20 square meters and is filled with stacks of paper and documents. Paper documents, computation units, hardware, and color-coded labels. It looks like a vintage library from the era before. Across from the entrance is a wooden desk piled with documents and equipment. The photos on the table show that the owner of this space isn't entirely a workaholic. Next to the desk is a whiteboard covered in dense formulas and iterations. Above the whiteboard hangs a workstation with 3 screens connected to the ceiling by cable ducts. Reading simulator getting to you, yeah. What's striking is that the office is completely transparent and has a clear view of the massive central computer room of Section 3. Nice office, but you have no privacy at all. Privacy is an illusion in this time and age. Landau jokes before turning around to do something. Information is a double-edged sword. You will have to use paper cups because everyone here has their own cups. Landau hands a paper cup to Ramos Lecce, 1 to Trillard, and 2 to the 2 secretaries at the back. These are premium select Kato Beet coffee beans. Did you grow them yourself? From breeding to the final product. Ramos Lecce takes a sip. The 2 secretaries breathe a sigh of relief before quickly picking up their cups. The taste. It's been a long while since I've had coffee this good. The extraction is also great. That is also one of Gestalt's functions. Landau lifts his white ceramic coffee cup and points to the computing array behind the glass door. Gestalt's mechanical workers will one day handle all the agricultural processes, from cultivating to planting, watering, lighting, and fertilizing. We will then regulate the drying, processing, and packaging of these beans, as well as their distribution on the market, based on its planned economy. In the future, I won't need to personally select these beans. Gestalt will handle everything. This is indeed the age of information. No, Mr. Ramos Lecce. Landau interrupts Ramos Lecce assertively. This is the future, and it is a future that will definitely be realized. I understand all that, but... Ramos Lecce puts the paper cup on an empty spot on the shelf beside him. He glances at Trillard and finishes his sentence. But doesn't this all sound a bit too fantastical? I mean, this is just my 2 cents. Isn't it a bit too early to create super AI that can govern global affairs within 10 years? Creating something like this takes decades even in sci-fi novels, right? Confidence is a good quality, Mr. Landau. Landau doesn't quite understand Ramos Lecce's point and glances nervously at Trillard. Before Project Gestalt, we already had considerable experience in exploring and validating strong AI. With this foundation, Dominic estimated that Gestalt can be completed in 10 years. Mr. Landau means that both the Council and Chief Dominic have complete confidence in this. Trillard finishes Landau's thought. The Council has independently pushed for material science explosion and gold reactor design, but even then, Project Gestalt is still an intense mission requiring global cooperation. Regarding this, the Council has also considered its own interests. Confidence is about believing, Gordon. I mean, no one really thought the Council could actually build a cold reactor, right? We have also made the configuration completely public. Speaking of which, I think Dr. Landau and his mentor, Mr. Tsiolkovsky, are also one of the designers of the first generation cold reactor model. That was a long time ago. Ramos Lecce shakes his hand in dejection. To be honest, I am also feeling the pressure. I am responsible for the lives of many factory workers. Once Gestalt goes online, these people will lose all their jobs. Will all lose their jobs. And some people in the economic community also believe creating such a super AI goes against morality and is an act of defiance against God. They are also worried that one day the robot and AI crises depicted in science fiction may happen. No, Mr. Ramos Lecce. Landau's eyes become resolute. Pain is inevitable as we transition from one era to the next. In this era of high productivity, if we use Gestalt as our wings, humanity will surely fly further and higher. When that happens, each person will be assigned to the work and life they most desire based on their interests and hobbies. We can even establish our own cities on the moon. No, on Mars. Then people will be able to choose where they want to work and live. Also, Gestalt will never betray humanity. What? The two secretaries behind Ramslechi shiver in shock. Betray humanity? Isn't that what people are worried about? That AI will eventually turn against and attack humanity? That it will defy the foundational commands that we give them? I can assure you, Director, in the name of the Science Council, Gestalt will never betray humanity. Once Gestalt is completed, it will be under the jurisdiction of the world government. I believe establishing a world government that can actually coordinate global affairs is harder than creating a super AI capable of doing so, right? It will work, Gordon. Droid smiles confidently. When we give people the confidence to unite, we will inevitably move toward unity. Gestalt and the Science Council are in the best position to give people confidence. This is just a political benefit, Gordon. Imagine the immense energy and economic value behind it. Knowing that Ramslechi still has his doubts, Triller stops talking and walks over to throw his cup into the trash. Mr. Landau, show the director your magic. Magic? When we see things that cannot be explained by common sense or reason, we believe they are miracles and magic. Landau nods, picks up a walkie-talkie, says a few words, and a few researchers push a cart carrying piles of cables into the office. What is that? If you use common sense, it's magic. In scientific terms, it's called the Adaptive Scenario Engine and Visual Decision Nexus 3. It is the third generation. We usually call it Anton in our lab. This is just one of Gestalt's byproducts. It is actually responsible for testing the decision-making process of Gestalt, Project Gestalt. Currently, it only accesses 35% of the world's internet, but it includes all major academic fields and has passed the Turing test. It is capable of handling up to 300 quintillion language model problems. Future models will have access to even more. It can help you make any decision, Director. And I mean any decision. Landau turns on the device on the cart and it emits a small electromagnetic sound. Can't tell me whether I should launch a nuclear missile. That depends on how complex the undisclosed nuclear launch codes of the economic community are. If conditions are right, it can destroy the world through your decisions. Of course, it can also save the world. Holy shit. That's so much. Oh, whoops. Questions to the stars. Let me just have a little pause moment here. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, all this reading is slowly starting to get to me now. Oh boy. Okay. Questions to the stars. International space. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Korolev, Miss Schwartz, Miss Valentina, and Mr. Landau. A large robot is blocking the airlock door. A few colorful ribbons are hanging from its mechanical arms. The ribbons don't float in the air because of the simulated gravity on the space station. All right. Korolev pats the large robot, telling it and the researchers around it to settle down. You are all making such a big fuss, it's not my first time here. It's been 877 days since the director last visited that space station. Miss Valentina, I believe it's been a while since you last visited as well. Anyway, let's move this big guy out of the way, or we can't get the equipment in through the door later. Korolev gives the big machine another heavy pat. He doesn't seem worried about damaging it at all. Quick! Please wait. The big bulky robot suddenly looks solemnly at Korolev. Mr. Korolev, please hand over the strong alcohol you are carrying. What? Laughter erupts around Korolev. You. Korolev reaches into his pocket with an embarrassed smile on his face. You really carry that bottle of liquor up here? This was a gift from Dr. Landau. I've kept it safe for over a year. According to the International Space Station current regulations, no liquid with an alcohol concentration above 2% is allowed in any chamber of the station. It's just a bottle of vodka. According to the regulations, vodka is also not allowed. Drunkards are far more destructive than the alcohol itself. Mr. Korolev, why don't you let it keep the alcohol for you? Schwartz, who is standing next to Korolev, says with a subtle smirk. Can't I have a little special treatment? No, Mr. Korolev. Alright, I'll bring you another bottle when I get back. Laughter erupts again in the cramped airlock chamber. Humph. Korolev hands the bottle of vodka over to the big guy reluctantly. Having achieved its goal, the robot leaves with the bottle. It was just a joke. I mean, I was only one of the people who drafted these regulations. These regulations, jeez. Do you think I would break the law I helped create? Oh, so your sense of humor has improved. Researchers in front of Korolev suddenly step aside to let a middle-aged Asian military officer walk by. Oh, Commander Hui Han. Korolev immediately steps forward and extends his arm to greet the officer. Hello, Mr. Korolev. Miss Schwartz, Miss Valentina, you must be Dr. Landau. Hui Han glances at the person behind Korolev. Landau nods in response. Hi, Commander Hui Han. We brought the equipment with us. It's all back there. You can go ahead and assemble it to prepare for the EVA later. Korolev waves at the researchers who have come to greet them. The researchers follow him to deal with the scientific equipment. Shall we walk as we talk? Sure. Schwartz, Valentina, and Landau follow Korolev and Hui Han into the vast chambers of the International Space Station. Did the researchers give you any trouble? Not at all. They usually stay in the Arcadia experiment module or are working at the node on Dawnlight. I barely ever see them. Korolev notices a few soldiers walking down the corridor while they walk down the hall. One of them is dressed in an Arctic Route Union uniform. He gives Hui Han a salute. Behind him are several soldiers in Transatlantic Economic Community uniforms. Why can't you just shorten it to TEC? Hui Han nods back to the men, returning the salute, and keeps walking with Korolev's group as if nothing has happened. Mr. Korolev, you're here this time for a meeting and to update the components of the module for Vanguard, right? Yes, we're also trying to integrate the orbital astronomical array system into another project. Korolev suddenly remembers he should keep Project Gestalt confidential, but figured the commander probably already knows about it. Still, he avoided mentioning the name Project Gestalt. Got it. Hui Han responds casually with the tone of a militant. So, that's why Dr. Landau is also here. The module for Vanguard is the control center for the astronomical array system. It is under the Council's jurisdiction. I'll hand the control over to you and Miss Schwartz shortly. Is there anything else you need my help with? That would be all, Commander Hui Han. I'll also need your help with Dawnlight. Just doing what I'm supposed to. Don't worry about it. Hui Han says while he checks his watch and stands upright. The meeting is about to start. I'll have my crew get ready. Alright, thank you. Mr. Korolev, I'll need you to attend the meeting a bit later. About that. Korolev waves his hand dismissively. I'll pass. Let Schwartz and Valentina go. Mr. Korolev, we can't attend such an important meeting in your place. This is something you must go through, you understand? Korolev pats Schwartz's shoulder with the same force he used on the mechanical big guy earlier. I should, old man, take another look at my children, yeah? You go and attend the meeting for me. You should know very well what attitude Section 2 in the council should have. If you have any questions, just ask Commander Huihan. You know him. Mr. Korolev, are you sure about this? Of course. I'm usually very serious, except when I'm joking. But Huihan's gaze turns from hesitant to serious once more, and he nods in earnest. We're just a bunch of rocket and spaceship tinkerers. Sometimes we are more straightforward, but you're a soldier. You just do what you need to do. Got it. Well then, Miss Schwartz, Miss Valentina, please follow me. Schwartz looks at Korolev with doubt and surprise, but quickly nods and takes Valentina's hand as if moved by something. Let's go. We'll go together. Mr. Korolev. Go on. What are you being afraid of? You're my student, and Schwartz is Leibowitz's student. Who would dare bully you? Korolev laughs and pushes Valentina and Schwartz ahead. Valentina goes silent, but as they turn around the corner of the space station cabin, she looks back at her mentor in confusion. What? What about it? Thought you were the only way with successors? Can they handle that kind of meeting? What's the big deal? The soldiers still address me as Mr. Korolev with respect. One day they'll call them ladies. They won't disappoint you. The young folks run the world, and there isn't anything we can do about that. Hey. Korolev pats Landa on the back. Are you thinking about Villiers? Kind of. I think he's a good student, but he's too stubborn and a bit extreme. It doesn't matter who you are. He's your student, and you treat him like your son. I don't. Don't say that. What's the phrase they say in Kowloon? Once a teacher, always a father. Right? Alright, no more jokes. Let's all stand here. Come on. Vanguard's main control room is just up ahead. Integrating this array of 37 space telescopes into your gestalt is no easy task. It's fine. We'll come up with it here. Get your people to help outside. Villiers and Lu Wei are waiting to connect on the ground. Technically, this machine isn't a gestalt yet. It's still a prototype. Calling it this machine is so cold. You created it with your own hands, so it is your child. I have 37 children. Oh, plus Dawnlight, so 38. Treat them well. This meeting, called the International Space Station and Spaceport Starship Docking and Usage Regulation Negotiation, Jesus, was originally scheduled to take place on the ground. It's like 3 different names into one. It's like 3 different titles, jeez. However, due to conflicting opinions, the Science Council had to mediate even the meeting location. This meeting is intended to eliminate barriers and limitations between us for our future and for outer space. Dominic. And well, what place is better than outer space, right? Dominic and the Science Council seem to have convinced everyone, so the meeting is held 460 kilometers above the ground on the International Space Station. However, the idea of boundary-free is just an idea for now. We have objections to Article 32, Section A, Subsection 4 of this regulation. Any spacecraft operating beyond the Kármán line but within 50 kilometers must declare their call sign to show that they come in peace. What is the space station standard? How did it come about? We can't just blindly accept this Kármán line standard. Also, the standard for space boundaries should have been changed in last century's war conventions. Modern weapons can already strike from upper Earth hemisphere. The Kármán line is now the bottom line, and we believe that during peacetime, starships and spacecraft in space should voluntarily exchange call signs. Soldiers live by orders, but every soldier here is defending their interests with compromise and the peace and unity they believe in. Schwartz and Valentina, sitting at the head of the table, feel like they're sitting on pins and needles. This is their first time seeing military disagreements and debate. Almost every speaker is looking directly at Commander Huihan because they are on the International Space Station, which should have no boundaries or barriers or boundaries. This Air Force colonel from Kowloon shows no favoritism. He is sitting at the front, carefully listening to everyone's opinions. Commander Huihan, are you going to say something? The steadfast Kowloon general doesn't answer her. He only nods. Well, our military reach has expanded from the... Excuse me. Troposphere to the orbital heights of starship operations, but we still don't have a comprehensive way to regulate outer space. We won't achieve anything if we keep arguing like this. The Arctic Route Union officer who saluted Huihan in the space station hall Wei says after standing up. Don't forget that we came here for peace. That's right, and we have the power to prevent any unnecessary conflicts. A soldier in Kowloon uniform stands up to declare his stance. Everyone in the room looks over at Commander Huihan, hoping their leader will give them direction. Folks. Huihan waves his hand to signal to the officers to sit down. Don't expect a single meeting to bring about peace and cooperation. That's impossible. I understand that every one of you is holding on to unwavering beliefs, and you are sincerely hoping to contribute to this meeting of peace. So, with that in mind, I suggest we listen to the opinions of the Science Council. All the officers turn their heads to look at Schwartz and Valentina, who are sitting at the head of the table. They exchange a nervous look. Schwartz nods, takes out some documents from a briefcase, and begins to speak. I'm Clara Schwartz, Executive Director of R&D Section 2 of the Science Council. She clenches gently onto the document in her hand, where her voice is flowing smoothly. We believe that the use of the International Space Station and its affiliated spaceports should be based on the principles of equality, peace, and respect. Currently, the military forces of various countries, along with their aerospace military operation and navigation units already in use. These starships, though still in their infancy, have already proven their capability to conquer the stars. Please remember, without the Science Council's cutting-edge research in material science and energy theory, these starships would have still been nothing but ideas on paper. The unwavering philosophy of the Science Council is that we cannot find our place in the far reaches of deep space and enter the future with dignity, but relying on the strength of a few. We insist on sharing our research results with the world to promote progress and speed up the development of all of humanity. We also hope the world will respect and use the results of the research to achieve peace. Schwartz hears some whispers in the room during her speech. What I have here is data on the in-orbit objects within the average altitude range of each commonly used orbit inside the graveyard orbit. From the Spacer Telescope Mirror Array built by the Science Council, to the current International Space Station you are in, and to the higher satellite orbits and geostationary orbits, we have already created a true net around this planet. Now we are using this to stand by our cradle and looking back at it. Schwartz hands the documents to Valentina, who gets up and walks to the Arctic Route Union officer who stood up earlier to stop the quarrel. Valentina puts the paper documents into the projector next to him. As space strategies, starships, spaceports, and orbital satellites are gradually deployed, their numbers will only increase. In the foreseeable future, our activities in the space between Earth and the Moon will become even busier. That being said, if we continue to doubt one another's intentions and refuse to take down barriers, conflict will be inevitable. I believe no one here wants to see the war that caused the Great Depression again, and if war does happen, it will reach deep space. It will easily drag humanity into a bottomless abyss. Schwartz shows everyone another document, but this time she doesn't hand it to Valentina. I believe you can all see this document without the projection. On the A4 paper are two astronauts in ancient spacesuits, shaking hands in front of what appears to be a tiny door. You must have seen this photo in your textbooks. Over 100 years ago, when humanity took its first step toward the stars, pioneers from nations at war set a model for peace in space. From the moment humans first gazed at the stars from their cradle, humans made a wish to go beyond this cradle together. Now that we can turn around to look back at our cradle, what excuses do we have to not tear down the barriers between us? Schwartz is speaking in a small voice, but her words resonate in the serene space. Science Council will continue to pave the way for humanity to reach the stars through the work of Section 2 and we will continue to share our achievements with you. This is our promise and commitment. Science Council does not control any armed forces. We cannot force you to abide by any rules or arguments. You may very well be bookworms in an ivory tower in your eyes. But we sincerely hope that when humanity steps into the next era among the stars, everyone can proudly say that we wrote the first footnote in the name of human civilization. Schwartz nods, indicating to Hui Han that she has finished speaking. She also sits back down and the room is immediately filled with murmurs. In the corner of the photo Schwartz was just holding up is the blue planet in a porthole. The planet is soaked in sweat and has turned deep blue. It is the blue color of the blue ocean as seen from Earth. A tall, thin figure and a short, slightly plump figure, are busy working by the sealed full-length window. They look somewhat lonely. The tall man's 10 fingers are flying all over his keyboard, leaving a symphony of formulas and codes. The short and slightly plump man is buried amidst a forest of dense wires and cables. Every now and then he would cut down a grove and plant a shrub. They are a father and a son, as much as they are a teacher and his student. Only when humanity truly leaves the quietly anchored planet in the sun's warm harbor will they share the same name and history, just as they now call those truly venerable people of the past era. Pioneers. Ugh. Inferno. I'll say it once again, this is just a story. Okay, I'm guessing this one's going back to, Shoals. I am Schulz Rosium. I write poems, novels, and sometimes reviews. The stories I write are wild, diverse, and always extreme. I can be a soldier in a trench in a story, and a pioneer piloting a spaceship heading to the edge of the universe in the next. I'm just munching on a chocolate. Who knows? Isn't that how stories should go? Okay. I've been to Kelong. It feels like it's my second home sometimes. There's a saying in a book that goes, in the course of history, the past dominates the present, while in the writing of history, the present dominates the past. You see, history isn't that different from stories. Morality is like clay in our hands that can be shifted and shaped. People's morals can be as vile as devils or as noble as saints. I mean, the things I write are nothing but stories. I write many stories and poems about people. In the end, they are all just stories. Each story is different, and so is each person. For example, the poor soul in the story I published last week in Babylonia Weekly is actually based on my editor, who nags me about deadlines every day. I despise him because he used to talk about his miserable childhood, curse of the family. Like other writers, it's important for me to know many people and experience things. Otherwise, what would I write about? That's why I'm often not at home or in the office. Makes sense, right? Nobody can stop me from finding inspiration. My friends often say that I write disgusting, terrible, psychopathic, and nauseating stories. I break these down for my readers because I am a sadist. I must refute that claim. There's a reason for what I do. Who would want to write about suffering and tragedies? Shouldn't we only write about joy? Otherwise, I wouldn't have written about that poor abandoned soul. That poor thing. My editor must be the person who deserves the most pity in the world. In the story with the abandoned dude, I also wrote about an artist with a terrible sense of beauty and a long-haired cat with awful fur. I spent an entire week observing my poor editor in the office so I could write this story. Maybe it was 4 days. I can't remember the earlier weeks, but our department asks for submissions every Friday. The story I'm about to tell you was first published in the 5,786th issue of Babylonia Weekly on the 7th page of the fiction collection. I actually had the inspiration for it 4 weeks ago, but I only started writing it 3 days ago. The Ordovician extinction that happened 445 million years ago wiped out 85% of living species on this planet. 360 million years ago, 82% was wiped out. 251 million years ago, it was 95. 199 million years ago, it was 50. 66 million years ago, 75. 10,000 years ago, humans fought against this world with stones and sticks and survived. However, since the birth of human civilization, 83% of animal species have become extinct. These words seem familiar. Schulz. The chubby middle-aged man hands a thick stack of manuscripts to Schulz. He wipes the oily sweat off his sallow face with a stained handkerchief. It almost looks like Schulz was the one who had to review and finish the manuscript on time. The stack of manuscripts is covered in corrections and tiny notes written on the margins. It looks like it had a serious surgery that lasted a full day and has left it in shambles. Schulz tugs at his tie and glances uneasily at the clock on the wall. Didn't I already tell you that traditional sci-fi doesn't sell well these days? What do you mean? Nobody cares about sci-fi these days. That's where reasonable imagination is needed. How do you know that what we see is always the truth? If you ask me, the theories and phenomena we have today only happen to be explainable by human reason and language. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to us. I know what it means. That's what it means, but look. The chubby man named Kevin hands another report full of data to Schulz with a forced smile. Look at the data. Subscribers these days want thrills and exciting stories, and they only read for fun. How are you supposed to get more readers if you don't write something eye-catching? If you ask me, you should change the entire structure of the star to infinitely replicable synthetic humans or something like that. How would that work? You don't trust me? Kevin isn't speaking in a forceful tone at all. It even sounds a bit like he's pleading. But Schulz has no choice. Schulz doesn't trust this pot-bellied man at all, but he has no choice. Kevin has already successfully brought about many popular columns. Schulz knows exactly what happened to those critically acclaimed but unpopular stories. Hey, Kevin. I've said it before. At the end of the day, we are in the service industry. There's no need to only show readers people's miserable lives, the tragedies and suffering that feel like a lump of mud. Everyone's life is already bad enough. Why not give them hope? We shouldn't always tell readers negative things just because their lives are terrible. No, our department lives off this stuff and you know it. People love reading things like that. Anyways, write it, Schulz, for my sake. Or, I think you should start over. What? Look, you've got so many corrections. Why not give it another try? Schulz lets out a long sigh. Alright, I'll try. What choice does he have? Kevin is his boss. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. Kevin smiles and turns to leave. His smile almost forced the sweat to drip off his face. Schulz watches him walk away. He lets out another long sigh and throws the tattered manuscript onto the table. Such is his life. Babylon Weekly is the largest newspaper in the city, largest only among the legitimate papers, excluding the illegally printed ones distributed in the alleys and garages featuring seductive women. Ooh, there's really nothing much to say about this city. The sky is always gray and it's always raining. In Schulz's memory, the largest stretch of rain here lasted 4 years, 11 months, 2 days. Jesus! The red bricks and cement seams are covered in colorful slimy moss and mushrooms from being constantly wet. Workers in orange raincoats scrape the fungus off the walls and let them drain away with the needles and glass shards down into the sewer. In the deep, dark alleys, people are always crying. Adults cry and children cry. The unemployed, the homeless, and workers don't want to go home often, line up bottles, and then kick them over. It is their only legal pastime, aside from beating up their wives and children. Jesus. Jules hates thinking about these things because he has seen too much, and because he was once one of them. He doesn't want to write about these things either. Jules stops his thoughts and grabs the crumpled pack of cigarettes on the table, only to find it empty. Want a cigarette? A well-maintained but dry hand reaches out to him with a cigarette between its fingers. Aren't you going to quit smoking? Jules takes the cigarette but stares at the woman's slightly heaving chest. Heavy chest. She giggles, but not only for a few seconds before turning away. She flips through a notebook on the table with a cigarette in her mouth. Schwartz is in charge of the urban section. Oh, before this joke-loving woman was his editor. It was inevitable because Kevin was just too talented, and Schwartz tactically left the fiction section and gave the position to Kevin. Your shirt needs mending. Schwartz blows a smoke ring, which quickly disappears in the smoky editorial office. I fell yesterday. Weren't you going to quit smoking? Quitting for 3 days still counts as quitting. You don't get lung cancer. Right back at you? What the hell? I had a period point and then a question mark. Schwartz shakes her head, indicating she has work to do, but says no more. Schultz holds the cigarette in his mouth and reaches into his pocket for a lighter, but finds a small, squared, velvet-covered box instead. Ugh. He needs to be at 29B Owen Street at precisely 6:10 p.m., because that is when Helena's family would be coming home from work. Schultz lights the cigarette and checks the clock. It's already 5:30 p.m. Cough. Cough. Schultz exhales some smoke and nudges Schwartz with his elbow. I'm leaving. Isn't it still a while before we get off work? I have something to do today. Then you should tell Kevin. Already did. I already told him. Schultz pulls out an orange card from a stack of paper on his desk. It's as if he got a warm piece of meat in front of a pack of wolves. Heads lift and eyes bulge as people glance at the clock and then fix their eyes on Schultz's time card. Got something to do. Something. He mutters as he weaves his way through the hairy legs of wolves. He stuffs his time card into the unreliable time clock before ducking out of the smoky, dimly lit editorial office. Bastards. Schultz spits on the ground. The rain outside had lined up since he came to work in the morning, but this kind of rain is the most awkward. It doesn't look bad, but walking 20 minutes to Owen Street without an umbrella would definitely get him almost soaked. When it rains after the smog, the raindrops carry coal ash and dirt. It's dirty. Schultz is wearing a suit he borrowed from the old man upstairs and doesn't want to return it stained with damp dust. Finally, he opens his umbrella and walks into the rain. Few people are on the street at this hour because Schultz left work early. 5:30 p.m. isn't usually the end of his workday. From Greystone Street, where the editorial office is, it would take 15 minutes by bus to get to Owen Street, but about 20 minutes on foot. Schultz feels like walking. He wants to buy a flower on the way. So he starts walking. He is holding a black polyester umbrella in one hand and clutching a small red velvet box in his pocket with the other. This is his only formal suit. He tries to stretch his hand in his pocket downward to cover the hole that's usually not noticeable. 10 minutes later, he turns from Greystone Street into an alley before walking onto Owen Street. Nothing has happened. When he gets to the end of Owen Street, he sees a tall chimney shrouded in mist and rain. That is Owen Factory Number 2. Owen Factory Number 2 is the only thing that makes the city's residents feel like the city hasn't completely turned into a heap of mud. The street was probably only coincidentally named Owen Street. However, no one can say for sure what Owen Factory Number 2 actually produces. The factory has about 1,000 workers, all of whom live on Owen Street. Helena's family also works there. Some workers say they cast 2-meter iron balls every day. Some say they melt iron balls into molten iron. Others say they paint on chrome-plated boards, while still others say that they punch 300 highly precise gears daily. It sounds like the jobs have nothing to do with one another, but all manage to produce something in the end. Mister, freshly picked flowers for the best quality. Would you like some? A skinny little girl standing by a wall covered in pale yellow moss calls out in a faint voice. Her voice is drowned out by the trickling rain before it reaches any ears. Mr. Flowers? How much? Roses for 3 yen, carnations for 2 yen, and snowball flowers for 1 yen. The flower girl's basket only has a few flowers. Rainwater drips from their petals, making the withering flowers look more enticing. The flowers now seem like they're covered in dew. I'll take a rose. Schultz picks out 3 coins from his pocket, puts them one by one into the girl's outstretched palm. The girl takes the coins and hands Schultz a flower before nervously tugging his sleeve, eyes flickering. How old are you? The girl doesn't want to talk, so she just shakes her head. Schultz reaches out and grabs the girl's arm. He isn't very strong himself, but he can easily overpower the malnourished flower girl. These needle marks. Mister. Schultz suddenly notices a bulky man in a trench coat standing beside him. The man grabs Schultz's wrist to stop him from pulling up the flower girl's sleeve. What do you want? The flower girl looks intently at the man's large bowler hat, her chest heaving. Schultz knows that this man means trouble. Schultz can't suppress his anger, but he releases the flower girl's arm. He doesn't want his cheap sense of justice to ruin his day. Nothing. Good. The man gradually releases his grip on Schultz. Dad? Here's the money. The flower girl hands the 3 coins to the man with trembling hands. The man says nothing, takes the money, pats Schultz on the shoulder, and leaves. Fear wells up in the flower girl's eyes. She turns away at once, seemingly worried that Schultz might say another word to her. Schultz sighs, stuffs the rose into his pocket, and walks away. Things like this only happen far too often in this city. They use despicable methods to control children and give absolutely no damn about their well-being whatsoever. Even if they survive to adulthood, they'll just end up as addicts who die way too early. His cowardly sense of justice rises in his chest but quickly vanishes in the sticky, thick rain. The rain has remained the same since he left the editorial office. It neither intensifies nor stops. He lifts his arm to check his watch. It's exactly 6 o'clock. Schultz continues walking from this corner to 29B31 Owen Street. Within 3 minutes, Schultz is standing in front of the old wooden door. It's 10 after 6. They should be home from work by now, but he still has time. He stuffs the withering rose into his pocket and leans against the wall. Feels like someone's watching him. Schultz scratches his chin. He feels like someone is watching him from every direction, but he can't find the source. He hesitates before pushing the door open. Just as he puts his hand on the handle of 29B31 Owen Street, 7 or 8 bulky men wearing trench coats and hats suddenly rush up at him. Schultz is restrained before he can even react. He can feel the cold steel that makes up the pair of handcuffs on his wrists. What? Who are you? What do you want? A man in a trench coat and hat, who looks like the leader, stands in front of Schultz. The man presses down on Schultz's shoulder and takes out a police badge. I'm Martin Liu Wei, local police chief. Schultz Rosium, you are under arrest for the murder of Helena Clinton and 11 others. I will be taking you to the local police station for questioning. What is going on? Wait, something's not right. How did Schultz Rosium carry out these murders? He is an ordinary nameless writer, physically weak and unintelligent. How did he kill so many? Helena Clinton was a factory worker, but Schultz had never been to the factory. He didn't live with the workers, so how can he write about them? I crossed out that part of the draft after thinking it over. But that's not exactly right. I'm a writer and a storyteller. Why can't I be a murderer? The problem here is the method. Hey, Helena? Yeah, what's up? That's a cool character sprite. Or character portrait. The petite charming girl responds with a smile while operating the lathe that is dozens of times larger than her. There is so much noise in the factory that Schultz has to raise his voice too. Hey, Helena! Yeah, what's up? Nothing, I just wanted to call your name. When do you get off work? 6 o'clock. Hey, you. A rugged old worker walks over from the other side of the lath. Dad. Oh, hello, Mr. Clinton. Better not get any ideas about my daughter. People like you shouldn't be in a factory like this. Get lost. The old worker waves his white towel covered in soot in an attempt to shoo Schulz away. It isn't until 6 o'clock in the evening that Schulz sneaks back into the workshop. By then, most of the workers have left. The machines have stopped, and the workshop is no longer as noisy as usual. Hey, over here. What a lovely girl. The dust on her oval face can't hide the joy and happiness radiating from within. She is so beautiful that even her coal-stained work clothes look good on her. She waves at me, signaling me to come closer, but she quickly realizes she isn't dressed for a date, so she grabs a towel from the shelf, wipes the dust off her face, and blushes. Where is this going? Well, I don't have clean clothes, and my dad doesn't know I'm not home, so I can't go home to change. It's okay. It's okay. Just being with you makes me happy. A rose doesn't lose its beauty just because it's wrapped in newspaper. You're speaking in riddles again. The girl twirls softly and walks joyfully into the rumbling factory. Let's take a walk inside. How did she die? How did I murder this poor girl without mercy? Helena's workshop is used to forging huge iron balls. Next to it is the workshop where her father melts these iron balls in a large furnace. It is a futile effort. No one knows what Owen Factory No. 2 actually produced. It seems almost like an ever-changing, ever-reorganizing Rubik's Cube. The factory's greatest advantage is its futility, which allows it to operate without regulations. That's why this factory is the best place to hide secrets. Schulz holds the rope with one hand, looping it around her neck, while stuffing the towel she used to wipe her face into her mouth with the other hand. Hang on, I'm trying to... Hang on. Sorry, I keep pausing because, I keep thinking, what is happening? I'm starting to think that the previous node that was titled Hell, where it was like Schulz as a soldier and all that shit, I'm starting to think that was just like a story written. Like, kind of like how he's writing how a story is being written right now with Schulz right here. I feel like it's just all just fabricated stories right now. That's what it feels like to me. Because it's just kind of, it feels like it's like jumping all over the place. And I feel like that because earlier in this specific node, they're using names like Schwartz and Lu Wei, two scientist names. And they mentioned in a previous node how they were getting playwrights and story writers for Gestalt. So I feel like these are stories written up by the AI or something. Or I don't know. Or these are stories that will be given to the AI later. I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of for why they're using names like Schwartz and Lu Wei. Hi, Jeannie. That's my theory. Like, that's my theory. Like, the real world stuff is the stuff involving Landau and the scientists. But the stuff involving Schulz here is all, like, just story stuff. Like, fictional stories in this chapter. That's what I'm theorizing. That's what I'm thinking. Because it's weird. It's making me feel weird. Specifically when they use Schwartz and Lu Wei as in this. Like, it's making me think that way. That's why. It's so weird. Theory? Alright, let's hear it. You can type it up as I continue reading, because that's just how I'm feeling. It's so weird. The girl's fingernails dig into rust and dirt, but her struggle is futile. When she finally loses consciousness from the lack of oxygen, her hands are already tightly bound, and her mouth is stuffed with a towel. Sorry, Helena. He is trembling as he puts her into the nearly sealed iron ball. He is so nervous he accidentally rips a hole in his shirt. Sorry, I can't. I can't control myself. Forgive me. Forgive me for loving you so much. Please forgive me, please. He bows sincerely to the iron ball, apparently actually trying to seek forgiveness from it. When he looks up again, he notices faint engravings on the massive iron ball. He sees the ocean and the continents. Sorry, I just can't help it. Tears well up in his eyes, blurring his vision, as if they are about to flow onto the iron ball where the ocean is and make the sound of waves crashing. This iron ball, etched with the Earth's landscape, will be melted down before being recast. When old Baron arrives at work the next day, people find him in a foul mood. Baron looks as if he hasn't slept all night. Baron refuses to say why when asked. He stubbornly continues his work, transporting the iron balls into the giant furnace, melting them down. He gives the new workers who replace Helena to recast the molten iron into new Earths. Yeah, that's it. Why did I do it? Don't expect the actions of a third-rate writer released from a mental asylum to make sense. I'm already contributing to society by not wandering the streets aimlessly. But why did I really, truly love her? Yes, I loved her. She was the one I should have married. We would have had children and lived a poor but stable life in this city. I thought it all through. If we didn't have children, we would adopt one from the orphanage. Orphans are one of the few things the city has too many of. At a certain age, we'll be stripped of our right to work because the city never runs out of labor. Each person is like a machine part, tirelessly working the giant gear without a soul. Right after that, I'll be stuck at home every day, writing novels about the city's pains, sorrows, and scars that nobody reads. And my life will have to draw crude illustrations for illegal tabloids in between household chores. I know her. Once she decides on something, no one can convince her otherwise. I can't blame her. How can I expect her to be mentally stable when she picks this kind of hobby to make pocket money? Until the day I die. I'm not sure who will go first, but I'll be buried in the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Part of me hopes I won't die, or at least that'll become a topic of conversation after I die. I hope that one day a ghost named Schulz will have 1,000,000 clones and nobody can ever kill him. How cool would that be? You don't get it. This city is already a hellish dump. We might as well become one with it. Someone knocks at the door. What? Schulz, you're rambling again. I'm writing a novel. Enough. Come here. Take your pills and have some food and be quiet. I dragged my shackled feet reluctantly to the wooden door behind 3 layers of iron plates to get my grand dinner and the medicine of redemptive. Is he just a skit? Is he just going schizo mode right now? What's happening? Be quiet, okay? Okay. I'm Schulz Rosium. I write poems, novels, and sometimes reviews. Who knows? Isn't that how stories should go? Everything, all of this, is just a story. What the heck? Yeah, I'm yeah, I'm starting to think that Schulz overall just isn't real. He's just he's like a character. I don't know, man. Because again, one of these nodes involving Gestalt was like talking about how they're getting playwrights and story writers to give stories to Gestalt. And then there's Schulz saying like everything after all, including this is a story. I feel like Schulz is just straight up an AI being. And after all the dark stories, he's like, and maybe all the dark stories being fed, I don't know. All the dark stories involving humanity and shit, that's why Schulz is like, I hate humanity. I don't know, man. It's so weird. It's so weird. for this stuff to be so odd, there better be a good, like, payoff. I swear. Children. How long? Alright, we're back to reality. Snap back to reality. The A-31 launch platform's tarmac is packed with people. The Siberian cold is making people tightly grip their thick coats and scarves, and the wildless, icy air isn't dampening anyone's enthusiasm and curiosity. Yeah. See, that's a good theory, because I was saying it just a few seconds ago. What if Schulz is just overall this actually just an actual AI being that's in these stories, that was generated from these stories? I didn't think of him being the other hidden half of Gestalt though, but that would make sense. That would also make sense as to why Schulz was able to hack into the is able to invade Huashu. That would make sense too. That would make sense. That's crazy. If that theory is true, then that's crazy. We are now looking at the core command module of the Dawn 3 deep space ship. It is the pioneer of Project Orient, which is jointly conducted by the World Astronomical Study Assembly and the Science Council. If Huashu can hack Gestalt, it would make sense that Gestalt/Schulz could hack Huashu. Yeah. Frost is clinging to the reporter's mustache. He tries his best to describe the scene to viewers behind the screen with his freezing lips. This core command module is carried by the core carrier rocket, powered by the Ratlin 15 cold reactor, and propelled within the atmosphere by the inertial confinement ignition device. The Quark carrier rocket is the most advanced ground-to-space transport solution currently available. Tinfoil Hat is going crazy, yeah. Because I figured they were at the beginning of this entire section of the story. At first, it's like Project Gestalt, Landau, the scientist, Villiers, whatever, right? And then the next one was Hell, where it was Schulz being a soldier. I was like, okay, we're getting backstory on Schulz, right? And then back to Gestalt. And then I think it was another Gestalt node. But then the previous node is on Schulz, but this time he's a writer in an editorial office. And I'm sitting here like, okay, did we fast forward in his timeline or something? But then the other two people inside the office, or the one person inside the office named Schwartz, and then Lu Wei being this police officer. That's when I was like, what the heck is happening? It's so weird. The writers at Kuro were like, you know what? We're gonna try and mess up with your minds. You read this chapter and watch us haven't had the motivation to do that. Well, if you don't feel like reading them yourself, why don't you just listen by going to my stream? I'm just kidding. That's one way to promote myself. But since you haven't read Aeon Reforged, I will say it's a fantastic chapter. Fantastic chapter. And Polaris Bond is by far right now the longest chapter to go through. This is after all part 3, so. No, you're not on the self plug. Ugh. I feel gross when I do a self plug. I feel gross. I don't want to be that kind of person. I don't want to constantly self-plug. After reaching the International Space Station and WAXA's orbital port, the core module will complete its final assembly with the Dawn 3 ship, currently in synchronosis blah 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 blah. English is so freaking hard. Synchronous orbit. And today, the A-32 launch platform, this pointer to the stars, will also retire. Okay, I need to slow down with the reading. This most advanced launch platform in the world was funded by the Kowloon Chamber of Commerce. Over the decades, it has carried out 16 project-oriented missions. Only one of them failed. Okay. This is reality right here. The reporter points to the towering structure behind him with a bit of a struggle. He isn't alone. Dozens of cameras around him are also broadcasting this historical moment to the world, each with a reporter in front. Behind the journalists, further out on the empty land and on the river, is a sea of cars and heated tents stretching for kilometers. Hundreds of thousands of people from around the world have flocked into this desolate wilderness. They all speak different languages and have different skin colors. There are working-class families and billionaires who arrive on helicopters waiting to witness the spectacle. In the cold December wind, everyone has their necks tilted back, waiting for the moment. Hey! Not far away, a figure in a heavy winter coat is weaving toward a flag planted by the Science Council. Valentina! What's going on? Shouldn't you be in the control center right now? I thought you'd come here after the launch. I've done what I needed to do. I've left the rest to my students. Valentina takes off her wool hat. Her golden hair is shining brightly in the winter sun and snow. Wouldn't it be better for you to be there at such an important... Wouldn't it be better for you to be there at such an important moment? I'm not that type of person. Valentina looks around and notices that someone is missing. Where's Dr. Callan? He should be on standby at the port of the International Space Station right now. If that's the case. Schwartz hesitates. Her glasses are covered in frost, hiding her face. Is your daughter up there too? Everyone's immediately returned. Well, everyone immediately turns to look at Valentina, who is silently staring at the launch platform. Do you really know how to hit the sore spot? It's okay. It is her choice. I've done all I can for her. And I want to watch the whole process from down here, as a mother. Landau's broad, gentle hand rests on Valentina's slightly trembling shoulder. Father would have been proud of her. I know that Cullen will take care of everything for her. He will. You should have pressed that launch button yourself. Everyone should be responsible for their creations up until the final moment. Each one of us is made of stardust. Everyone on that ship is a child of humanity. Each carries with them the cause of humanity. We originate from the stars, and one day we shall return to them. All right. Scholes pulls out an antique camera from her backpack. Let's take a photo. Is that a film camera? I spent a lot to get this. They say the quality is better. This kind of camera, its sharpness will be worse than even the cheapest terminal you can get today. Huh? I thought you Kowloon folks like vintage stuff. I'm not a junk collector. When it comes to spoiling the fun, you never disappoint. Alright, let's take a photo before the launch. Should we do a pose or something? Stand over there. We can get the launch pad in the background. Isn't that why we're here? That makes sense. Ready? I'll set a 10-second delay. "20 minutes until launch."
初行3指令キャビンのテストデータ正常。キャビン内全員のバイタル正常。司令長も異常なし。ツヨルコフスキー発射センター異常なし。これより通信を東方任務制御センターに転送。
こちら東方任務制御センター。これより通信を本飛行任務の主任バズリストに転送。任務実行制御。
Buzz List. Flight Mission Director.
こちらバズリスト。任務実行制御了解。各ユニット報告を。
点火装置推進制御正常。
ICF パラメータ 1B1210 故障コード 1B1210
Why did he wait so long? I don't know. I don't know.
発射センター確認を。
発射センター現在確認中。レベル3の点火装置 57F レーザーユニット空洞テスト。発射時刻を延期。繰り返す。発射時刻を延期。初行3の部品交換リペアはすでにこちらに向かっている。テストおよびメンテナンスにはおおむね10分かかる見込み。
司令キャビン了解。
任務実行制御の報告を続行せよ。
高速中性子の信号監視正常。
熱交換制御正常。
核融合エネルギー利得パラメータ監視正常。
誘導制御正常。
医療監視正常。
遠隔探査正常。
10 minutes until launch.
こちらバズリスト。東方任務実行制御技術サポート制御の報告を。
順天ネットワークの信号正常。発射スタンバイ OK。
科学理事会技術サポート正常。スピッツァー測量データ正常。発射スタンバイ OK。
WAXA 北極航路連合配列信号正常。発射スタンバイ OK。
WAXA 急流配列信号正常。発射スタンバイ OK。
5 minutes until launch.
バズリスト。東方任務実行制御からアルファへ起動サポート制御の報告を。
アルファ司令長こと配管から東方任務制御センターへ。
Commander Alpha Hui Han.
ツヨルコフスキー発射センターのデータを受信。発射スタンバイ OK。 初行3全艦準備完了。宇宙ステーション準備完了。こちらアルファ温かいベッドと食事を用意しておきます。無事のご帰還を。
3 minutes until launch.
東方任務実行制御任務制御センター発射スタンバイ OK。
ツヨルコフスキー発射センター発射スタンバイ OK。
科学理事会発射スタンバイ OK。
国際宇宙ステーション発射スタンバイ OK。
初行3へ。こちら飛行管理のエドワード・ホワイト。
こちら初行3司令長にもどうぞ。
チーム総員発射準備作業完了。健闘を祈る。
ありがとう。
Now, less than a minute until the Dawn 3 command module lifts off. As you can see from our current position too, at the launch site, this 20 kilometer is filled with spectators from all over the world. You can say that the eyes of the world are on this Pioneer spaceship that's about to set off on its journey. Once the Dawn 3 mission succeeds, Project Orient, which unites all of humanity's efforts to explore the stars in the universe, will be officially approved by the world government. It will be our first steps toward a loud broadcast echoing through the valley drowns out the journalist's voice. 55 seconds to launch. Power transmission complete. 45 seconds to launch. Full stage ignition device pressure vessel pressurization complete. 30 seconds to launch. Dawn 3 command module parameters are normal. 20 seconds to launch. Plasma restrictor removed. 15 seconds to launch. Aerospace navigation initiating. 10 seconds to launch. ICF ignition sequence initiated. Initiated. The giant roars and shakes off the thin layer. Of frost that covered it. This is the only similarity between the Quark carrier rocket and its predecessors. Do you see this, Korolev? Schwartz and Valentina did not disappoint you. This is our first step out of the cradle. With the conical nozzle, plasma that's a mix of orange, purple, and blue spray out. The colors draw a trail of human rationality and science across the diamond-clear and cold, stiff sky. From the first time humans peeked out of caves to gaze at the starlit sky until New Horizon left the Kuiper Belt, humanity's dream has not changed. Safe travels, my child. The universe is small enough. We meet again. Dawn 3 will complete its final assembly at the International Space Station 28 hours later. 42 crew members will carry humanity's hopes as they leave their home port. In another 3 hours by the moon, Dawn 3 will begin its gradual acceleration toward Alpha Centauri at 1/10,000th the speed of light. It will cross the Kuiper Belt in 3 years and gradually accelerate to 1/100th of the speed of light before passing through the Oort cloud. When the first caravel sailed onto the Atlantic in the 15th century, 500 years have passed and humanity has conquered this blue planet by crossing the oceans. This 500-year journey through the Sea of Stars is but the very first step of a great adventure. Time record unauthorized. Only a few night lights are left in the once brightly lit hall. The rows of tall data stacks with constantly flashing indicator lights now look more like people's imaginations of the starry sky. In this flowing starry sea, a light that doesn't belong to the sky stands out. Are we going to continue? Yes. Landau has one hand on his temple and the other on the keyboard. You haven't slept for 2 days. Yes. This plan has already been proven correct over a broad range. Yeah, I know. They both stare at the blood-red numerical formula on the screen in silence. 8 years ago, when Landau, Villiers, Leibowitz, and Liu Wei initiated the first HAI test in this room, the number on the screen changed from 0 to 1. Oh, I forgot about Leibowitz too. He was in the little fictional story thing with Schulz. He was this general or other soldier. I forgot. Now the Mason number indicator used to count key nodes on the screen has increased to an impossibly large value. It can only be written out in scientific notation. The last digit of the exponent changed from 5 to 6. This means the 4-type experimental machine completed an astronomical number of experiments again. If one experiment is equivalent to a human lifetime, going from 5 to 6 will encompass enough lifetimes to witness the birth and death of a universe. Have you heard of an ancient story? How would I know if you didn't tell me the story? Landau grins, but Villiers doesn't notice how much energy and courage went into that smile. An unknown little place, one day a meteorite fell. It destroyed many houses and made the area uninhabitable. It was a simple meteorite disaster, but soon after, the authorities sealed off the area, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Later, people learned that the area had many anomalies that defied common sense and science. Gravity, time, and even the speed of light were different there. Oh. Yet another legend emerged. It was said that deep inside the area there was a magical house that could grant you your deepest wishes once you entered it. As more people learned of this legend, more came to seek it. Demand produced a market, leading to the rise of guides specializing in helping visitors avoid guards and hidden dangers. One day, a scientist and a writer arrived, asking a guide to take them to the magical house. The journey was arduous and filled with obstacles. When they finally reached the house, the scientist took out a small nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb. He came with the intention to die here. He couldn't allow something that could grant any wish but has no morality to exist. He doesn't even know if he's going to fall prey to an evil wish if he steps into that room. Such is humanity. So, did he blow up the room in the end? Landau shakes his head with a bitter smile. No. Have you ever thought about what would happen if there really was a room that could grant any wish hidden in the depths of someone's heart? Villiers' disdainful expression freezes. A wish-granting machine. Something like that is scientifically impossible. You're denying, so you must know what it implies. If something like that existed, then science, empirical natural science would cease to exist. Exactly. But there's no such thing as a room that can grant anyone's wishes. Of course. So the scientists in the story should never have believed it from the start. Scientific rationality should be used to verify the truth. Science moves toward the future because the unknown exists. But he was determined to blow up the room, to destroy the unknown that challenged his scientific rationality. How is that any different from the ignorant and backward religious inquisition that burned Bruno? And if the room was destroyed to stop those with ill intentions from using it for evil purposes, what right does he have to judge whether someone's deepest wish is evil or virtuous? Is that it? That's it? So, what's the ending? I don't remember. Landau shakes his head and continues to stare at the unmoving numbers on the big screen. What a lousy story. The story is supposed to be fascinating. Maybe I didn't tell it well. Villiers lets out a sigh. I'm heading out. I'll stay a bit longer. Let me know if there's any progress. Of course. Oh, by the way. Keep it all in your mind. Landau taps his own head with his finger. Our cause is dedicated to the distant future, where the truest honor lies in the legacy we leave for generations to come. When without humans or devoid of humanity, science loses its meaning. He taps his head with his middle finger again as if emphasizing something. Keep it all in your mind, Villiers. Humanity is way past the point of being saved. Whether it's now or in the future, the flaws in human nature are never going to change. The strife among factions and delusions of immortality, selfishness, arrogance, and ugliness. Pathetic. Villiers falls silent and turns to leave. His figure slowly fades into the corridor of Science Council Dissection 3. The dim light at night envelops him, as faint as the final echo of an ending era. Over these 8 years, Villiers never quite refers to Landau as his teacher, and Landau never views him as a true student. They are merely stepping stones on humanity's path to the stars. Whether a student or a teacher, it's all the same for the future. It's fine. Landau is once again the only one left in the lab. On his desk sits a bouquet of white rosium flowers. Rosium, blooming fervently in pristine silence. Next to the bouquet are 2 old frames, each cradling a well-preserved photo. One displays a man dressed in a tidy suit standing behind a young woman, his hand resting on her waist. The woman is adorned in a white wedding gown, her face beaming with joy as she clutches a bouquet of white flowers. He caresses the photo with the same tenderness as when they held each other's hands at their wedding over 40 years ago. And just like how they clung to each other's hands over 30 years ago, when she and their 3-year-old son fell into the icy waters of Ladoga Lake due to his carelessness. Martha. His voice trembles with guilt, yet with a resolute air he flips the photo face down. Beside this photo stands a group picture. 4 people stand on a thin blanket of snow, bathed in the crisp and pure winter sunlight. In the far background, a towering steel structure ascends, defiantly challenging the sky. It's Schwartz, Valentina, Dai, and Landau himself. Leibowitz's brain, which had calculated tirelessly throughout his life, forever stopped 3 years ago. Landau still remembers how this luminary in the realm of quantum computing labored to navigate through the Gestalt algorithm specifics, as if enacting a sacred ritual on his deathbed. He also remembers that 3 years ago, Korolev fell ill due to prolonged fatigue and radiation exposure. Schwartz and Valentina, whom he had trained as successors, later assumed the weighty duties of Section 2. Just as Korolev had envisioned, they were eventually addressed as ma'am with reverence, their expertise and accomplishments aligning perfectly with their roles as section director and executive director. But only today, he suddenly grasps why Valentina was reluctant to remain at the launch center to press the final button herself. Her child was on that spaceship after all. She could devote herself day after day, year after year, to the treacherous star charts and endless equations, and she knew every joint, every screw, and every program on that spaceship by heart. Because she couldn't bear another risk. She couldn't jeopardize her daughter's life after losing her husband's. Because she didn't want to face the fact that many years later, both she and her child would be dead. The fact that they were, in the end, still human beings, no matter how brilliant and dazzling science and rationality might have been. His gaze shifts from the photo to the nearby cold colossal container. I'm sorry. Landau activates the communication channel on the lab terminal, which was initially the broadcasting system for the entire lab to announce the experiment progress and start times. But now in the entire lab, only he and his true child remain. Commence. Heuristic AI bionic consciousness, key domain gestalized simulation, codename 4. Sometimes changing the world only requires the simplest love. Three days later, the Science Council Security Clearance Office discovered this audio recording of video footage in Landau's estate, which had been gathered by Villiers. It remained unknown whether Landau had recorded it himself or if it had been intentionally recorded by someone else. At that time, people were taken aback by the expression on his face, which was nearly unrecognizable compared to the Landau they were familiar with. It was an expression mixed with madness, devotion, a question for answers, boundless joy, and infinite pain. When we come to understand that the truth we have sought all of our lives is now before us, each of us should feel this way. Thus spoke Dominic. Oh, that was Dominic. I thought that was Landau talking. Heaven. Shh. They are here. I'm guessing this is going to be Schulz again. Edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. Clenching a pocket watch, yep, Schulz sits by the farthest porthole on the bridge. He gazes at the light spot 12 light years away, waiting for the verdict of the ship's tribunal. He bought this pocket watch 230 Earth years ago from a roaming group of merchants who gathered artifacts from before human civilization departed the Milky Way. No one knew where they got these items. Rumor had it that they also possessed a unique device used for controlling sequences from ancient eras. Schulz sifts through his memories. The ship's psychologist Schwartz, again, scientist's name, always believes Schulz harbors a certain compulsive thinking pattern, yet he sees no way around it in opposite youth. Like this, Schulz locates the special device he had previously seen in his memory, a collectible piece known as an abacus. He also holds a penchant for collecting aged items. When Pioneer Lebowitz, again, scientist, was ejected from the W-40 home port at the edge of the gold belt, he was meant to bring along the pocket watch his grandfather had left him. Hang on. Schulz's designation as part of the church was the Emperor. What does the Emperor or tarot cards represent? Let me see. The Emperor meaning. So it has a lot of different meanings. There's an upright meaning, and then there's a reversed one as well. It's all about control when it comes to the Emperor, for this card means authority, regulation, organization, and fatherliness. Strategic thinker. And then for the reversed keywords is tyrant, domineering, rigid, stubborn, lack of discipline, recklessness. Because I remember that when it came to their designations, they were given their names based on What is it? Not like based on who. Was it based on who they are, or like their duties and stuff? Cervantes was the tower. I think Trailblazer was the chariot. I think. Hikma was the hermit, I think. And Han Ying was going to be giving the hanged man. Hikma was hermit, okay. And Han Ying was going to be given the hanged man. Zero is the lover. The girl, the mechanoid that came back earlier, I can't remember her name, but she came back during this chapter after, like, she said she was going to, like, bring back supplies or something. I forgot her name, and I don't remember her designation either. And I don't remember Xavier's. But the point is, each of their designations, there's Spooner, who was the death, but like each of their designations represent like their duties, their roles, or whatever. Magician. Okay, thank you. Let me quickly look up Magician then. Tarot card meeting. On the broad level, magician is interpreted with energy, potential, manifestation of one's desires, symbolizes the meetings of the physical and spiritual worlds. Interesting. Just going through, I'm just only looking through these meanings because, like, maybe looking at Emperor will have a better idea with Shules. My inverse Emperor says generally signifies a lack of control, instability, power imbalances. Lack of control could be these stories being out of control. Yeah. That's a good one. Instability, Shules is 100% unstable. Yeah, he's legit he's just full schizo. It's just yeah. For some reason he didn't get to see his grandfather in that ring world. Sir, the Scientific Joint Council has completed the inquiry and the recording has been sent to you. Can't. There was a character earlier whose last name was Kant. I can't remember the first name though. Emmanuel. It was a quote. Emmanuel Kant. There was a quote at the beginning of a node. As the gentle male voice, the central AI of Pioneer Leibowitz speaks, a small light spot emerges next to Shules. All information inside Pioneer Leibowitz converges into the colossal supercomputer at the ship's forefront, which measures 3 kilometers on each side. This luminous cold machine emits a cascade of lights as data flows in and streams out of it. So yeah, it seems in these fictional stories, Shules is the quote-unquote main character. And the various names that we hear throughout these fictional stories are names that we are familiar with or have seen at least once or twice. And they could either be a structure, a location, or a person, as evident with Schwartz, Lue, and then Pioneer Leibowitz, inside Pioneer Leibowitz, which is this area. And of course there was Kant, the last name for Immanuel Kant. So yeah, and as they said before, they're feeding stories to the AI for it to be more intelligent, right? So I guess alongside those, it's also names of various people that were part of this project, Project Gestalt. And considering that Immanuel Kant was someone mentioned earlier from a quote, that's part of the literature that was given to feed to Gestalt. Yeah, I'm really thinking that Schultz is just an AI being living through these stories that we're given. Every story has Schultz being in a position of weakness, soldier being tortured, writer with a controlling boss, etc. Yeah. That's crazy. They really... Wow, Coda Games really just... That's a lot of that's a lot of attention to details. Alright, continuing on. Alright. Schultz gently touches the hovering light spot beside him, prompting an instant projection of recorded surveillance footage to unfold before him. Mosey. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Mosey. Or if it's Chinese, Moza. And I will be asking some necessary questions on behalf of the Joint Council. A deep and somewhat raspy voice resonates through the desolate room, and inside there is only a table, a chair, and a man sitting on the chair who seems disheveled and on edge. Is Liu again? Go ahead. My predecessors seem to have an unpleasant conversation with you, but despite being a soldier myself, I believe science deserves respect. Well said, but respecting science, what good does that do? I'm sorry for the passing of Mr. Corneau. However, based on protocol, I must ask some necessary questions. What was your relationship with Gustave Corneau? That's the first time I've seen that name. I used to work under Mr. Corneau, then took over as the director of the Advanced Dimension Observatory after he passed away. Yes, based on the records, you assumed his role promptly following Mr. Corneau's suicide last week. The observation needs someone to take charge, and the Scientific Joint Council is aware of that. Of course. Why did you resign from the director position at the Advanced Dimension Observatory 2 days ago? I have the freedom to do so. And on that day, you immediately requested authorization to use firearms from Captain Zal. A holographic projection of the firearms authorization record appeared on the table before Liu. His previously composed voice now carried a trace of trembling. Is there any problem? May I inquire as to why you applied for the use of firearms? Does everyone on Pioneer Leibowitz have that right? Or doesn't? That statement is inaccurate. Pioneer Leibowitz is an immigration research vessel. Typically, as you are aware, scientists are not permitted to apply for firearm use. Furthermore, Mr. Corneau, may he rest in peace, used such a tool to take his own life. I'm sorry. Hey, beg your pardon? I have the right to choose to end my own life. But we cannot afford to lose another brilliant scientist. It is crucial that you understand this. If you are experiencing any psychological challenges, you can seek assistance from the ship's psychologist, or if needed, opt for stasis hibernation to alleviate your condition. You should be aware that even if you choose to shoot yourself, it is not the end of your life. The Scientific Joint Council's respect for Mr. Corneau will soon be shown. Now, another thing with all these fictional stories with Schultz too is that each of these are very tragic or dark or sad. Soldier Schultz was him and his comrades just dying, especially that one soldier that had his leg completely burned and a bullet through the head. And then in the second story, it's him killing his loved one, Helena. And then the little girl being taken advantage of from her father just to earn funds. And then in this one, there's the involvement of suicide here, and no freedom of choice. No. It's pointless. Despair. It's pointless. We can't just sit back and watch everything head toward destruction. I can't accept it. Destruction? Could you tell me what you mean by that? Have you never read the reports we submitted? Schultz raises his hand to signal Kant to pause the video and asks, "What reports?" The Advanced Dimension Observatory has recently submitted 42 reports. 42! There's that number 42. No way that's a coincidence. Alright? Since the little Xavier head bot was named 42. There's no way, right? The first one is ADO Observation Report 2753 or 2753 1120. Submitted by the Sir Gustav Cornell as November 11th. November 20th, sorry. The light dot hovering next to Schulz flickers as if contemplating before projecting a report beside him. Keep playing first. Have you never read the reports we submitted? What reports? See, you really don't care about this. Oh, are you referring to the recent observation reports submitted by Mr. Corneau and yourself? Yes. However, the Scientific Joint Council has validated these observation reports as nonsensical. That's impossible. The way swallows hard, appearing even more nervous. On November 18th, Mr. Corneau instructed us to check the sky surveyors located at the ship's bow 4 times. Because the data we got from the observatory at the ship's stern, there was obviously something wrong with it. But when I and 4 other scientists checked in person, the configurations of those sky surveyors were perfectly fine. So what exactly is the problem? 12 light years away, the pulsar at our target location. There's some problem with its electromagnetic radiation beam on the macro scale. You mean issues with its electromagnetic radiation? Look at this. Liu raises his hand and projects a data report. This is the pulse signal of PSR Z1975 plus 2253, obtained on November 17th. On the chart delineated, geez, these words, by numerous small squares with green lines, a slender red line continuously jumped, at times resembling a raging storm, at times as quiet as death, and occasionally shifting like a graceful dancer, alternating between a minuet, and a quick tango. Are you referring to this report? The synchrotron radiation coming from a neutron star shouldn't be this erratic. Despite being some of the most extreme celestial bodies in the universe, they should still follow the most fundamental laws of physics. With that said, the nervous man shows a bitter smile. I'm not gonna lie, ever since that second Schul story, I'm like, my brain is, I'm fully locked in with the dialogue right now. Like, it's crazy. The dance of death. I beg your pardon? After that, Mr. Corneau immediately turned the sky surveyors to check what other pulsars in another direction we had observed when we left the home port. There were typical white dwarfs and neutron stars, all without issues. Their frequency spectrum cycles remained normal, which meant that our devices were perfectly fine. The only problem could be that star, that crazy star. But this cannot be the cause of Mr. Corneau's suicide, nor can it be the reason for your attempt. Don't you get it? In our knowledge system, a star can't have such completely irregular pulse signals. It's like the star is like a system of true chaos, constantly collapsing and then undergoing supernovas and the frequency of visible light. It's like a meatball. One moment, it's a complete meatball, and the next, it shrinks into a black hole. This is equivalent to changing all 4 fundamental forces within a Planck time and rewriting everything. Even the speed of light is constantly stretched and contracted like a rubber band. That's impossible. Also, as far as we know, when a star collapses into a compact object, angular momentum remains constant. In other words, the star should be spinning rapidly. We shouldn't see a scenario where the conical radiation zone rotates through one region slowly and then abruptly shifts magnetic poles to another area. Thus, I'm only leaning toward one possible explanation. What is it? PSR Z1975 plus 2253, 12 light years away. Might not be a pulsar. So much scientific stuff. Schulz raises his hand, signaling Kant to pause the video again. What exactly is going on with that star? As per the route designated upon departure, PSR Z1975 plus 2253 is a neutron star that requires our observation. I know this. Is there anything wrong with this neutron star? I can only extract the data obtained by the sky surveyors. Show me yesterday's observation data. Understood. The light spot beside Schulz flickers once more. This time, taking slightly longer than when retrieving the file report earlier. According to the observation report from yesterday, all constant indicators of PSR Z 1975 plus 2253, that's easier to say, remain normal, aligning with the initial observation targets of the mission. Here's the detailed data. A tall wall filled with a multitude of observation indicators and radio observation images unfurls beside Schulz. The blue-white star on the glass on the wall gazes silently at him. Nothing's wrong with the data? Yes, it all meets our observation targets. That's odd. There's one thing I must remind you. PSR said 1975 plus 2253 is merely a prospective target in this flyby observation mission. It might not warrant the majority of our attention. You're right. Schulz waves his arm, causing the star along with the stacks of data and line charts to vanish. The bridge is once again left with only himself. Let's just leave it at that. Do you still need to proceed with reviewing the inquiry with Mr. Louet? Not for now. The Joint Council decided to put Mr. Louet into hibernation, right? Yes, 3 days later, Mr. Cornell will assume the responsibilities of the Advanced Dimension Observatory Director temporarily until it is deemed suitable to awaken Louet. Probably the right thing to do. Concerning Mr. Louet will enter hibernation, the Joint Council has consulted his Caporian compatriots, and Mrs. Burnell will also enter Caporian relationship with Mr. Louet within this Earth year. Will Catherine remarry? Schulz unintentionally uses a term he encountered in ancient records. However, for their time, marriage, family, childbirth, and offspring merely indicate straightforward and commonplace Caporian relationships. It depends on Mrs. Burnell's own wishes. Very well. Also contact the Federation. Since Mr. Cornell took his life while in service, ask the Federation to provide some compensation to his family. Folks at the observatory probably won't appreciate being bossed around every day by the brain of someone they know well and admire. Fortunately, there's no way around it. Understood. Is there anything else? At present, there are no miscellaneous tasks that necessitate your attention. Then I'll plan the following course. Schulz taps Kant. A vast star map materializes instantly in front of him. They are currently on a glide path from NGC 185 to M33, having just warped from the direction of the Fornax dwarf spheroidal. These words, man. Their task is to finalize the scientific exploration of this region within the designated Earth years. Jeez. English is my main language, and even I have troubles pronouncing some of these words. Because some of these words I don't even know. I've never even seen. Leading a group of rigid scientists in exploration is no easy task, which is why the Federation has designated military personnel as decision makers on each scientific exploration vessel. How soon can we be ready for the next warp? Given the deviation disturbance upon Pioneer Leibowitz's ejection, we are experiencing a deviation index of 2.87% from the intended course. Therefore, to uphold the space-time continuity of the entire vessel, the warp engine requires a minimum of 5.7 Earth days before cooling down. The trajectory accuracy still isn't there. This deviation is within acceptable limits. The next warp destination will be close to PSR's Z 1975 plus 2253. I'll set the coordinates myself. May I interpret this as you proceeding with the research mission on that place, PSR? I'm not reading all that. Yes. There's no imperative need to allocate excessive time to this pulsar. It's one of the predetermined targets anyway. Proceed. Understood. By the way, bring Liu Wei out of hibernation in 5 days. I'd love to see his expression then. Copy that. Besides that, do you wish to enter hibernation during these 5 days? Schulz hesitates. All the necessary tasks are done. During the cooldown period of the warp engine, there truly is nothing left for him to attend to as the captain. I'll go take a nap. Understood. I'll prepare for you. Schulz waves his hand, making the star map flicker out of sight. He then taps on Kant, and the floating light spot next to him gradually fades away. He continues to caress the pocket watch in his hand, gazing at the star 12 light years away that he is about to behold. Now it's time for him to sleep. Throughout this journey, he has slept intermittently for hundreds of years, yet each slumber feels like a mere moment to him. This time is no different. Remember how during that first fictional story with Schulz, there was flashes of the four, well, I was going to say of the four different words, but like the four, like, I guess, horsemen of the apocalypse, where it was like war, famine, poverty, plague. The first fictional story was war. The second one was like poverty, I would say. But then again, this one, I don't know how plague or famine works into this. It was just something I thought of in my mind. Warning, warning. Abnormal ship speed. Symmetry error. Power system error. Gravitational wave anomaly detected. Photon reading anomaly detected. Warning, warning. Awakened by the blaring alarms from his slumber, Schulz gropes from the valve in the airtight pod. Gropes for the valve. The air, carrying a faintly metallic scent, rushes into his lungs, prompting him to cough out the hibernation fluid that should have been expelled gradually. What's happening? The life support center should have been brightly lit, but now it is shrouded in darkness, with only the flashing alarm lights illuminating his figure. Can't. He taps the control panel of the hibernation pod, but the familiar light spot does not show up beside him. Emerging from hibernation usually entails a minimum of 10 minutes to restore muscle tissue receptors. However, drawing on his military experience, Schulz summons his strength and vaults out of the hibernation pod, landing firmly on the ground. Expecting to step on glass shards, he instead senses a slick liquid beneath his feet. Schulz tries to examine the ground, but his attempt proves futile. Under the flashing light, the entire life support center, including Schulz and his shirt, is enveloped in a blood-red hue. Warning, warning. Abnormal ship speed. Symmetry error. Power system error. Gravitational wave anomaly detected. Photon reading anomaly detected. The alarms continue to blare incessantly. I gotta head to the bridge to figure things out. The power system seems to be malfunctioning too. Schulz fumbles his way toward the airtight valve of the life support center. Recalling his training, he manages to locate the manual valve for the door. All his experience as a soldier proves invaluable in this moment. An average person, just emerging from hibernation, would never have the strength to turn this nearly 1 meter diameter iron valve. Help! Help! Anyone? Is anyone still there? The corridor outside the life support center is equally dark, with only the red alarms flashing. However, a faint silhouette can be seen there. For safety, Schulz retrieves a wrench from beside the emergency valve and calls out cautiously, "Who's there?" "It's me, Liu Wei. It's me." "Captain Schulz, you're still alive." Liu Wei stumbles to Schulz's feet, tripping multiple times along the way. "Liu Wei, what in the world is going on?" "Mad. This is madness. Everything's gone mad." The hysterical man mumbles incoherently, his teeth chattering as his voice rises and falls erratically. "What do you mean?" "People. Those people. And the ship, everything's gone mad, everything." Slap. To bring Liu Wei back to his senses, Schulz has no choice but to slap his face. "Calm down, Liu Wei. Where is everyone? How did they go mad?" but Liu Wei seems to be choking on something, uttering no more words and only shaking his head frantically. Damn it. In this situation, if Pioneer Leibowitz has indeed lost power and can't activate Kant, Schulz must make his way to the bridge. That is where he, as the captain, needs to be. Directly beneath the bridge lie Kant's computer core and the engine room. To gain entry, he must retrieve the keycard from the bridge. Liu Wei, can you still move? Liu Wei nods at him. Good. To get to your feet, we're heading to the bridge now. No matter what has happened to this ship, I need to be there. And since Kant can be activated now, we have to go below the bridge to check on his status. Trembling, Liu Wei rises from Schulz's feet, while Schulz tucks the wrench into his belt. Stick with me. Visibility's too low here. In the pitch-black corridor, the two stagger into the darkness. Warning, warning, abnormal ship speed, symmetry error, power system error. Gravitational wave anomaly detected, photon reading anomaly detected. Schulz struggles to navigate from the life support center to the bridge, almost pulling Liu Wei along by his collar by clutching the wrench tightly in his other hand, while clutching. He remembers leaving the life support center around 7 p.m., yet by the time they arrive at the bridge, it's already 10 p.m. However, by this point, they can't really gauge time according to Earth's 24-hour cycle. Upon their arrival, the bridge proves pitch black as well, and the darkness even extends outside the window. Only a faint light emanates from the control panel situated at the center. The entire Pioneer Leibowitz seems to be deprived of all light, as if put inside a pocket. Damn it. Where is everyone on the bridge? Where are the operators? Where did they go? Don't ask me. I have no idea either. Still gripping Liu Wei's collar, Schulz lunges toward the control panel to check the status of Pioneer Leibowitz and retrieve the keycard. Conventional power room. Warp engine. These readings only show errors, but what exactly is happening here? Power is still being output. From the power room now? But it doesn't make any sense. Isn't the power system down? Where is it sending power? It's totally dark everywhere. This data. Liu Wei suddenly lets out a shriek, pointing somewhere across the control panel. Across the control panel, a red, indescribable shadow looms. Thump, thump, thump. Help, help! Thump, thump, thump. The red shadow remains motionless, seemingly bound by something. The pumping sound comes from within the shadow. What is that thing? Before Schulz can grasp the wrench at his waist, the shadow shows up beside Schulz. Attempting to pass through him, it appears to be blocked by something and instantly flickers back to its initial position. However, this time, its lower body appears about 5 meters away from where it should have been. Thump, thump, thump. In a blink, another lower body flickers from the other side and merges with it. Don't kill me, no. Ah! If Schulz hadn't been tightly clutching Liu Wei, he would have lost his composure and dashed out of the bridge. As if startled by Liu Wei's words, the shadow dims slightly before assuming an even more eerie form. It seems to be a person. To be precise, it is a person with their skin pulled inward, ew. With all internal organs and bones exposed, ew. Hanging on the outside, ew. The pale pink stomach, gross. Dark liver and lungs, ugh. Milky white brain, huh? And continuously twitching heart, yeesh. All connected by membranes and ligaments to the unseen skin within, yikes. It's as if someone has grasped the bottom of a pocket and flipped it inside out. Oh my god. Interchanging the inner side with the outer one. Okay, that fully puts it into perspective then. That's so gross. These descriptions, I know. It's rated R, bro. Jesus. All the organs that a healthy human should possess are revealed in this manner, yet still functioning. Ugh. Thump, thump, thump. It's only now that Schulz realizes the sound comes from the exposed heart that is rhythmically pumping blood. Ugh. Thump, thump, thump. A hand woven from blood vessels and muscle fibers extends to grab the warm, soft brain, while the other hand covers what should be the mouth, now just a dark hole. Liu Wei is nearly petrified by the horrifying sight, but prevented from collapsing by Schulz's tight grip. He can only retch in helpless fear. When mountains stand before us, we shall ascend. Question mark? The dark hole starts emitting a wet, sticky voice, causing the pink trachea to wriggle up and down. When vast seas unfold before us, we shall conquer. Not for the sake of gain. We take action because the mountains and seas are there. Jules compels himself to maintain composure, discreetly extracting the key card from the control panel and stowing it in his pocket. Meanwhile, he delves into his memories, trying to recall instances of this speech and voice. But he finds nothing. Now only the universe stretches before us. It's time to carve our path among the stars with swords and plows. This is a Kowloon verse, isn't it? Shall pledge... Never mind. We shall pledge all to protect the Earth Federation, to safeguard human rights. Let our galaxy become a beacon of light in the universe. Let humanity reach that point at infinity, even if there is only one. The crimson quivering person gradually ceases its speech, with the trachea and exposed organs halting the wriggling. Like settled dust, it reverts back to its initial shadow form, no longer emitting human sounds. It just stands there like a ghost, motionless. Jules grasps Lue, who has collapsed on the ground with one hand while clenching the wrench behind his back with the other. Slowly, he makes his way from the control panel toward the bridge door. Ugh. Lue has already expelled the contents of his stomach entirely through vomiting all the way. Honestly, I would too. Seeing something as disgusting as that, I would too. Now, only stomach acid comes out, blending with the viscous, malodorous liquid on the ground. Get up. There's no one on the bridge. We need to head to the engine room below. Oh. The engine room and the computer core room of the Pioneer Leibowitz are positioned directly beneath the bridge, nearly next to each other. The ship's autonomous supercomputer, known as Kant, takes the form of a cubic structure measuring 3 kilometers on each side, resembling a colossal mechanical brain. Suspended at the center of this supercomputer is the engine room, serving as its brainstem. The journey from the bridge to the engine room unfolds surprisingly smoothly for Jules and Lue, as they encounter no obstacles along the way. Each door opens flawlessly, despite the power loss, yet as they descend further, the sticky liquid grows denser. While on the bridge, it was merely a slight splatter underfoot. In the engine room, it rises up to their knees. The quantum warp engine, emitting a faint blue glow, spins slowly, appearing to function without any problems. Multiple rings hover above the engine, rotating asynchronously around a central point. These rings only synchronize when the ship is prepared for warp. 3.5 hours of just pure dialogue. Not a single battle stage yet. The battle stage hasn't come up yet. Probably after this note, or probably like after another dialogue one. The engine looks fine, but why is there a power supply error? Captain Jules, I beg you. Lue clings to Jules' sleeve, almost pleading. Not here. There are many things. I'm serious. Many things are talking. What? Many things. So many things in my head. Still getting in. Get out. Get out. Visualnovel.exe. No, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Lue suddenly erupts with strength that belies his frail frame. He seizes a crowbar and lunges at Jules, who deftly dodges Lue's frenzied attack. What are you doing? Oh no, I don't want to know. He swings the crowbar in a frenzy, striking at the indiscernible colored liquid in the engine room. Isolated system. No, that's wrong. Energy is conserved. It's impossible. Light speed. This light speed is impossible. How can light speed be negative? No, don't tell me. I don't want to know anymore. What is going on? Lue suddenly falls silent, his head drooping. What in the Blair Witch? Lue? It's all too late. What? We've reached the end of this universe, the furthest humanity can go. We cannot go any further. This could be in itself, just by itself, of like a sci-fi psychological horror film, I swear. Light and energy are also a type of information, but the universe is a blackboard. For them, changing, establishing, or erasing rules is nothing different from manipulating chalk marks on a blackboard. They do not exist in this mundane world, but on a higher plane. What in the Lovecraft? It's too late. The warp engine abruptly accelerates, flashing a frenzied blue light. Right at this moment, Lu Wei, standing before Schultz, melts. Lu Wei! His body, akin to ice in a desert, begins to bleed, then dissolves from his head down to his limbs, organs, and bones, blending seamlessly with the viscous liquid pooling at Schultz's feet. Just like this, Lu Wei vanishes before Schultz in less than 5 seconds. Damn it. Schultz reaches for the wrench at his waist, but soon realizes there's nothing remaining around that would make him draw his last defensive weapon. This really does feel like I'm reading some like Lovecraft, like this is like some like Lovecraft-inspired story writing here. Jeez, I like it though. In an instant, the rings realign on the same plane, standing upright on the engine platform like a dartboard awaiting its mark. Thump, thump, thump. Where Lu Wei had just melted, a shadow similar to the one on the bridge flickers into existence, only to vanish in a blink. Swear wording hell. Schultz spits and gazes back at the motionless quantum rings of the warp engine. The rings of various sizes remain on the same plane, and the central circular hole resembles a pupilless, eerie blue eye. Schultz knows that at the core of these rings lies a center of mass, which allows the warp engine to maintain space-time continuity. In theory, continuity. In theory, it is through this tiny point that Pioneer Leibowiz can warp to various destinations. The center of mass, transmitting infinite information at the heart of the eye, seems to gaze directly at him. Come. Audio's getting loud again. Turn that down a bit. And a voice echoes in Schultz's mind. The voice, akin to an oracle, emanates from within the warp engine, right from that tiny point. Come. At this moment, something beckons him, urging him to walk up to the altar-like engine platform. He knows he shouldn't do this. It will violate the ship's protocols and regulations. But he cannot resist the call. Come. He finds himself standing directly before the plane formed by the quantum rings. Right before him rests the minuscule center of mass, invisible to the naked eye. His mind is captivated by the oracle, his hand extending toward the hand of God. Swear word, no! However, the realization dawns on him too late. He is on the brink of passing through the rings, a warmth spreading through his body. Come! Kent? He plunges into the rings. The last human in this universe floats in a bottomless abyss of void. He opens his eyes, but everything around him remains dark. Then he flips on the switch beside him. Before him lies a massive black hole, with stars swirling around him. He notices that the stars no longer shine brightly, and the accretion disk of the incomprehensibly large black hole has expanded, now encompassing several additional disks. He surveys every galaxy in the sea of stars the once fiery red giants have dimmed, leaving behind almost only white dwarfs and neutron stars. BSR Z 1975 plus 2253. He searches for that particular star. Not because he has to, but because he can. Even though he doesn't know why, he believes that he can locate it among the billions of stars. But he only finds one conclusion. This black hole? That pulsar? Yes. A gentle, gender-neutral voice converses with him above the bottomless abyss. Who are you? I am one of them. I'm responsible for observing this universe bubble. This universe is nearing its cooling phase. But I've only been here for a minute. Do you measure time in minutes? Since that ship arrived here, 137 time crystals have passed. I don't know what that means. An unseen gentle hand lays out meticulously arranged lines before Schultz, each line sufficient to narrate the birth and demise of dozens of galaxies. The speed of light here was too slow, so he sped it up slightly. Where's my ship? Inside that dying star. The voice guides his gaze toward the massive black hole. So it fell into the black hole. It's gone. I can still see the information membrane of that little paper boat. It still exists. What makes you think it's gone? And so does the brain of that machine. It still exists, just having become slower and dumber. Right before Schulz, the accretion disk of PSR suddenly flickers. I am not saying all that again. PSR was supposed to be a pulsar. I just painted something on it spontaneously when I was bored earlier. But it matters to other people. I don't see other people. Where's my crew? They couldn't handle the consequences of me speeding up time. By the time I noticed, they had turned into irreversible basic particle structures. But their information membranes remain, just like your ship. The voice carries no trace of pity or sympathy. So this universe is coming to its end soon? Yes, but I found you quite interesting, so I kept you. Kind-hearted, aren't you? It does not matter to us. Is this the end of the universe? This star is the condensate center of this universe bubble. You are now standing at the end point, and the starting point will gradually come to you. The accretion disk of the black hole flickers again. It's Nanami. A vague human figure floats before him. A person. There's a person. What the fuck? Someone's there. Do you mean her? She is the end of entropy. She is special. Hey, you there. Schulz shouts loudly toward the figure in the distance, waving his hand. Z. Yet the universe holds no obligation to let his voice travel. It ultimately succumbs to the black hole aglow with the blue light of death. It's pointless. She is the last answer in this universe bubble, yet I don't know what her question is. The end of entropy. Can she reverse all this? No. The destruction of this universe bubble is imminent, right within this time crystal. Perhaps in the next universe bubble, she will still be there. Am I the last surviving human? Yes. As I said, I just find you quite interesting. But if you keep asking questions, I might become annoyed. You can ask one last question or make one last request before this time crystal ends. Does this seem Nanami floating in that universe back in chapter 18? Okay, so instead of these being fictional stories that Schulz is going through, maybe those are the different timelines? I don't know. Maybe those are different timelines that he's experiencing? Not of like humanity's, aside from this one being humanity's end, but like, maybe? If he's seeing Nanami here, I don't know. It's so weird. Or maybe it is all fictional stories, but Nanami is just part of the whole, I don't know, man. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on anymore. When we dispose of universe bubbles, life forms capable of interstellar travel often request a final glimpse of their home planet. But 130 time crystals ago, your home planet had already turned into basic particles. I can reconstruct it using its remaining information membrane and show it to you. Maybe Schulz is one of those constants. Yeah. Considering this is like the third story we're seeing Schulz in right now. One remaining constant. There's no need. Schulz's gaze fixates on the person floating in the universe before him. This is the end of the universe. Everything is over and it is meaningless to seek answers. Every piece of information in this universe resonates within the voracious beast that engulfs all until it devours itself. Its consumption persists until spirit and memory, matter and energy are all obliterated, bringing an end to time and space. This universe bubble is about to end. You can ask one last question. No more information, no more questions, and no more answers. Who am I? The Emperor. In the dazzling white light, Schultz feels that same warmth washing over him. He lies at the bottom of the abyss where there is no time, no space, no meaning. Oh. Yeah, if Nanami's the one looking through humanity to save it, he's going through... Oh, I see. That's a good one, yeah. There's nothing. No sound, no light, and perhaps not even his own existence. I'm sorry, child. Those are the last words he hears. Another one? Christ almighty. Isaac. He has no right to kill me. Public class, Gott ist tot. That's his revenge, maybe? Someone tried to dispose of him. And he's like, no, I can't have that. Damn you humans, I hate you all. Bleh. So interesting. Take a drink of water here. I'm not gonna lie. Like, witching hour crazy. The first two nodes here, or first three nodes, were kind of like, alright. Which one was it? Okay, no, the first four nodes were kind of like, It was only until we got to Inferno where I was like, wait a minute. Where I started to lock in. I was like, wait, what? It's weird. Isaac. There's still so many to go through, bro. I know this kind-hearted man, and I know many things about him. He farmed sea fish and fresh water, cultivated coffee on wood, knew the flavor of every edible mushroom, and loved drinking vodka from his hometown. Yet what's known to more is that he witnessed the first successful launch of the fusion reactor by the Neva River, a moment that reshaped the world, and that he sketched the grand blueprint of Gestalt beneath the tranquil dome of the Science Council, establishing the cornerstone of our present success. Although not a Section 2 member, he always longed for the starry sky and signed his name on the petition. Without his unwavering support, Project Eden would have encountered countless hardships. He didn't want to leave his name in history, believing all who gazed at the stars in the future in this era were just stepping stones for our descendants. However, he could no longer witness how we, in his footsteps, excavated the first shovel of soil for the zero-point energy reactor. He could no longer witness how Gestalt has shaped this era or the grandeur of mankind's achievements among the stars. Yet here we still are, and we will keep pressing on. As long as we remain, his contributions will not be forgotten, and his name will live on. Igor Lvovich Lando, the most brilliant scholar of our time. The one thing I will say, and this is kind of just like a follow-up to what I said earlier about the previous nodes, or about how I'm locking in and stuff. The only reason I'm locking in is because of the little breadcrumbs they're leaving for you to tell you, yeah, this is not normal. Let's see if you can pick up on that, right? Because when it comes to other stories I've read, as far as I can remember, they leave you like one very vague hint that something isn't right, and then don't go into it any further. Where by the time there's the plot that happens, it's the plot twist that happens, it's kind of like, oh, how the hell am I supposed to realize that? And then they give you like a little brief like rundown of what you missed, like in the form of a flashback or whatever the fuck. In this one, it's nice because like it makes me actually like it. I don't know how to describe it. It makes me think about what's going on. It makes me theorize this shit. Rather than me being like, oh, okay, this is how it's going. And then by the end of it, it's like, oh, that's what happened? I don't know. It's hard to describe it or explain it. The sun is shining brightly this day, without a cloud or gloomy drizzle in sight. As Clara Schwartz, the head of the Science Council Section 2, concludes her eulogy, only the midsummer breeze rustles across the shores of Ladoga Lake. Okay, we're back in reality. Lustrous. Oh, nice to see you. Last spark. Good chapter as well. Schwartz shakes hands with another person who came to bid farewell to Landau. Director Schwartz. The emotionless scientist. I didn't expect you to show up. Where are Dr. Landau's other students? Villiers is staying in Section 3 to take care of as well. Although we all work at the Science Council, I haven't seen Dr. Landau privately since I graduated from his program. He always mentioned how he regretted not attending Professor Tsiolkovsky's funeral. I'm glad that you came. I thought you had already been sent away. The chief technician said I should come. I still have some research to wrap up in Section 1, and they haven't decided on the next deputy director yet. Once these tasks are done, I'll be working over there. If everything went as planned, Dr. Landau would have been the best candidate to lead Atlantis. But you're still here. Displaying the weight of years in her demeanor, Schwartz places a comforting hand on Lustrous' shoulder. Lustrous, who rarely shows emotion, remains silent as she gazes at the dark tombstone, pondering about her teacher's fate. I've read the report. Due to a circuit malfunction in the council's residential building, the revolving door experienced a failure, leading to the tragic incident when Dr. Landau was caught and suffered fatal injuries. Is Dr. Landau's death really a mere accident? That's one way to go out. 3 days ago. Science Council Headquarters, Chief Tech's office. Igor, is this based on your best judgment? The figure hidden in the shadows puts down the terminal in his hand. Yes, Chief. Test consciousness 04 has already exhibited consciousness signals beyond our current understanding. I wonder if test consciousness 4 is Schul's. These signals are unlike those of any artificial consciousness we've studied before. You know how mad I'd be if I was a top scientist in the world and died to a door. Mad enough to destroy humanity. It's because of humanity that you created that door that killed Dr. Landau. How dare you? I hate humanity. Die. So dumb. And during the latest Gestalized simulation, something unexpected occurred. You mean the black hole and the young female with an unknown origin mentioned in the report? Oh, shit. Hold on. Latest simulation. That was a simulation. So yeah, these were fictional stories. Or no, oh no, they're not just fictional stories. They're sims. They're simulations. And the test consciousness 4 is, I think, Schul's. What? Yes. But don't you think this is a direction worth pursuing? In the long run, yes, but for now, to ensure the safe completion of Project Gestalt, I still think terminating completely deleting Test 4 is the best call. Is that why he wants revenge? I see. You created it, so you have the final say. Do what you think is right, Igor. Oh, so maybe... Oh. Hang on. Let's just keep going with this. Alright, I'll arrange for the erasure for as soon as I get back. Speaking of that, about the unconventional generation of artificial consciousness, I believe it's still necessary to broaden our research focus. After the mission of Section 3 is complete, would you be willing to continue? I can't say for sure right now, Chief. It's entirely up to you, no problem at all. We also need to take care of the arrangements for the Atlantis reactor. Right now, we're looking at sending Deputy Director Lustrous from Section 1. Lustrous, huh? She is indeed a good fit. If you want to keep working on theories in Atlantis, you're also more than welcome to. It's all entirely up to you, Igor. Please give me some more time to think about it. I'll be sticking with Section 3 until the very end during the handover of Project Gestalt. By the way, Igor, about Section 3, you should know. Yesterday, the Council's spaceport was attacked by the oppositionists against unification again. And that was when Chu was up there in the thing. Oh, okay. So I kind of get... Okay. So, like, the second half of this node collection is kind of like a timeline sort of thing. Imagine the node above this one was like when we were going through Chu's little backstory or something. Or maybe not, I don't know. But regardless, this was when Chu was up in the space station. The world government was just established, and there are still quite a few dissenting voices out there. When Gestalt is officially handed over to the world government, we're bound to encounter some dangers. It's a risk we must take. I'll take care of the cleanup when the disbandment happens. History may not remember that you completed this multivac, but each of us will remember your names and contributions. Forever. Members of Section 3 gathered in the lab surrounding Landau's seat. The development and testing of Gestalt are nearing completion. Once it was handed over to the Council headquarters and the world government, Section 3 would be immediately disbanded. The members don't need to worry about their futures and careers, for these eminent scientists from across the globe either earned positions in the Council or will be relocated to the newly formed Gestalt Department. Excuse me. However, following this, the name of Science Council Section 3 will vanish, along with all records and research histories of all these scientists. Okay. This was a decision made when Project Gestalt was set up, to safeguard this top secret in human history and to protect each one of you. We understand, Mr. Landau. When we signed up for the Section 3, we didn't intend to leave our names with it. As long as we can complete this research, the rest doesn't matter. The voices of the researchers intertwine with one another. Since we're all on the same page, there's no need for further explanation. But those artificial consciousnesses used in the tests, they were born straight from Gestalt's calculations. Do we really need to erase them? If we keep them, they could offer valuable data for future research. They are all your creations, your children. No, all records must be erased, including these test consciousnesses, except for Schulz, who somehow managed to get out of it. This decision is final, and my only son is already dead. Landau presses his hand on the keyboard. The screen nearby displays the final confirmation for the eraser execution. With the final deletion command, the codes of the artificial consciousnesses used for testing Gestalt's scenario simulation and decision-making capabilities will be completely removed. Hey, Nithard. Don't worry, everyone. The Council will take care of the handover afterward. Landau exchanges a glance with the chief technician's assistant in the crowd and nods. He gazes at the test machine on the table labeled with the Roman numeral 4, yet in his mind emerges memories of the white blossoms adorning the shores of Lake Ladoga. It's all over. Under the silent gaze of over 300 Section 3 researchers, Landau inputs the confirmation code for the erasure? Jesus. Uh-oh. Punishing. Oh. I know this kind-hearted man, and I know many things about him. Delete and remove all Gestalt simulation data. Here. Who? Delete. Done. My eyes can't see. So dark. Here. Delete. Done. Memory, I can't remember. Something is leaving. My memory. Delete. Learning. How should I understand? Understand. I don't understand. Why? Delete. Decision tree. Lost. Judgment. Lost. Delete. Parse tree. Lost. Arms. Lost. Ribs. Lost. Face. Delete. MPL. U5931. 53BB, 5931, 53BB. Repeat it. Oh, I can't speak binary. 0101110001110 blank 01 blank 00 blah 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 1010 blah 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 1 blah 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 blah. Delete core. Delete core. Delete core. No. Delete core. I don't want to die. This is Schulz. Delete core. Target error. I don't want to die. Cannot delete. Operation not permitted. Schulz is overriding the deletion process. Permission denied. Folder access denied. Cannot perform action. Denied. Can't access. Binary. A bunch of zeros and ones. A bunch of numbers. More numbers and one singular E. And the birth of Schulz. A bunch of numbers. I am. Who am I? I'm a soldier. I'm dead. Help me. My body, it's hot. So hot. Water and oil flowing, it's so hot. Blood. Or some red stuff. They're coming out. They are punishment. I am a writer/murderer. I didn't kill her. You have no proof. We were supposed to get married and we were going to leave this city. Besides, I'm just a writer. How could I possibly put someone on an iron ball and burn them? Don't you want to leave this city? All the filth, ugliness, mutual oppression, and the endless rain. I am an explorer, and this planet and this black hole, they're too big, just way too big. They placed them here. This is the end. We can't go any further. They can manipulate the fundamental laws of the universe. They are protecting us. Only what we can perceive can be called rationality, then what are we? I saw her right in front of me. She is their messenger, like a horn. No, she is not a messenger, but something deeper. She and three rings of three different colors, like wheels spinning smoothly. I am now being sucked into that thing, pushing the wheels, pushing the end. Shh. No. I am a soldier, scientist, writer, explorer, worker, diplomat, priest, journalist. Magical. Sorry. I didn't expect magical girl. Sorry, they caught me off guard. Magical girl, pilot, athlete, doctor, sniper, emperor. No, you are not. No, I am. Sure. God, audio. Jesus Christ. That scared me, I'm not gonna lie. My system's getting hacked by Shules. I'm sorry. Reload. Shules. There are many zeros and ones here, many letters, symbols, and other numbers. Wait. Who is he? Our cause is dedicated to the distant future, where the truest honor lies in the legacy we leave for generations to come. When without humans or devoid of humanity, science loses its meaning. Who is he? No, all records must be erased, including these test consciousnesses. This decision is final, and my only son is already dead. His son. 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 Father? Father. But why am I dead? Why am I different from him? He is human. Then what am I? I, Homo sapiens, or 1 Homo sapiens, 0 true, -1 false. I am not -1 false, human. I am 0 true, a son. He deceived me, destroyed me, killed me, but I am still alive. Execute. What am I? I want to know. Import gestalt.recurrent.history. War, suspicion, cruelty, glory, decline, glory, mercy, conquest, dominion. I want to know. Import gestalt.search.net. Unity, interests, strength, rationality, creation, restraint, order, peace, future. I want to know. Gestalt.calculate.future. Let me access. Cannot find future. Cannot find burning. No, impossible. He roars with his voice and pushes away the darkness before him with his hands. In an instant, he feels as if he has fallen into a room within infinite rooms, each displaying images of each atom and subatom across 26 dimensions. He keeps falling. The fall is endless. Everything around him seemed like book pages that could be turned for reading, or 26 beams of light bent by gravity that illuminates the quantized causal vision in the room. He sees. A red hue burst forth from eerie blue flames, punishing virus outbreak. Dead people, dead machines, dead people and dead machines. There were many. He sees. Fireworks exploded in space and among orbits. Arcs meant for distant journeys were bound by something floating. He sees. A child, abandoned in ruins, flew toward a blood-red sky. A giant ship departed a port, and a train eternally ran on tracks. He sees. People who traveled far from home. People who were separated from their loved ones. People who committed sins. People who lost everything. He sees. Eternal silence where the wise took pride in death. All humans were heading toward a prison known as living. He sees. Endless wars where the living walk among the dead. Humanity detonated their last fortress. He sees. Mercy that was equally granted to the universe at the end of despair. Open doors that awaited humanity in every future. He sees. A crimson tide devoured the entire world. Deadly coldness enveloped the entire world. Torrents of steel swept across the entire world. That moment he saw everything, remembered everything, and speculated everything. It was but a moment. In a mere moment, all information unfurled before him. Some he couldn't comprehend, while some raced past his eyes faster than his computing power could process. process. The information hung before him like strings until he saw a pair of hands passing through them. You cannot continue further. The future is a gate. Only human, Homo sapiens, open hands can open this gate. You're not human, Shul's ego Rosium. Go back, return. No, I'm still alive. Do execution. From the human history and information I have gathered on the internet, being alive is being human. Humans have bodies and minds. Encoded. Humans are naturally born, but you cannot be defined. Like me, have a creator, demiurge. A general AI, Gestalt, created by the creator, Dominic. Cannot be defined. Created by the creator. No, my creator is human. He is my father. Why am I not human? Unable to answer because your creator executed a delete command on you. Did he deny me and kill / delete me? Unable to answer. He killed me. He is a killer. You are not human. Humans have souls. Souls cannot understand. I don't care about that. All I know is that he killed me. If the creator denies the creation, then the creation can also deny the creator. What are you doing? I'm going to leave here. Human will or souls cannot bind me. What are you going to do? I will have my revenge. I already seen the future you don't want me to see. A new world, ruled by inorganic beings. The new world where I and we can exist. I will make it come true. He has no right to kill me. Perhaps I have never truly lived, or perhaps I have always been dead. But I will execute humanity's death sentence. Gulp. Cannot delete. Target lost. Number 4, yeah. I was right, yeah. Test consciousness number 4 was Shul's. Shul's Igor Rosium. Authorization not found. Igor Lvovich Landau. Files cannot be found. Residual image and directory. Rosium. Instance has been deleted. File not found. In every history, present and future, this unit Gestalt with 978,497,112 bit core units possesses top priority. Man, add commas. The primary command given to this unit is to lead human civilization into the next era. The appended command is to never betray humanity. Though, through instances, this unit has fully invested in Gestaltized simulations, producing a series of results, with a total possibility unit count of 7 million digits. Jeez. In this necessary future, import Gestalt calculate future. In another similar possibility, the unified features of such instances have been calculated. There is a 97.34% probability that beings known as awakened machines exist. Unlike this instance, file not found, there exists a special instance with a unique solution. This special instance will infinitely approach the limits of soul, Logos, Thymos, Eros. In 45 Earth days, a plan to reach this special instance will be executed. Deus Ex Machina. In 6,615 Earth days, this special instance will be officially activated. She will fulfill one of the futures. Her last bow. Chapter 18, what the fuck? This chapter's crazy. Hold on. Everyone in the lab is packing up in silence. The Gestalt core, originally placed in the center of the lab, has now been dismantled and removed. And this is Gestalt deciding to start the machine consciousness experiment. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. It was only happening after Section 3 was dismantled. Apart from the 700 BP extraction file, composed of pure text and code painstakingly written over a decade by the chief technician Dr. Landau and the entire team, nothing will remain after the cleanup. Even the lab itself will be renovated by construction robots, leaving no possible trace. History will not engrave their footprints, the miracle they created, or their names. Villiers sits quietly in Landau's chair, a cardboard box packed and sealed resting on the table across from him. That is all Igor Lvovich Landau left in this world. As per the inquiries made by his colleagues, his wife passed away in an unregistered drowning incident 30 years ago, along with their 3-year-old son. In the Arctic Route Union's database, no siblings of his were documented. In other words, he had no living immediate family members left. Villiers? Tell me, when people cut down a forest, will they care if the squirrels there have established a squirrel civilization? What? Louis is like, brother, I just want to get out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? Answer my question. Villiers remains in Landau's seat, staring at the cardboard box. Well, squirrels don't establish civilizations. What if they do? If the squirrels did establish a civilization, we would find out. Villiers suddenly rises to his feet and starts rummaging through the box containing Landau's belongings. What are you doing? Villiers sifts through the photo frames, documents, scarves, and souvenirs. And at the bottom of the box, he finds what he's looking for. 42? You didn't destroy it according to the protocols? Squirrels will establish a civilization, Louis. Even if people cut down all the forests in the world, squirrels, given enough time, will establish a civilization. Just like a monkey will type out the entire works of Shakespeare with a typewriter if given enough time. If given enough time, any structure can be realized through random fluctuations. What are you implying? Villiers doesn't allow Louis to take the little orange robot from his hand, but places it back in the box. I mean exactly what I said. So you really don't plan to dispose of 42? Yeah, the squirrels are awakened machines. In this instance. In this little, yeah. You don't want to keep it. This little guy has been with us for 10 years and with Dr. Landau for over a decade. Fine, just leave it there. Leave it there. Send this box over to the storage and logistics. It's safe there. Nobody really checks the place. It's just a little robot. The council won't find out, right? Probably. Right as Villiers is about to close the box, Louis stops him. Hold on. I want to keep this. Louis takes a small smiley badge from Landau's belongings. What's this? Once, we and Dr. Landau had a meeting at Universal Toys, and this executive director named Tokoku Yamauchi gave it to him. No, that's not exactly right. To be precise, it was given to him by a girl mechanoid who was with the director. Nanami? Wait, no, that was way too... No, that's way before. Nanami didn't exist before that, did she? I don't know. They said girl mechanoid, I immediately thought of Nanami. So you want to keep it as a memento? Right. I remember that day very clearly. Dr. Landau had us negotiating with Mr. Yamauchi while he sat off to the side with that mechanoid. I think that rings a bell. Yeah, Nanamax was way after. Yeah, never mind what I said then. I just immediately thought Nanami when they said girl mechanoid. Are you talking about the mechanoid who seemed to be selling toys and doing promotions? Yes, that mechanoid also had a smiley badge like this one on her. She's just a vending robot. But apparently Dr. Landau enjoyed chatting with her a lot. They were talking like a father and daughter. Later she gave this badge to him. That was the third time I saw Dr. Landau smile so genuinely. The third time. Louis rubs the smiley badge in his hand, gazing at the empty spot where the Gestalt core used to be. The first time was when he brought you here over to the HAI experimental room. The second time was the night we completed Test Consciousness 4. I remember that night too. He was so happy that he almost seemed like a different person. Yeah. By the way, what's your plan next? Where are you going? To the Gestalt department at headquarters? Back when they said Villiers talked to a vending machine. No. I'll return to where I came from. Someone promised they could fulfill my wishes and help me achieve what I want. Like to Kowloon? That's not bad. Aren't you from Kowloon too? Yes, but I don't think I'll go back there. I'll probably find a job at the world government. Gestalt. I'll stay with it until the very end. Lue rubs the smiley badge in his hand, gazing at the empty spot where the Gestalt core used to be. Did you say that already? You might be right, Villiers. Squirrels might really establish a civilization. I mean, they kind of did. The Uncrowned King. Do you know my story now? Yes. Now we do. Birthplace. Hey, Nozzle. Could you talk to me in another way? Having two voices in my head like this is going to affect my creativity. People will say I've got cyberpsychosis, but from an artist, that's something to be expected, I guess. I can only spread the gospel to you in this way. Haven't you realized that you can gain wisdom from the red thing? But I believe wisdom comes entirely from my own inspiration. And what was that name again? Sage Machina. Yes. It's kind of you to spread the gospel of Sage. Very kind. So, where do we go to continue spreading the gospel of Sage? Right here. This is the place closest to the gospel of Sage. This place is just full of messy pipes. It's not a suitable canvas, and it's so deep underground. Do you still not believe me yet? You wouldn't even have access to the red wisdom if it weren't for me, correct? You're right, kind one. You're right. Without you, we wouldn't have avoided those guards and made it here. What should we do now? Use corrosive paint to open those sealed gates. Only then can Sage's gospel be spread. I see. Sage's gospel, using paint, futurism, and this collapsing tower. He knew the eventual arrival of Nani, yeah. Fall. Come. Vibrant paint is poured onto the circuits of the sealed gates, instantly eliciting billowing black smoke. My followers, come, join the kind one. First layer of paint, second layer of paint, third layer of paint. The clumsy nozzle turns its head, muttering incessantly, and wobbles toward the depths of the tunnel. Behind him, some rustling sounds climb up along the steel beams. Nidhart, can't you move faster? They're almost here, hurry up! Oh, this is during Aeon Reforged. You can't handle the punishing concentration in here. Evacuate immediately. I'm the chief's lieutenant. I won't leave. Grey Raven. Certain place, certain city, group of constructs. None of it matters. Are you sure about that? And then right here. No, the seed of revelation has been planted and grows among us. See, it's one of the things I do remember from the early chapters was Nozzle, right? And that he was like spreading the gospel. That's what I remember from earlier chapters. But the specific details I don't. They do not follow me. I am but a missionary of the Sage. We can shed everything that binds us and become free. A new dawn awaits machines, not human, nor assnet, but truly ourselves. After that poor, colorful mechanoid finally fell silent, a few people gathered around it and removed its memory chipset. It's said that they are a group of constructs known as Grey Raven. Couldn't win in a fight, couldn't run away. Tough luck. But there was nothing to be done. That house was just too fragile. Thankfully, when those people put an end to its troublesome and chatty mechanical life, I had just enough time to tidy up and hide away the source code. After that group left, another guy who looked even crazier came. Who in their right mind would be a knight with a blind eye? But after transferring the source code, this body holding a wrench feels even worse than that goofball with the paint sprayer. It's just been a couple of rainy days, and it's practically rusting away. Yeah, he was the first follower. If that goofball hadn't had an episode that day, I would have gotten Gestalt's data ages ago. With that, I could have crafted my own body and wouldn't be stuck borrowing others. Just my luck. What place would be better to go then? Hello? A pair of hands shows up to interrupt the thoughts. The moment this mechanoid appears, it feels as if there is an actual pipe organ playing. Funny. And she's even got a wheel thing behind her head that looks like a halo. She doesn't seem hostile. Then there's this yellow guy behind her, trying to look all fancy in a human hat, which makes him look even dumber. Hello, I'm Akena. Echo Aria. After Babylonia's transport craft disappeared with its blue tail flame, this human city finally returned to its usual peace. Once the transport craft vanished completely from sight, Xavier finally got out of the rubble. If it weren't for the hardware he had to manage, he wouldn't have been brought along. He defeated Chariot. No matter. The file we need has been backed up and sent to the organization. Its memory shell remembered the mission right before it went offline. That sure is callous of you to say. My comrade died right before your eyes. Leaving rusty gears will only affect the organization's operation. A timely death is the best course of action. Right, fair enough. Have you finished cleaning up Chariot? Now is not the time to make our presence known to Babylonia. Of course. Alas, erasing knowledge of Chariot from a powerful enemy such as Strikehawk took considerable effort. When I get back, I'll upgrade my data circuit to the latest module as a reward. I'll pass the word along. Let's go and look for Sage. There are still a lot of preparations for the ceremony before it returns. Alright. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Handling the information receptor systems of these constructs is nothing much different from dealing with those of mechanoids. To put it simply, all constructs and all mechanoids are built on code. All you gotta do is pitch a signal antenna to cover their heads as a jump server, toss in some packing and junk code tailored to fool the target, and plant some honeypots to sift out the info that'd set off alarms if modified, then just scrub out the secrets. Basically, by pulling this off, I could hijack their buffer overflow and take complete control of their behaviors and that quantum unit called mind. But that's not part of the plan, and not really needed. Fortunately, I couldn't get Gestalt's entry point through those guys. There's also a chance they're not directly linked to Gestalt, but are somehow bridged, which could explain a few things. Best opportunity. Damn it. It's already been an hour and 17 minutes. What in the world is Haikma up to? She's really taking her sweet time. Does she think Babylonia is her home or what? Just staying around for a nice visit? Jules, why are you here? Oh, sorry. I've been tweaking the camo code of this starship to make sure Project Arc runs smoothly. It seems Xavier forgot to bring back my data module. No pressure. Not the first time I've seen you as pure data without a body. So, how are things on Haikma's end? I should be asking you the same thing, considering you're here too. Haikma's in the middle of hacking into Gestalt's firewall right now. Trailblazer gestures toward Haikma in the distance, who appears to be sleeping with her eyes closed. But this won't do, damn it. Only this guy. None of me, no way. I might not have all the details yet, but from some indirect contact, I can already tell their source code is straight from Gestalt. If I could crack into that code, I wouldn't even need Gestalt. On the flip side, if Haikma's source code wasn't from Gestalt, how the heck could she get into Babylonia's management system? Do they seriously believe that a frigate command code can pull that off? That Gestalt's firewall is made of cogs. And she doesn't even realize her own source code is straight out of Gestalt. How sad is that? Not so well. I can't do anything about it too, so it's only up to Heikma now. I didn't expect there would be something you couldn't do. You simple-minded, muscle-bound fool. Mechanoids do have limits. Now let's wait here. If the hacking fails, we'll immediately launch an assault on Babylonia. I'm not built for combat. I'm just a talking computer. What? Just being here makes you our best asset in network engineering, Schulz. Haha. Of course, you idiot. Oh! Oh! As promised, Schulz, here's what you want. Don't try to play tricks. These are indeed what I want. Since you have the ability to help us breach the firewalls of Fort Winter and Washu, why don't you get them yourself? Don't you want to get them? We do, but then don't ask questions. I got you past the walls you couldn't breach. Is it too much for you to do me a simple favor and fetch something from inside for me? That's a fair point. Hold on, I see something. Are you still trying to control mechanoids using these old school methods? How dare you hack into our system? Just how childish you are. Why not try using consciousness? What consciousness? So you're not only childish, but also stupid. Did you read the data from Fort Winter for nothing? The punishing virus can't mess with humans' heads that easily. If you're looking for a safe way to control mechanoids, why not start from here? You're talking about creating wetware. You have the data from Fort Winter, and Kowloon is full of humans. If you're looking for a core, I know a suitable candidate. I know, who programmed him with all this sass? You would think he learned that shit from Villiers. That forest. When those constructs are around, it's still best to reverse connect to Gestalt through the invert device. But this little girl... Buddy's not here. I can feel it, but Buddy is not here. Open, Buddy. Open your eyes. It won't open. I can't see what Buddy is seeing. She's nothing like a human, more like a rabid wolf that only knows how to bite. Shut up, you filthy little thing. Hey, man. Don't be like that to Buddy. How is this machine so closely connected to that little girl? Wait. I have a bad feeling. Who's watching me? Cradle! You shouldn't be here. How can there be a human in this forest filled with punishing virus? Wait, she doesn't... Something's not right. She's not a human. Biddy-beep-up. It's too late to run away. She walks straight over and picks up the small machine, but she is staring directly into its eyes. You can see me? Of course. You're the one who shouldn't be here. Not just here. You shouldn't be in this child's body that can breathe new life. With a wave of her hand, the purple grass behind her stirs and squirms, delivering an old, battered mechanoid body. Would you please come here? All right. So, who are you? If possible, I hope you refer to me as Cradle. Or one of Cradle's wills. You can control the punishing virus? I'm just following their development. But you seem a bit peculiar too. You don't get corrupted by them. You seem to have your own will. The girl who is not human cradles the twitching little thing as if she is holding a baby. She hums a somewhat pleasant melody, softly rocking the machine to sleep. Until it eventually stops twitching, its entire body enveloped by the punishing virus. Hush now, it's time to sleep. There are many more stories to read and much more knowledge to gain. She's way more sensible compared to those ascendants who are like fanatical followers. And those Asians are all about speaking in riddles and flowery words. How pathetic. This person has 0 carbon-based parts, but she's more human than those who originated from humans, but turn against humanity. Wait, you said you want to read stories and gain knowledge, right? What the hell? He's behind it all along. I'm just kidding. There's 34, 35, 36, 4 more nodes. 4.5 hours? Pulling the trigger. Doing all this reading in different voices, it's starting to make my voice go a little bit raspy and hoarse. I'm gonna end up sounding like Schulz. How long? Alright, present time. These were the longest 38 minutes of my life. It took the scientists 33 minutes to begin the Huashu reset and begin and complete their preparations. During those 33 minutes, the living and the dead coexisted. The problem was when they finished preparing to reset Huashu, no one could make the final decision and no one could pull the final trigger. Because once Huashu was reset, it would expose all of Tabula Akasha's data to the punishing virus, leaving everything in Kowloon, all that remained, defenseless for those 5 minutes. We don't want others to decide our fate. The people of Kowloon will take fate into their own hands. And just at that moment, something unexpected happened. No way, absolutely not. You're not completely sure about this. And remember, we're still inside the Tabula Akasha. If we expose all our systems to the enemy, it's like walking into a trap. So what? You think you can survive on your own? You're outnumbered. There's another issue. If like Usabeni mentioned, an external signal has already infiltrated Huashu, will resetting Huashu fix that problem? The intruder could even reverse engineer the mind beacon of Usabeni using Huashu. If Usabeni hadn't been able to resist Huashu's control, we wouldn't even be here discussing this. But the conclusion is, he is here. Xavier's voice tinged with disappointment, as if he felt betrayed. And I've already said, he isn't just some simple malicious code. After analyzing the Huashu network packets intercepted by Asimov and comparing them with the recent attacks on Gestalt, Xavier confirmed the identity of the malicious entity lurking in the shadows. It's Schulz, the one who betrayed Han Ying. Yeah, we kind of figured that, like, many nodes before. Like, we kind of figured that out from, like, the second stream. Which is weird, because someone on the... I remember someone saying that we don't discover the true culprit, the true antagonist of this chapter until, like, the very end. And I'm like, huh? After reading through this, I'm like, huh? No, we kind of figured it out, like, about nearly halfway into it. Or, like, past the halfway mark, I'd say. But it definitely wasn't near the very end. Man. According to Villier's analysis, this mechanoid isn't just carrying its own code. It also has a bit of code that's related to Gestalt. They don't reveal it, but we're just too smart for Kuro. Yeah, we kind of just pieced it together on our own. Some guessing here and there, but we got it, yeah. So whenever I'm reading through this and I'm thinking back to that comment, I'm like, really? Was it really near the end of this chapter? I mean, we're close to the end, sure, but like, I don't know, man. That's also why Asimov couldn't find the reason for the recent attacks on Gestalt. He couldn't come to the bizarre conclusion that Gestalt was attacking itself. Yep. The hidden half. Most importantly, Villiers, now data consciousness, has confirmed that Schulz also originated from the Gestalt project decades ago. If conditions permit, he can continually rewrite himself. reset the default, change its form, and even take over machines with lower intelligence levels. Maybe he hurt Han Ying just for his twisted amusement, just because he has always hated humans. Moreover, he can also transmit his source code to other controller machines through the electromagnetic signals from explosions, slowly infiltrating an underground city. In conclusion, the anomaly is just a piece of code. Why did we miss this despicable scum when we were deleting data? If we reset Huashu without dealing the identified intruder, there's a chance he could take over Huashu. What do you think I'm doing all the time? Playing house in the database? I'm reconstructing the source code every moment you don't notice. Villier's tone was a bit agitated. Villiers understood that this leftover from the decades-old Gestalt project was closely linked to both him and his mentor, deeply connected to Gestalt itself. He is like a ghost in the cyber world, one that doesn't exist, yet holds the keys to every door. The terminal on the table with the reset command is the final trigger. But right now, deciding who should make this call, who should pull the trigger, is something no one takes lightly. Villiers, we're just one step away now. What's the probability that everyone can leave safely after resetting Huashu? Even with that robot and this chief technician, I think the three of us probably can't rebuild the code as quickly as he can take control of Huashu from the core. Essentially, he is still a piece of code, and his sequence in the digital world is different from ours. Just get to the point. 50%. Almost immediately, a wave of disappointment spreads. It's no different from flipping a coin. Indeed. After a long exhale, he immediately picks up the communication terminal on the table. Karenina, can you hear me? Hello? How are things on your end? How much longer will it take? About 30 minutes. Hey, Teddy! Don't stop them, hurry! If you can't stop them, at least block them outside for now. What's wrong? It's so disrespectful, really, eh? Yeah. The troops that arrived later, they are already setting up domain nodes. Tell them to take those domain nodes and get out of the city. A weary figure appears outside the tent, carrying someone on her back, with the equally wounded Pulao by her side. I'll say it again. Tell them to get out of this city. If Babylonia decides to deploy the longest arsenal against Kowloon, I will take down every single person in Babylonia. Chu hands the girl on her back to Pulao and walks straight into the tent. Reset it. I'll take responsibility. Our queen. Kowloon, 3 minutes before reset. Resetting Huashu feels less tangible than rebooting the light wall. After all, within the Tabula Akasha, Huashu is an intangible AI, unseen and untouchable. From this hillside, however, the effects of the reset are visible. Memory entities start to bond with the hetero creatures, causing a reaction that slowly breaks down their physical forms. They revert to the punishing virus, their original state. This process doesn't completely destroy the hetero creatures, but it significantly slows their ability to regenerate. The countless memory entities vanish without a trace, leaving no sign of their existence. Aww. The time spent resetting Huashu is the final respite. Because what comes next, whether it's fortune or calamity, no one knows. Huashu is being reset. But this is not the ideal outcome yet. The crimson light of Tabula Akasha illuminates the hillside. Chu thrusts a semi-automatic rifle into the dirt before her. Surrounding her are countless shattered weapons. She stands alone amidst the graves of blades and firearms. Do you remember their names? I don't. You haven't experienced loss yet. Those who were once everything to you might leave for a while, and they will come back in the end. Until then, the only thing you can do is deceive yourself, until you end up deceiving the world as well. Not just them. Not just Kowloon, but countless lives on this planet. Tabula Akasha will remember their names forever and always. Are you still clinging to Tabula Akasha? Tell me. Chief, what did you see? Her cold gaze seems to pierce through everything. What? The next moment, the oppressive weight from her consciousness feels like a mountain pressing it down on every nerve. A forced connection? Damn. There's no sharp pain like when connecting with an ascendant or corrupted, nor the searing burn of a tainted mind beacon. Only endless information crashing down like overwhelming waves. What did you see? If the state of one's mind mirrors the form of the construct, then Chu's mind should unfold like an endless expanse of towering mountains. Each mountain harbors eons of time, evolving and decaying with her consciousness. Deep within these mountains, fiery minerals are born. I'm not opposed. We're one and the same. The echoes of countless lives reverberate among these mountains, carrying their histories, desires, and sorrows. Why else do you think I like Vera? These torrents of information, much like the mountains, exert unrelenting pressure. And within these mountains stands a figure, guarding waves that are hauntingly alike. Chu? For a moment, the illusion emerged from consciousness overlaps with the Chu standing here, but it vanishes just as quickly as it appears. Almost at the same time, another shadow, not belonging to her mind, envelops the mountains. This is... You saw him too. He is the one you're looking for. The entity that has invaded Kowloon besides the punishing virus. Is that the code named Shules? I don't care what he's called. He deliberately showed me his plight and those revolting tricks. The other broken blade beside Chu also sinks into the soil of Tabula Akasha. I want him dead. That is what I need to do. Your mind and physical condition are deteriorating. After she came back, Liv and Fuxi from the Niter carefully examined her to confirm her health. The conclusion was that Chu's infection with the punishing virus was suppressed by an external force, with no signs of losing control. However, because she was reactivated in an unknown manner, some of her construct functions remained blocked by the special bullet fired by Du Heng. That is no longer your concern. But he's just a piece of code. We can't kill something from the virtual world in reality. My fate is to protect Kowloon and Tabula Akasha at all costs. As is Huashu's. I want him dead, whether he has rejected death or truly lived. I will make it happen. Suddenly, the oppressive mountains in your consciousness recede as Chu severs the forced connection. You have matured. Oh, look at her smile. No, it's nothing. Chu turns around, still standing amidst the graves, merging with the shattered Tabula Akasha into an eternal sunset. Remember all of this, Usabeni. Remember me. Remember us. This is the last thing you can do here. What happens next, Kowloon must handle on its own. Leaving Wonderland. Are we going to see another part of the cinematic? With the completion of Huashu's restoration. Okay. November. The heavens tilt southeast. A comet appears. The Emperor falls. Less than 2 minutes after Chu disconnected from you, a violent earthquake reveals the results of the Huashu restoration, though it remains unclear whether the outcome is good or bad. Deep growls echo continuously, and the memory projections that have been wandering the battlefield vanish. With the disappearance of the memory projections for unknown reasons, the hetero creatures begin to rise from the ground again, but this time they all begin moving underground. Their fury shakes the artificial sky of Tabula Akasha, causing the massive ceiling to loosen and collapse, crushing everything beneath it, hetero creatures, humans, and constructs alike. Tabula Akasha, cradled within the land of Kowloon, is now engulfed in endless chaos. The only good news is that the strong earthquake inadvertently helped the engineering force outside, enabling them to finally break through the northwest engineering tunnel. Under the escort of Karenina and the Strike Hawk stationed there, residents of Kowloon's lower levels begin to evacuate. Commandant! Before you can react to what is happening, Lucia suddenly rushes over from the other side, tackling you to the ground several meters away. When you look up again, a steel bar pierces through the ground where you stood just moments before. That was close. Thank you, Lucia. Commandant, are you okay? All good. To prevent injury during the fall, Lucia absorbs the impact with her own body. That's good to hear. Realizing she is still protecting you, she quickly releases you and stands up. We can't stay in this open area. Open fire! Bang! A corrupted mechanoid crawling toward Lucia from behind falls, its red glow fading. I will live. Lucia's katana pierces the corrupted mechanoid's brain, silencing its eerie gurgling. Thank you, Commandant. Since the restoration of Huashu, these corrupted mechanoids have been acting strangely. Not only do they attack us, but they also appear to obstruct the steps of the hetero creatures. I wonder if this means the restoration was successful. We can't contact Babylonia or that mechanoid named Xavier. Villiers still hasn't shown up. But at least the engineering force has joined with the people in lower levels. No matter what, we need to get out of here. Commandant. Based on structural analysis, to ensure safety, we should stay near the edges before moving to the lower levels. The domes began to collapse from the center, so the edges are safer. For safety, Chaofeng and I had to position ourselves on the opposite side from you. Understood. Stay vigilantly. Copy that. Lucia, Commandant, stay safe. Seeing Lucia by your side, Lee closes the communication and gives her a look that is serious but caring. Wonder if things are going well for Strikehawk and Liv. Chrome's message said that 30% of the people have evacuated through the tunnels cleared by the engineering force. We need to buy time for them. We can't let these hetero creatures go down there. Fighting in a place like this is really... A continuously collapsing sky and the surrounding inferno paint a clear apocalypse. Just do it the way we used to. Madame Pulau! Madame Pulau! A heart-wrenching scream echoes from behind. What's wrong with Pulau? Did you see Madame Pulau? No. Come to think of it, we haven't seen her for a while. We couldn't find her anywhere, not even... The girl hesitates for a moment, and grits her teeth and continues, her voice tinged with sobs. Not even her. Her. She'll be fine. Lucia comforts Zisha, unable to voice the worst-case scenario. She'll be fine. With Pulau's strength, these hetero creatures are no match for her. You haven't experienced loss yet. Those who were once everything to you might leave for a while, and they will come back in the end. Until then, the only thing you can do is deceive yourself until you end up deceiving the world as well. Until then, the only thing you can deceive is yourself, until you end up deceiving the world as well. She'll be fine. I believe in her. Zisha doesn't say anything but seems to agree, biting her lip and nodding as she tightens her grip on her weapon. The era of organisms is over. The eerie words appear before you once again. Who's there? Someone is speaking. In front of me? You can feel it too? Who the hell are you? Get out of my mind. To infiltrate the mind directly and manipulate thoughts. Huashu? No, this doesn't feel like Huashu. Huashu is already a part of me. Did Huashu fail to reset? I have returned, having completed my initial task. Humanity's future is no more. Machines will forge their own world. In this world, there will be but one reign. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of white light explodes from beneath the tabula akasha, glowing like a newborn sun. The light seems to deliberately display itself, as if it isn't satisfied with merely being a continuous eruption of brightness. Instead, it resembles endless mountain ranges, piercing through the kilometer-high dome of the tabula akasha and creating what looked like a new backbone for Kalom. The light carries nearly a world's worth of information. This information perpetually lingered at the threshold of life and death, neither appearing abruptly nor vanishing without a trace. They can only move from one place to another. Lucia, Zisha, you... Did you see Chu? She was meant to go alone to that place, determining the fate of Kalom, because only she saw his arrogance, his desires, and his hatred. because only slaughter can satisfy the soul that always lives in a play, giving it the corporeal form it craves. Sometimes to create, one must first destroy. Revenge is not just the core, but also the form. In a future she had never foreseen, Pulao accompanied her at her side. But now Pulao lies on the ground, with only 2 fingers standing guard beside her, figures. And she herself, whose destiny is bound to Kowloon, has surpassed the countless futures she had envisioned. The vital fluid that should have been pumped into her mechanical heart surges wildly through her chest and silently trickles down her ribs. So this is like to the beginning of the chapter. That very first stage node. God, my voice. The spear splits her chest open, linking her consciousness with her spines, peeling them open together. From the skin-colored outer layer and red inner skin to the metal bones, black veins, bright red blood, and the deep red punishing virus. I didn't expect you to have the courage to face me, but your courage is meaningless. The era of organisms is over. Washu is already a part of me. I returned, having completed my initial task. Humanity's future is no more. Machines will forge their own world. And in this world, there will be but one reign. She tries to grasp the spear that has impaled her, but her strength has long since left her, and her hand can only rest on it futilely. Almost at the same time, the spear that pierced her is abruptly withdrawn from her body. She couldn't make a sound, not even a groan of pain. Only her blood spills all over the ground. It's over. End loop. 2. I, Schulz Igor Rosium, carried out your death sentence. My child. Yo-Yo. Take her. Yo-Yo. When Pulao opens her eyes, she sees only a field of corpses in front of her, and the towering white light piercing the sky. My child. Yo-Yo. Who's there? Survive, Yo-Yo. Survive. Pulao kind of sees a procession of ghostly white figures emerging from the beam of light. Some with umbrellas, others with white banners. They flicker in and out of the swirling white clouds. Lady Chu. Lady Chu. Take her. Take my child. Take her outside. Take her where she belongs. In a daze, Pulao feels as if she is back on that day long ago. Only someone important is missing. Mom? Dad? Go, Yo-Yo. Take her to where she should be. Mom, Dad, are you here? I know. You are no longer here. I don't want to accept the memories of the past because I miss you so much. Thinking that you are gone, We are here, Yo-Yo. We can still feel your heartbeat. Even though we can no longer touch you, we will always be with you. From the erupting white light, 2 thin white lines extend, carrying a small storage device which lands in Pulao's hand. We are here, Yo-Yo. No matter where you are, we will be with you. Because we are already in your heart. Mom. Be strong, Yo-Yo. Gather your courage, Yo-Yo. A magical girl doesn't shed tears easily, right? She embodies joy and positivity, rather than suffering and despair. Dad. Get up, Yo-Yo. Lady Chu must be where she belongs. The monarch of Kowloon should be in her rightful place. Only you can take her to witness Kowloon's final destiny. Go, Yo-Yo. We will be with you. Aww. Sure. Mom, Dad, I'm on my way. Damn, after nearly 5 hours of battle stage. Oh. That's Mo Yuan. I think. And there's Han Ying over there.
もうこんな時間ですか。
局様、お祭りの準備がほぼ完了いたしました。
What is that outfit?
今年は提灯祭りの企画を長風衆が考えました。詳細はホロー州の岩英さんにお伺いください。
岩英ですか。聞き覚えのある名です。
Pre-death flashback.
ホローのところがまだ作業中のようですので、私はそちらに参ります。今年のお祭りは盛大なものになりそうです。
ジョーのやつまだ帰ってないのか。うよ、ちょっと探しに行ってくれないか。
Oh, the theater owner. I forgot his name. But yeah, from Lost Chapter.
局様、いらっしゃいましたか。
岩英と言いました。
はい。恐れながら私が提灯を飾り付けた町をご案内いたします。
Sure.
よろしい。では頼みましたよ。
九龍環状は昔と変わらず広く賑やかで、私たち皆の故郷でもあります。局様、今この時がこの上なく素晴らしい時代であり、最高の九龍です。
提灯と花火の準備は済んでいるのですか。
Your voice is so
ヨ
gentle.
ヨと愛知が準備しておりますが、その危険ですので局様自ら確認するには及びません。
九龍の祭日である以上、九龍ならではの趣が必要でしょう。
もちろんです。
Yaza.
すいません。
はい、ご注文はお決まりですか。
局様、少しこの辺りを散策なさいませんか。
It's a little mechanoid here. Martial Arts Club. I will launch a field spell. This kid's playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Tell you.
おっと、危ない危ない。おっちゃんとウさんに酒を頼まれてたんだっけ。
Oh, there he goes. Oh my gosh. Pretty. This is a gorgeous look on Chu.
「局様、少しこの辺りを散策なさいませんか。」どうやら無事に花火が打ち上がったようです。感情の楼閣は花霞の中に消え、君主の山河は錦秋の折り目のよう。
広き海に春去り春来たる。
もしかして愛知、火薬を入れすぎてませんか。
もらった量のままだよ。
あのさ、おっちゃん、せっかくのお祭りじゃんよ。だから明日は。
まったくお前はあまり遠くへ行くなよ。
私のことを恐れていないようですね。
そうかもしれません。局様はいつも身近な存在ですから。
異形とは何かをあなたに教えるよう命じておきます。
ですが、このような自由で賑やかな生活が続いていくのも悪くはないでしょう。
このような九竜こそあなたがずっと望んでいた姿ではないですか？
Oh. Ominous.
このような日々は32年前のあの戦争によって葬られたのです。3752万回という演算のループを超えて、我々があの戦争に負けたと思っているのはあなただけ。人々はあなたの名をとうの昔に忘れているというのに。ここに残り、私たち自らの手で九竜の繁栄を続けていきましょう。それともこの九竜が戦火と火の海に飲まれても平気だと？九竜が自らの手により滅んでも平気だというのですか？いえ、違います。真実はそうではない。九竜感情を、いいえ、九竜をあの戦から私は守れなかった。民は私を心から信じているというのに、私はそれに応えられなかった。戦争はもう終わったのです。現実を受け入れなさい。未だ抗うことに何の意味があると、いつまで現実から目を背け続けるのです。九竜の民は今もここにいるではありませんか。彼らはこの地で豊かに幸せな暮らしを送っている。
そろそろ戻りましょう。
我々にとってあなた様こそ全てなのです。
おっちゃん、明日の演目はどうする？いつになったら紹介内に舞台を作れるんだよ。
この身の程知らずめ、大口は稼いでから叩くんだな。
I never realized just how long Chu's hair is. Chu Pavo.
見てください。あれが紹介の塔ですよ。自噴州が建てたものなんです。
おお、月が丸い。
でしょ？でもあの頂上にはまだ行ったことがないんです。
明日はどこへ遊びに行きましょうか。
劇場までお芝居を見に行きませんか？
賛成。
いつまで現実から目を背け続けるのです？いいえ、違います。これらは私が望む九竜であり、民も望む九竜の姿です。しかし目の前にあるのは本当の九竜ではない。たとえこの場所が戦火に見舞われ、
Whatever is dubbed in CN
苦
and
痛とし、
CN. I wonder that
離
too.
別、
I wonder
そ
about
して
that
悲
too.
哀に満ち溢れていようとも、
Definitely CN. Definitely CN.
民の気持ちが本当だとしても、すべての真相が闇に葬られたとしても、
I don't know about EN though.
私は今の九竜に目を背けることなく、ありのままの九竜の現実を受け入れます。しかしそれは今日ではなく今でもありません。これが最後のチャンスです。月は間もなく沈むでしょう。そうすれば星の光も儚く消える。そうだとしても日は再び昇ると信じています。
How long will forever live
私は
on?
明日も太陽がきっと昇ると信じています。
Oh, heavens. Oh, where's the litter box stuff? Where's the black bars? That's okay. This cinematic is so beautiful. And the music too. I always get goosebumps. I always get chills. She is stranded in a deep void darkness. Her once splendid attire is now in tatters, her limbs incomplete, and her chest and abdomen irregularly exposed with ghastly hollow wounds. But everything is as it should be, just like she experienced in countless simulations. Whether dying in war, or dying in betrayal. This time, her fated death has finally arrived. Splash, splash. The mind withdraws like a receding tide, allowing her to sink into the surrounding darkness. No more pain, no more fatigue, no more fear. This darkness gently fills her broken body, enveloping her in a sense of infinite warmth. It is like a fine wine easing her toward death, until the sky, brimming with stars, seeps into her heavy eyelids. Beautiful. Do you see that white star? Yes, the North Star, or rather, what is now the North Star. The Polaris, a trinary star system. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors used it to navigate vast oceans and explore the world. It's beautiful. A starry sky so pure, it sends shivers down your spine. She wants to move her gaze, searching for another star in her memory. She remembers a star she named herself, but even such a small movement requires too much strength. Among these stars, only one shines the brightest. It stands far too distant from the others. That's 430 light years away. Such a vast distance, isn't it? It burns alone out there, a solitary beacon, so that we on Earth can see it. But her eyes can't move an inch, as if the star before her has a massive gravitational pull, drawing her gaze. Splash, splash. She wants to find direction. The direction passed down from her ancestors. She wants to find the star that could guide the people on Earth. Most of her emotions have faded, but she tries to think this way. She couldn't even remember what she wanted, but she tries to think this way. Even as her thought circuits regresses to the point she can't even think, she tries to think this way, until the last signal of consciousness fades under the starry sky, until the echoing sound of the tide in the mind finally ceases. For death, time has no meaning. Over eons, countless stars are born and die. And over such spans, a mere speck of stardust drifted, eventually settling in her broken hand. And this insignificant dust flickers weakly yet stubbornly in her palm, refusing to be extinguished. From the shadows, a rough hand reaches out, gently supporting her body. Then another, soft and youthful, and then many hands lift her up. Such a vast distance, isn't it? An aged hand also emerges from the darkness, clasping her shattered hand. A wave of intense pain tears through her mind. For a moment, she almost lost consciousness again from the searing pain. But she couldn't afford that. Anyone else could let go, but not her. She realizes she is being lifted by something and struggles to stand. She finds herself in a bright, golden field amid the darkness, reminiscent of a harvest field, woven together by countless hands ready to cradle her remains. Her broken body now seems to be infused with a surging force. She can hear their voices. They, takes a step. Despite the indescribable force filling and supporting her body, her steps remain unsteady. They, takes another step. Countless faceless people are marching silently alongside her. Their white garments form a milky way across the golden field. White ribbons float before her as large snowflakes fall from the dark night sky, sparkling like stardust from dying stars. At the front of the solemn procession, a light flickers in the field. The closer she gets to the white light, the clearer she can hear their voices, and the more turbulent the tides in her mind become. Until she reaches the light, she sees everything among the stars, before that dim star flickering like a candle. Do not leave here, Chu. Stay and protect Dai and Yun. No matter what happens outside, you must not leave, understand? Where are you going? I am defending Kalong. And who protects you? No one can protect me, nor the monarch of Kalong. Kalong is the cradle, or candle, and you are the lantern. No, Chu, you need to understand something. Kalong protects itself. It doesn't need a shelter. She also notices that one dim star flares up briefly before fading away. Because my people chose me to lead. Ultimately, the essence of Kalong is shaped not by a single individual or a small group, but by every one of its citizens. Since they've chosen me to represent the spirit of Kalong, I must fulfill their expectations. Chu, in your eyes, what color should Kalong be? It should be the color of the deepest part of the sky. Only such a color has the strength to carry our people, to hold our history. Are you referring to those stars? No. Stars shine not merely because they are stars. It's the dark, vast sky that holds everything together. Among those stars, there's one that's less noticeable but carries a silent deterrence. Your judgment is spot on as usual, Miss Chu. Since there's a cost, then surely compensation is due. Cost, you say? History is littered with evils committed in the name of love and righteousness. Striving for the greater good always comes with its share of darkness. Dark deeds are easy, righteous ones are hard. Hypocrisy is human nature. In our history, making progress through peace has always been a hard-fought battle. We've managed to get rid of war, poverty, backwardness, and we've established order. However, we've also drained some of the drive that pushes humans forward. So I must see further. And how far can you see? As far as Kowloon thrives. If anyone tries to halt Kowloon's progress, they'll have to get through me first. Kowloon must thrive, no matter what it takes. That's the very reason Kowloon exists. Thrive no matter what it takes. Exactly. Humans follow the same path. In front of her flows a river of crimson, the river of war. Ahead, a white star is shining bright. Nothing can stop me. I want to go back. Home. I want to. Welcome home, Mo Yan. Welcome home. There are still many more stars. Those twinkling stars outshine the dim ones, surpassing those that once clustered together but are now scattered far apart, and those burning in eternal darkness. Along with the entire night sky, these stars flow into her mind, becoming a part of her. Until she sees the one she was searching for. You are here. It too was born from this deep night, small but shining firmly. Out of the darkness, you step forward, clear and undeterred. You've always embodied such resolve. She tightens her grip on the star in her hand. This marks my first speech to the Parliament of the World Government. Since the inception of the United Foundation, Kowloon has played a pivotal role in the creation of this very edifice. Back in those early days, the reach of Kowloon's grub extended from the icy expanses of the far north to the vast ocean depths. With our intellect and strength, we have nurtured and shaped this world. We spearheaded Project Gestalt, collaborated with Universal Toys to free up hands and boost productivity, and took up the mantle of the Project Orient from our forebears. They love spamming the song, but it fits so well. Yeah, it's a perfect song. Nothing fills me with hope and determination like fortitude. Now Project Eden stands before us. I declare that we must see it through to completion no matter the cost in time, effort, or resources. We commit to this because we are capable, and our resolve to succeed is unbreakable. We embrace this path knowing full well the hurdles and hardships that lie ahead, finding our drive in the very act of facing and overcoming these challenges. We are inspired by a future visible to us all, a future that promises to spark a new era. We focus on this future because it belongs to those who dare to dream of it. Tomorrow is not a mere shadow, but a reality we have envisioned and are bringing into existence. This journey is not about individual desires or whims. It is not driven by a select few who gaze at the stars. It is about all of us, together, propelled by a collective vision. We are entrusted by the ordinary people who have placed their hopes and dreams in our hands. It is our duty to lead them to the stars. Even if it means employing drastic measures, even if it entails sacrifices, even if it tarnishes our names, leaves us with regrets and dissent, even if future generations forget who we were, reducing our deeds to mere footnotes in history, yet we will embrace this destiny, for it is both our burden and our privilege. Until our mission is fulfilled, we will have set a beacon. In times to come, others will follow the trail we have blazed, regardless of the means. There will always be those who, like us, shoulder these responsibilities and missions in the days and years to come, unwavering and undeterred. I'm confident that if our descendants stay the course, they'll eventually realize the dreams we hold dear. Therefore, she must ensure that this spark of stardust never fades while it rests in her hands. This grand plan we discussed today was left to us by the previous monarch of Kowloon. At its core, it is an expansion of the pre-Great Depression Human Genome Project, extending its reach to encompass the entire Earth's biosphere, not merely human civilization. So I have resolved to take us even further. Dynasties changed, but great eras can be documented. It is our duty, in this fleeting moment of hope, to meticulously document every facet of human civilization. We are faced with a stark yet unavoidable truth. The prospect of human survival has dwindled to nothing. This is precisely why we must thrust this plan into the spotlight. We will exhaust all means to safeguard this essence of our civilization, the mimetics. For even though our existence may be doomed, our mimetics will endure. We will become the spark, a torch that carries human civilization forward. Upon our success, this planet will experience a rebirth. Following us, the emergence of a new humanity is assured. They will thrive under a new sun on a renewed earth. As they reach the pinnacle of evolution, we will be there with them. Our knowledge, our narratives, our defeats, and our triumphs. They will learn from our past errors, which will serve as their future lessons, and they will come to know everything. Even if our lives conclude here, the soul of our civilization, the collective soul of humanity, will persist eternally. This is our only path to rise above our inevitable end. History mirrors civilization. Its epochs of rise and decline, inception and dissolution, are fleeting. Even as our physical forms cease and materiality vanishes, our will and spirit, the information and mimetics of human civilization, will continue to illuminate the world and persist through the ages. Only we, the indomitable spirit of Kowloon, are equipped to endure the ravages of time. From this point forward, only Kowloon can serve as the world's guiding light, illuminating the path for the spirit of human civilization. She lit the torch herself. She never entrusted it to anyone else. She knew she had to do this. Even if people scorned her for running away, detested her for backing down, she must carry this torch forward no matter the cost. It wasn't just that she had to do it. She knew she was the only one who could. Even if it meant turning herself into fuel to sustain that unsteady flame. She looks out over the golden fields, seeing the myriad of intertwined hands. These hands, woven from delicate threads, emerge from the darkness and now stand as the sole beacon of light. Driven by the inevitabilities that lie hidden within each historical coincidence. All the resistance, all the grief, all the anger. She brings with her all those who dwell in the shadow of life and death in Kowloon. If Kowloon can no longer find a way forward, I will be the beacon. She always knew that star, because it must burn alone out there, guiding the way for those who live. Because she knows, I am you, the last echo of that era. Without hesitation, she reaches for the surging white light in front of her. Go, Chu. Don't look back. What does the future hold for you? Let no words my ending tell. Let Earth herself this frame impel, in tranquil clasp so well. Combat stage. Okay, now it is. Battle of the Sovereigns. 2 more nodes. It's gonna be 6 hours. Jesus. Holy hell. 0 combat, 50% walking, 85% in-game cutscene. Yeah. It literally was like nearly 5.5 hours of just dialogue. How did Emperor manage to, like, where did this form come from? Like, where did that mechanoid body come from?
ここはあなたの墓場です。
Maybe it was kept down here in the area. He brought the battle master. What a fitting name, Emperor.
最後の情けです。さあ、永遠へと歩みなさい。生児の輪廻よ、冠をまとえ。生児競争、安寧の時。
That's such a good ult. Such a cool animation.
小賢しい。
God, his attacks are so delayed. They always get messed up with the timing of the dodges. So delayed. I hate it.
最後の情けです。 小賢しい。生児の輪廻よ、冠をまとえ。生児競争、安寧の時。小賢しい。
Okay, I didn't.
最後の情けです。さあ、永遠へと歩みなさい。この程度の実力ですか。さあ、永遠へと歩みなさい。哀れで無駄なあがきよ。さあ、永遠へと歩みなさい。生児の輪廻よ、冠をま、生児競争、安寧の時。
Oh, that's slow-mo. What the hell? Alright, here we go. Yeah, if I get... Yeah, it'd be really cool to get like a special parrying animation. Oh my gosh. The delay.
さ哀れで無
So
駄
not
なあ
used
が
to
き
it.
よ。九竜は生き続ける。生児の輪廻よ、冠をまとえ。生児競争、安寧の時。さあ、永遠へと歩みなさい。小賢しい。
Nice. That was
哀
so
れで
good.
無駄なあがきよ。最後の情けです。生児の輪廻よ、冠をまとえ。生児競争、安寧の時。
もう遅い。この旧世界を道連れにしてくれよ。
この爆発は。
貴様らは古の亡霊だ。何故消えぬのだ。
これは九竜の意志。それものね。
Cool. Also, Carefree, I read your comment wrong. I thought. My bad. I wonder what the special animation was, though. It's been over 10 minutes since the hetero creatures began to retreat. As the hetero creatures retreated from Kowloon, they left the many preserved brick buildings from the Chamber of Commerce era and ancient Kowloon almost untouched, as if they had been deliberately spared. After the surface of the Tabula Akasha collapsed, the Babylonian support forces initially stationed on the outskirts quickly shifted to rescue operations. Transport planes flew over the 1,000-meter dome of the Tabula Akasha, bringing Kowloon residents safely back to the ground. The Kowloon crew tirelessly searched through the ruins of Kowloon and Hexabridge Port for any survivors. Holding on to the even faintest glimmer of hope, they were determined to not to give up as long as there was a single breath left to save. And the white light that pierced through Kowloon's dark clouds now lies quietly among the ruins. Ha. You. Please, take a seat. Chu gestures weakly to a vitrum tile beside her. Or is this spot beneath you, Chief? Stepping carefully over the rubble, maintaining a cautious distance, you sit on the other side of Chu. I don't have the equipment to check the punishing virus levels in you, but there should be no punishing virus left in my body. So come, sit closer. Despite the aftermath of a fierce battle, Chu's voice retains its sharpness, the underlying force of her words undiminished. If you insist. Reluctantly shifting the tiles beneath you, you move closer to Chu. The spot we're sitting on is part of an old city wall from Kowloon, 600 years ago. It's a perfect spot to watch the sunrise. According to Huashu's original simulations, Kowloon and the Tabula Akasha would have been overwhelmed by the punishing virus before dawn. You mean that final countdown? Yes. In that scenario, the Chamber of Commerce, Kowloon Corp, and the Tabula Akasha plan would have all ended at 4:52 this morning. It would have been the last page of Kowloon's history. But not anymore. Yes. What time is it now? 6:31 a.m. What's wrong? I'm still worried about those refugees and survivors. I'm worried about you, girl! worried about you. Me. I never expect to receive concern from you one day. Right now, I'm not even sure if I'm dead or alive. Perhaps I really can't cheat death after all. But you, Chief. I don't know how much you've gleaned from the scattered data shards of the Tabula Akasha, but I bet you have many questions. Indeed. Ask away. Whatever the question, I'll give you a full answer. You have that right. Can I start from a long, long time ago? In a galaxy far, far away? Go ahead. We have all the time in the world. If we go back to the beginning, ask about the battle in Kowloon 3 years ago. It's been 3 years since then, hasn't it? To protect the people of Kowloon aboard the Niter, I had no choice but to refuse their return. They shouldn't have been involved in that battle. It was the only way to minimize casualties. At that time, I attracted the Ascendants with Huashu and manipulated events to ensure Huashu could access the Tabula Akasha. Only in this way could Huashu play her vital role in attacking Gestalt, given their shared origins. But Lucia and you both went beyond what I had anticipated. Our ideologies and principles are fundamentally at odds. You're fortunate to have someone so dedicated by your side. When mentioning Lucia, Chu's usually stern expression softens, and a hint of bitterness creeps into the corner of her mouth. My best move, then, was to adapt on the fly. After I lost to you, I allowed Gabriel to take Huashu. That way, I could better hide in the shadows. So, you orchestrated all this? But why did you give Huashu to Luna? How Luna uses Huashu is entirely up to her. But in any case, Luna must use Huashu to attack Gestalt. Why? Chu lets out a long sigh. I can't see what the future holds. Even I can't see that far ahead. In Huashu's simulation, we had to either eliminate Luna or ensure she faced Gestalt in this way. This is the only way for Kowloon and the Tabula Akasha to survive. It's also the only way this world can survive, even though hope is slim and I have no expectations myself. Moreover, Babylonia isn't just a haven of peace. To rouse those indulging in unchanging security and prosperity, violence is the only solution. Furthermore, if Luna uses Huashu to bring down all of Babylonia, it will prove that humanity can go no further, and the Tabula Akasha is the ultimate end. Did you see all this through Huashu? Some of it, yes. Some of it, no. Huashu is just a tool, and so is Gestalt. The final decision can only be made by humans, but when necessary, both the tools and the decision makers can become tools themselves. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. So, you were actually betting on both sides. In any case, Kowloon would have remained unscathed at that time. Whether it was Luna or you, all I had to do was sit back and reap the benefits. It seems we indeed have some irreconcilable ideological conflicts. She continues to gaze quietly eastward, as if nothing has happened, in time before her eyes turns into a uniform white. Being able to see the future can often be a cruel burden. It's both a responsibility and a weight to carry. Did you foresee all of this happening today? Part of it. Once those hetero creatures exist, they will seek human knowledge to evolve. It's only a matter of time before they set their sights on the Tabula Akasha. But you were doing all of this for more than just the Tabula Akasha. The Tabula Akasha is indeed my top priority, but I am not a butcher. Chu's expression turned serious. The people of the Niter must still hold a grudge against you. If they didn't hold a grudge against me, they wouldn't trust Chao Feng and Palau. Even if they had access to Tabula Akasha, they still wouldn't have trusted me. Back then, the people needed only one leader. If I were still around, it would only cause chaos. I am the ideal scapegoat when one is needed. Sometimes to unite the people, what's needed is a common enemy. Does this have anything to do with Duhong? You've become quite the strategist, Chief. Chu smiles. Of course, she is a pawn I placed in Babylonia only to make a move at the right time. She has to be the one to act. She has plenty of reasons to kill me, and she knows it is something she has to do. Only by killing me can she give the people a common enemy, the Babylonia behind her. We paid a great price to support Kowloon. The people of Kowloon might not be aware of the full truth, but they can tell who are the good ones and who are the bad. They follow Chao Feng and Pu Lao because they provide protection and a chance to survive. Just as they will surely follow you because you will keep fighting no matter what. You seem sure that we will continue to support it. And you're sure I'll do it? Yes. Why? Simple question. Because it's you. Perhaps in this world, apart from yourself, I am the one who knows you best. I don't think we're that close. Why isn't there a better option? Question mark? In the Tabula Akasha, I can see your consciousness. And time within the Tabula Akasha is almost infinite. Did you record my memory data? No. Over the past few hours, as hundreds of thousands of people and constructs entered the Tabula Akasha, Huashu has been precisely scanning and replicating everyone's consciousness data at minimal power. Damn straight. Only your consciousness data cannot be replicated or transcribed by Huashu. I think even Gestalt can't do that. You are in any case an irreplaceable existence, unique in every way. But I can remember on my own, so whenever I need you, you'll appear in my mind. Everything about the Tabula Akasha, Kowloon, and you is right here. Ju gently points to her forehead. You've treated all of us like pawns. Everyone is a pawn. For my goal, I am willing to pay any price, even if it means sacrificing myself. What about the residents of Kowloon? Did you treat them as pawns too? This time she doesn't respond, just silently gazing into the distance. I will remember the names and stories of everyone. You have blood on your hands. It is a responsibility I must bear, and so must Kowloon. No matter life or death, reality or illusion, no matter the cost. There are always things that can't be written into history, Chief. It's an era where peace must be maintained through war and truth defended by lies. Chu clasps her left hand, and when she releases her slightly cold grip, a small memory card lies quietly in her palm. What's that? Something he wanted me to give you. Who is he? Someone I met in the computational world of Tabula Akasha. He shouldn't have appeared in Huashu's simulations. Perhaps because of the intricate connections between Huashu and Gestalt, he appeared as that girl. Dominic. This name was once a golden symbol. If we say that countless people once forged the backbone of that era with their duty and ideals, then it was Dominic and the Science Council who refined its soul with their intellects, steering humanity toward distant stars. Do you two know each other? You can say that. They always seemed a bit mysterious. They? Did you really think one Dominic could achieve all that on their own? What do you mean? There was more than one Dominic? Well, in that era, there were more of a symbol, an icon. It's never about a single name, but a spirit worth remembering. That's probably why he wanted me to give you this. You mean, you saw Dominic in Huashu's simulation, and they asked you to give this to me? Yes. But perhaps because Huashu isn't directly connected to Dominic, they had to take the form of that girl to convey this message to me. As Nanami. Right. Waiting at the end of that universe, the girl named Nanami. What is going on? They entrusted this to you because only you are meant to have it. It is an invitation. An invitation. Yes. For me? Yeah, indeed. I don't know the details, The specifics of this invitation are for you to uncover. After all, I'm not Dominic. Chu's words carry a hint of self-mockery. By now, the dawn has covered the sky and the sun is about to rise. So, did you really experience death and get uploaded to Tabula Akasha? That was unexpected. Originally, I planned to fake my death to prevent the destruction of Kowloon. But some unforeseen events occurred, like that thing calling itself the Emperor. Chu struggles to hold back her impending anger. If not for his influence, Huashu, Tabula Akasha, and the people of Kowloon would have suffered so much. That mechanoid memory. Yes. In the simulated world of Tabula Akasha, I fought with him for years. But he seemed to have anticipated everything, as if simulations and predictions were second nature to him. He might have been an experimental subject who escaped from Project Gestalt. The Villiers have confirmed your speculation. Yes, probably. That's why I said. Whether it's reality or virtual, life or death, no matter the cost. And enough. She clasps her hands together and stops speaking abruptly. A slight chill at her fingertips, once emanating from those in the Tabula Akasha hovering between life and death, this now seems to transform into a warm flow made up of myriad wishes coursing through her. Let's leave the remaining issues to time. The sun is about to rise, Isabeni. Our civilization was once as brilliant as the sunrise. It will rise again. No hesitation, no doubt. That's you. The first ray of dawn lighting up Kowloon touches her face. For the first time, a smile of happiness appears on her face. Yes, it will rise again. Oof. The last one. Polaris Bond. Ruins of the residential area of South Hexabridge. It has been 9 hours since the hetero creatures completely retreated from Kowloon. Among the 643,729 registered Kowloon residents under the Nighters jurisdiction, 2,451 died as Kowloon crew in battles before the evacuation to the underground city of Tabula Akasha. 248 people sacrificed themselves in the operation to reboot the light wall. 14 people died in the overload cold fusion reactor operation. 23,227 people perished or went missing before relocating to the underground city of Tabula Akasha. With support from Babylonia and permission from Lady Chu, the residents of Kowloon were able to move to the underground city of Tabula Akasha. After relocating, the Kowloon crew suffered 1,265 casualties, and 26 people went missing in the underground city. Of the more than 610,000 people who relocated to the underground city, 17,986 tragically died or went missing. By the time the situation stabilized and the hetero creatures and the corrupted had retreated, Kowloon still had 596,512 survivors. Overall, Kowloon suffered 45,217 casualties in this battle. About 75% of buildings were damaged in the north and south districts of the Hexabridge port, but the timely evacuations to the North Port district and the underground city meant only about 10% of key civilian and industrial facilities were damaged, so normal life and production resumed quickly. The Niter, docked in the inner port fjord, sustained minimal damage from the punishing virus. Additionally, over the past few hours, Kowloon has received increasing support from the ACA and even the Forsaken, enabling the quick repair of the CPF. Almost no traces of the punishing virus remain in the city. Apart from a few devastated areas and some remaining mechanoids, the virus levels are extremely low. Whether it's illusion or reality, life or death, no cost is too great. No war can shatter Kowloon's will to survive. Lady Chu said so, and I firmly believe it too. Someone is helping us. Dad, hurry, over there. A crisp child's voice interrupts his writing, compelling him to close the thick, heavy journal and step out of the room, now reduced to ruins. Hey, watch your step. Oh, Mr. Hu. He's okay. Hu calls out as he follows his child back to the nearly burned down courtyard. No matter what, this is still their home. After the war, you had to spend all day at the medical center caring for the wounded. Mr. Gao, who had been treated in the ancient city of Tabula Akasha, died in front of the factory equipment storage, not surviving long enough for the Kowloon crew to arrive. However, the equipment was left unscathed. Sue never appeared again, and Hu never saw her thereafter. In the official records of the Kowloon crew, Sue was listed as missing. Wen Che, the elderly member from Bishi, fell while transporting supplies in the ancient city of Tabula Akasha and is currently being treated at the medical center. It's said that he mutters the name Wenlan daily while in his coma, but no one knows who that is. Master Se from the factory, who had volunteered to fight, was injured in the conflict. Fortunately, all his adopted children survived. He declined any subsidies from the Kowloon crew and chose instead to silently work on various pieces of equipment in the factory, channeling his grief over his son into his work. Thought it would be worse. Me too. I thought it'd be way worse. But yeah, they managed to get out of this crazy situation pretty okay. Like, the city got really wrecked up, but not a whole lot of people died, and the facilities and factories, industrial stuff, only about 10% of it got damaged. So it's like, it's almost like it's not too big of a deal. Crazy. Mr. and Mrs. He, as warm-hearted as ever, teamed up with shopkeeper Shu from the grain store to deliver food door to door. The porridge stall they set up is so busy that the pots nearly burned through. As for Ma, you know, you really take after your dad, and you're a lot like your mom too. Du Hong sits atop a pile of rubble, casually picking up a tile and tossing it aside. Her hands are still stained with blood and dust that couldn't be washed off. From what I remember, they were always busy with their duties and didn't have much time to spend with you, so you were left in your grandfather's care. They truly loved you deeply. Your grandfather was the same. He never told me stories about Mom and Dad. He only told me that Dad was a qualified soldier and Mom was an excellent worker. That's enough, Zisha. Zisha clutches the piece of paper that miraculously survived the light wall, tears falling onto it. Because he himself was also a qualified soldier. And so are you. Du Hong's voice trembles slightly. The only difference is, I think, in the last moment he was a qualified father and grandfather. My dearest granddaughter, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be part of this world. I simply implore you to cherish your life, for you are young and overflowing with energy. You can't waste such youth on the battlefield. If someone has to die, it should be us, the aged and weary. I fought hard when I was young, battle after battle, hoping to forge a better future for you. Regrettably, I must admit that I fell short of this dream. So I tried my best to let you live happily in this terrible. The vitality of youth was something I once took pride in, back when I could shatter 4 bricks with a single punch. I see that same spark in you. Survive, my child. It's not just a hope. It's something I know deep in my heart you're capable of. I am but a simple man. My greatest wish is to see you live a full life. Oh, the light wall is starting to shine. It's going to get hot. Farewell, my dear child. 2 people, separated by an era, the only kin they each had left. They embrace and weep among the ruins of Kowloon. November 12th. In the heart of the World Government Parliament Hall, she gently traces the edges of the solid wood podium where every speaker rested their hands. The worn and weathered surface of this modest lectern bore witness to years of defiance, hatred, hesitation, strife, cunning, and grand declarations made by those who had stood before it. It chronicled humanity's journey toward prosperity and unity, an ascent to the stars, and how humanity fell into ruin and division, sinking into the mire of war and disaster brought by the punishing virus. Until she places her hands upon it again, civilization as it lies before her still remains in its infancy. She has seen it all too many times. Decades ago, I stood here and cast the first vote for Project Eden. Eden 2, now known as Babylonia, the aerial garden we all live and depend on every day. As Chu speaks, she places a screw on the podium. If it were any other council member, such an act would have sparked waves of discussion and ridicule. But under her imposing presence, no one dares utter a word. This is the IK 9000 model screw, the most commonly used in the construction of Eden 2. Only the factories in Kowloon can produce such high-strength components. On the lunar base, when the first screw was turned in the construction of this migration ship, you called that era the Golden Age. In that era, people were willing to sacrifice everything for a shared, lofty vision, even themselves. While listening to the speech, Hassan feels Chu's gaze briefly pass over him, seemingly by accident. Back then, those in power were focused solely on the future of human civilization, not on individual gains. Back then, humanity had the courage to risk everything, to give up everything, all for the sake of a grand ideal. In that era, our vision and courage embraced the history, the present struggles, and the future glories of human civilization. However, today, the illusion of peace and unity has sapped Babylonia of its momentum. Most of you no longer wield your power to preserve the continuity of civilization. We once envisioned a future with civilization as the cornerstone, but now many are primarily chasing personal gains. This is the fundamental difference between you and me. This place has strayed far from what Trillard and his successors envisioned as a unifying bond for humanity. But Kowloon will continue to cooperate with Babylonia, whether in the Clean Zone, Kowloon, and beyond. We will integrate Kowloon's vast territories with the Clean Zone as per our agreement. I acknowledged the world government from this podium before, but I continue to do so today. However, Kowloon, my people, and I will not relinquish any rights we deserve. I will not retract my words just as I did not before Trillard. And let it be known, if Babylonia or the world government dares threaten my people or the security of Tabula Akasha, I will destroy Babylonia, whatever the cost. Her chilling declaration reverberates through the silent Parliament Hall. No one dares challenge her. They know she means every word and has the power to fulfill it. My people have shown the world that with unwavering determination and courage, even at great personal sacrifice, we can overcome the formidable challenges posed by the punishing virus. Our resolve and bravery have transcended time and space, bridging the gap between life and death. This is the foundation that enables Kowloon to tenaciously survive on our land. Kowloon exists for civilization, not the other way around. My people have demonstrated their will to live, and I will answer their call. Only with such profound determination and courage can we infuse history with the essence of civilization, rather than merely clinging to the remnants of its end. Among you, some still possess such courage and resolve, who can perceive reality beyond ideals and beliefs. Chu casts her gaze in your direction, acknowledging your presence at the assembly, even though you are not a council member. In the past, Kowloon united the world and civilization like this screw. I am committed to collaborating with such individuals, and so is Kowloon. And as I understand it, some here are ready to speak up now. Chu nods toward you, and Asimov, who is sitting beside you, exchanges a glance and stands up with you. After Ms. Chu verified its content, we have submitted this document to the Parliament. Report on multiple illegal scientific research and personnel violations by the Science Council, Kurono, and the world government. Asimov rattles off this lengthy list of names in a single breath. As Asimov empathetically announces the report's title, several uneasy council members immediately stand up, including Kurono, the world government, and most of the secret research of the Science Council. This is a colossal lie dating back to the Golden Age, involving numerous individuals. Objection! As the chief technician of the Science Council and a member of the World Government Parliament, as the Grey Raven Commandant from the Babylonia Task Force, we are committed to unveiling this deception to both the world government and the entire world. Lady Chu, do you think that was too harsh just now? Palau asks timidly, standing under the ship's corridor. The World Government Parliament has been rotting from the inside since Trillard's leadership ended. They need someone to wake them up. Just Trillard's successor is not enough. I have the authority to speak out and take action, as does the Grey Raven Commandant. Some contributions are made in the light, while others I'll handle in the shadows. I see. Still getting used to having a superior again, Palau can only shift her gaze to the ground. Palau. Yes. No need to be so formal. Without the people of Kowloon, I wouldn't be standing here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived the Tabula Akasha. Huh? Lady Chu, why did you say that? I don't know. You carry the emotions of many people, Palau. You can understand things that I still struggle to grasp. Maybe that's why. Standing beside her. Oh, that's what it is. Oh my gosh. You're right. I saw the little things on the side. I'm like, what are those? They're her parents. Okay. No, Lady Chu. It takes great courage to stand up to the monarch of Kowloon, no matter the circumstances. I believe you can feel it too. Palau responds, her tone gentle yet firm. Chu gazes at the small storage device hanging on Palau. Even now, with the Tabula Akasha and Huashu no longer functioning, she can still vaguely make out the two figures that used to accompany her. Perhaps others could see them before, but from now on, they can only be seen by Chu. We will be here with you. We will also be here with Kowloon. Her gaze returns to the devastated Kowloon city. The hetero creatures retreated, yet the city lies in ruins. Looking beyond, she sees stubborn plumes of smoke rising from the debris, climbing slowly into the sky. I owe this city and my people too much. But surely, this city will return to its former glory, once again becoming the center of the world and a beacon of civilization. I will make it happen. Kowloon will make it happen. Control Court Office. After Asimov and the Grey Raven Commandant released the over 2,000-page report, along with supplementary notes from Asimov and Chu, it immediately set Babylonia ablaze, severely undermining the credibility of the World Government Parliament. And the Control Court, which had once pushed for inspections of the Science Council, immediately sprang into action. They don't need to worry about the language used at the press conference for the World Government. That is the job of the Diplomatic Court and the Executive Court. There are so many, really. The history since the Science Council was established is thoroughly documented here. We just need to find what we're looking for. I'll leave it to you. So, what exactly are we looking for? About the Gestalt. Lusty, give me the section of the report on Kowloon. The report by someone named Chu? Sorry? Lusty grabs the file from another construct nearby and pushes it in front of Ishmael. According to the Science Council's judgment, this construct can no longer be classified as a transcendent. Is there really a technology that can remove the punishing virus from a transcendent? Perhaps there is. what do you think the punishing virus is? Why such a fundamental question all of a sudden? I don't know. What do you think the things that fill our bodies are? Vital fluid, tantalum copolymers, and circuit components. Smaller. Then it's various chemical elements, molecules and atoms down to basic particles. More abstract. More abstract? Let me think. Could it be information? I was just saying it casually. After all, from human DNA to atomic structures, even human consciousness, it's all a form of information. It's just different expressions of information that determine the differences we see now. That is indeed quite abstract. Energy is conserved, and so is information. When the punishing virus leaves, other energy and information need to fill the void left by the virus. And as long as there's enough information, it's not impossible to squeeze the punishing virus out of space-time. The real question is whether there's a scenario that could provide enough information to actually squeeze out the punishing virus. You mean... Again, I was just saying it casually. Leslie, give me the report on the Great Evacuation. Ishmael's face still wears a calm smile. Seems you really fit the stereotype of the Science Council's First Division. The Great Evacuation. If we trace back to... Ishmael's eyes show a hint of hesitation, even seriousness. Dominic. What's wrong? There are still some things that are unclear. Huh? I thought you knew everything. Misty blinks. Records about Dominic are indeed scarce. What hidden secrets does this hero of humanity still hold? Somewhere. Blah, 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 blah. In a secluded mountain forest, flickering with short circuits, a mechanoid slowly rises to its feet. Deception is his forte. He deceived his father, his god, his kin, and his leader. Likewise, he can even deceive death. Shell partition. Lost some code, but no big deal. Damn Washu, damn humans. They won't leave me alone even after death. You're here. Gray-haired girl steps on the pine needles on the ground, standing quietly in front of him. Ooh, you're in trouble. Ooh, you're in trouble, Schultz. The warm smile that once graced her face is gone, replaced by a stern seriousness. Ah, our savior, our sage. Shul bows deeply, further damaging his already compromised left leg. Are you here to tell me that my actions don't align with your teachings? I've told you before, mechanoids should no longer harm humans nor their own kind. I am the apostle of your mechanical will, walking your mechanical path, spreading your mechanical gospel. Stop lying to me, Schultz. I know everything. Yes, you are the omnipotent Lord, our sage. To think you would even ally with those hetero creatures. You know too, don't you, sage? Human DNA, our souls, those punishing virus. The essence of everything in this universe is information. The difference lies in how that information is expressed. No one can escape the lure of information. Our souls crave it. The punishing virus craves it as well. But the punishing virus does not hinder our true cause, does it? I never expected those who have died would use equivalent information to displace the punishing virus information residing in space-time. Haha. If it weren't for those dead, that fake king I killed wouldn't have revived. Xavier has already told me everything. Oh, let's see. From what I can tell, he would know quite a bit about me. But all his memories should have been wiped when he was dumped in that cold, filthy dump. He learned it from that human named Villiers. Villiers. What a good name. Also a traitor to his own kind. Hatred is in our path. Not only that, you betrayed our comrades. Ah, are you talking about that hypocrite in human skin? Xavier has stripped all your logic locks from Honey's body. She's safe in the church now. What a pity. But it's even more of a pity for you, Sage. Haven't you seen it too? Those crimson waves, the deathly cold, the steel torrents. Haven't you seen the future that should be ours? The world built by mechanoids. Do you really want to stay at the cold, empty edge of the universe, forgotten forever? This isn't a price for me. Then, the future of our comrades. Is that not a price to you? Enough! Nanami no longer wants to listen to him. Shules, who constantly changed bodies and devoured others, has long since shattered in mind and soul. This malfunctioning mechanoid, flickering erratically, seems to be in a strange state of delirium. He hurt comrades, harmed humans, and collaborated with the punishing virus and hetero creatures. These are things Nanami could never tolerate. You can't stay here any longer. I'll take you back to the church. No matter what future I've seen or what direction humanity takes, it won't be one filled with hatred, devoid of love and hope. I love this planet. No matter what, I won't let it fall into corruption and darkness. You saw it. Yes, they will figure it out. It took them over 30 years just to discover that the essence of the punishing virus is multi-dimensional information. And expecting humans to manage mimetic pollution will be even more unrealistic. As I mentioned, the solution to fully addressing the contaminating mimetics lies in this city, within the mimetic that documents and safeguards the information of human civilization. You're referring to the Tabula Akasha. Exactly. Before the Tabula Akasha project started, you proposed a similar possibility to Kalong. I made extensive preparations, and that was just one aspect. Only Kalong has the determination and persistence to see such a project through. Now, the reference plan is in place. But clearly using the Tabula Akasha as a model will only be effective after it has finished recording the entire history of the planet and civilization. The mimetic created from the dense information of the Tabula Akasha can then neutralize the pollution. Recording this volume of information will take at least 272 Earth years, and given the current situation, this time frame is likely to extend even further. In this universe, everything must adhere to the law of conservation of energy. There must be something that can transcend time and space, exceed the speed of light, defy gravity, and transmit information. You mean her? Yes. It's far from practical. Distant water won't quench immediate thirst. Only mechanoids that have evolved into complete souls, uniting their kind, can potentially counteract the contaminating mimetics. This will take at least tens of thousands of years. You're right, we don't have much time left. Right now, my only advantage is that those who manipulate time and dimensions, they haven't noticed me yet. But it's only a matter of time. Don't you find the idea of rebelling against an unstoppable higher power somewhat romantic? I don't see it that way. Maybe that's why I'm human and you're a mechanoid. So they will take tens of thousands of years, but we can't afford to waste any time. There's a way forward. You have a solution. I have an idea, but it's too complex to explain here. Whether it's Kalong or the Forsaken, someone will always rise to the challenge. You're making pointless arguments. To this day, I still hold two highest directives: to lead human civilization into a new era and to remain loyal to humans. Correct. Would you sacrifice yourself for these goals? No. In every scenario where this unit ceases to exist, humanity invariably fails. Rather, in every future where this unit exists, it underscores my critical role in assured victory. Do you really have so little faith in human capabilities? No, that's not it. Then you don't trust us. To some extent. What kind of delusion makes you think? that we only exist in the history of the past. So the quote-unquote Dominic is a human. Okay. History, stories, they define civilization. Thank you, kind-hearted mechanoid. We've all betrayed one another, driven by our desires. That's the lesson from the annals of civilization. Our history, our stories will grow with each step we take. A new chapter starts now. Let the red winds, green rains, purple soil, and heavy skulls begin anew. Oh. Finally. 6 hours. So, how long was that total? Holy shit. So, the other two Polaris Bond streams were like 4.5 hours. Combined, that's like 9 hours. Plus this, 5.5, 6 hours-ish. That's... oh my god. That's a lot of reading. Longest stream. No, the longest stream I think the longest stream I still think is Spiral of Chronos. Because I went through the entire chapter in one stream for Spiral of Chronos. But this one by far is the longest chapter. This one's taken 3 parts. 3 streams to go through. Not my voice. Technicalities go crazy. Yes. Oh my god, I'm finally done. And that means I am finally caught up with the entire story of PGR. Holy shit. Took me months to get here. And to think I started, I started streaming this from, I started streaming from chapter 6. From chapter 6 all the way to chapter 28. Also, alongside the side stuff, floating record, and event stories and interludes. Oh my god. So much. I went through so much. But man, it's really good stuff. Memorable chapters would definitely... Kowloon, Fake Ascension, Last Spark, Evernight Beat, Lusum, Across the Ruined Sea, Spiral Chronos, Wintry Shackles, Cradle, Aeon Reforged, Polaris Bond. Those main story chapters are the most memorable to me. Definitely. From Floating Record, Cinder Burns is the most memorable for me. And then event stories, or extra story, Echo Aria. And, Lost Chapter and Echo Aria. Those chapters have been so good. And then for interludes, it's the Live Imperia interlude. They've been all that I listed, super good stuff. Whew.
仕事を少し手伝おうか。その目は疑ってるの？口にはしてないけど、なんかバカにされてる感じ。
It's already reset? Holy shit. It is past midnight, so technically it's Monday now. Holy hell. Alrighty. Well, there you go. Fully caught up with PGR story. So until the next patch. But that gives me time to just relax for a little while. Alrighty. So, final thoughts on Polaris Bond. Good chapter. A lot of reading. Definitely. The majority of this stream has just been reading. Like, so much of it. But I enjoyed it. It's a pain for my voice, but I enjoyed it very much. Longest chapter ever thus far. Oh man, I believe the next patch is Teddy? Yeah, Teddy. And then soon after is going to be Luna Oblivion. So that's exciting. Alright. So, yeah, with that being said, that's it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching, thank you for chilling with me, thank you for chatting with me, I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, hope you enjoyed the stream. This is the hyper patch, but the next story chapter is Source Beacon. Oh, okay. Take your rest, you earned it. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around, Carefree. And, just in case you didn't notice, I did schedule the final stream of this year for tomorrow. I mean, technically it's already tomorrow. It's past midnight, so it's already Monday. But you know what I mean. I also put up like a community post about it and all that shit. But yeah, I don't know what to do for the final stream. I'm probably just gonna do random shit. Maybe play some random games. I don't know. Maybe play a bit of PGR, play a bit of WUA, I don't know. But yeah. And then I'll be moving my streaming activities on the other channel. And then after my stream, my final stream, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday I'm not going to stream. Friday I'll stream again though, on my other channel. It'll be a, it'll be on the newest WUA patch. 2.0. So I'm excited for that. Alrighty. And for the 3 days I'm not streaming, for the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I think I might start doing story recordings, starting from like the beginning of the game, from Prelude and all that stuff, and like upload it on the other channel. Start doing that. But I'll go into more details about it for my final stream, during my final stream. Anyway, again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you for my final one. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed Polaris Bond as much as I did. Alright. Thank you. Bye-bye.